Prologue. October 10th, on a dark and stormy night. The wind howled, thunder rolled in the distance, and flashes of lightning could be seen from afar. It was going to be a bad one, and the village of Kanahagakure had its citizens preparing for the worst. However, there still seemed to be the usual mob that lusted for vengeance against a beast that had nearly destroyed their entire village not but 5 years ago. The angry mob mostly consisted of drunken commoner men and drunken chunits. They were a small group, but they were just enough for their target. Meanwhile, he knew they'd be coming and he knew they'd try and hurt him, and if that wasn't bad enough, he was terrified of thunder and lightning. However, he had no choice but to leave the comfort of his home as he knew that they knew where he lived. So he ran, without any sign of a rain parka or anything, to hide somewhere safe until the end of his birthday was over. As he ran, he caught sight of the gathered mob and ducked quickly into an alleyway to avoid being spotted. He heard thunder in the distance and winced some in fright, shivering in the cold wind that blew. "Tonight's the night," he heard one of the drunkards saying. "Tonight, we'll finish what the fourth started once and for all and be known as heroes of the village." Cheers rose from the man's drunken friends. Some were almost completely wasted while others hadn't even gotten started drinking towards that point, but the bars had begun closing early because of the impending storm. The men began to move out, drawing ever closer to Naruto Uzumaki's hiding place. The 5-year-old Jinchuriki was their target, and they wouldn't let up until they'd found and pummeled him to death, or finally sobered up enough to realize how pointless it all was to chase a 5-year-old kid around when they knew where he would return to. Closer now, one of the men noticed Naruto's sandal sticking out from the alley and pointed towards it. "Hey, whose foot is that?" he questioned. Knowing that they would come over to check it out, Naruto burst out of the alleyway and ran at the full speed that 5-year-old could muster down the street. "That's him, the demon." "There he goes," they shouted. Then a battle cry rose up, and they charged forth. The only advantage they gave Naruto was the fact that they were drunk and couldn't all run or walk straight. However, the disadvantage lay with their bloodlust, drunken stupors, and longer legs. They chased him up and down, emptying streets as the storm got closer, and as they ran, the rain started to fall. A few kunai and shuriken were loosed, but because of their terrible aim, none hit the first round. As this was going on, a young woman with long black hair and dark eyes was walking home with her own 5-year-old son holding her hand. He had on a dark blue raincoat and was humming a happy tune to himself. The woman gazed down at her son with warm eyes. As the rain started, she reached down and pulled up the boy's hood, then tapped his nose teasingly with her index finger, a smile on her face. "There now," she said. "You won't get all wet. We have just one more place to go before it closes to quickly grab some things, and then we'll go home. All right, Sasuke?" The boy nodded with a big, goofy smile on his face. He replied. "And I'll even help you carry it, because I'm stronger now." His mother giggled. "Are you now?" she questioned, ruffing the front of his hair some. "Well then, let's get to it, so we don't keep you brother and father waiting, all right?" Sasuke nodded happily, and they continued walking until they came to a specific storefront that was closing down. The shopkeeper quickly flagged them in. "Makoto," the keeper called. Hurry, I want to close up before the storm gets really bad." Makoto Uchiha nodded as she pulled Sasuke along into the front of the store. She quickly placed her order for the things she needed. While she did this, Sasuke swayed back and forth on his little feet, waiting for her to finish. That was when he heard the shouting coming from outside. Curious, he crept to the front of the store and looked out into the worsening wind and rain and just barely made out a little blonde-haired boy running very fast down the street without so much as a raincoat on. The shouts came from behind him, and Sasuke turned to see a huge group of grown-up men running down the street after him. As the blonde-haired boy got closer to the front of the store, Sasuke watched as he slipped in the mud and tripped forward onto his front side. Sasuke then watched as the boy started trying to get up as fast as he could, continually slipping in the mud as the rain grew harder. As he kept trying, Sasuke caught something troubling about the boy on his face. It was terror. The boy's eyes were wide and Sasuke could tell that he was scared, and as he finally got a grip on the road and started running again, barely able to breathe, the mob of men had caught up and Sasuke could see in their hands kunai and shuriken, and they were yelling words of hatred and anger at the blonde who was running away. "Get back here, you demon scum!" shouted one of the men. "You won't escape," cried another. "We're going to kill you." Sasuke froze as he watched them go by the shop. "They're going to kill him?" Sasuke repeated in his head. Suddenly, a sense of dread rose up in the pit of his stomach. At this point, his mother was paying for her things, and as she turned around, she caught a glimpse of her son's blue raincoat disappearing into the rain. "Sasuke," she called, slightly worried. "Wait, where are you going?" "Sasuke." She grabbed her bags and followed him out into the rain, running after her youngest son. Meanwhile, Sasuke ran as fast as he could, following the sloppy footprints of the men. Finally, he heard a high-pitched scream coming from down another street. He turned and saw the backs of the men sticking out of an alleyway, and they'd stopped. As Sasuke drew near, he found a pathway in between their legs, and he crawled through unnoticed to the front of the crowd. Once there, he beheld a horrible sight. The blonde-haired kid, who'd been running from the men, was bent over in pain, holding onto his face with his forehead in the dirt as two of the drunkards were kicking his little body nonstop. They guffawed like fools. "Huh, that serves you right, you demon. We're going to kill you, but first we'll torture you some. How about that?" Sasuke stood there still in horror as he heard the cries and yelps from the blonde boy. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" the blonde cried. He was bawling like a baby now, unable to control himself, and Sasuke shook at the cruelty of the men surrounding him, his eyes wide with horror. A few men loosed some kunai and shuriken, and they struck the blonde in his side and back, and he screamed out in agony. What's going on?" Sasuke wondered in terror. "Why are they doing this to him? What's going on? What do I do?" As Sasuke had these thoughts, he also noticed another drunk coming forth. He wielded a kunai and was grinning maliciously. Then he ran forth with an evil glint in his eye and kunai raised. "Die!" With that one word, it was decided. Sasuke's little body snapped into action as he balled his hands into fists and rushed forth, cutting the man off by head-butting him in the stomach. The man had the wind knocked out of him, and the others just stared in shock. Their yells died down, and all that could be heard was the heavy panting from Sasuke and the whimpers from Naruto as he kept his head down in the mud and shivered in the cold. Finally, one of the men broke from their stupor. "Hey, why'd you do that, brat?" he sneered at Sasuke. "Don't you know what that thing is? He's a demon, so step away so we can kill it." Sasuke wouldn't hear of it. Despite being scared out of his wits, he held his arms open wide and defensively and glared at the men. "No," he shouted defiantly. "You're nothing but a bunch of bullies picking on a little kid. Leave him alone." He dug his feet more into the ground, his sandals squelching in the mud. Some of the men, still drunk, began to chuckle at his antics. One of them squatted down to his level, a smirk on his face. "Listen, kid, we're trying to do this village a favor. That kid behind you ain't no kid like you. He's an ugly monster underneath that exterior. Don't go throwing your life away to save him from what's been coming to him since the beginning." The other men chuckled again darkly. One threw a kunai at the one squatting, and he caught it, then held it out to Sasuke. "Here, we'll let you share in the glory if you keep your mouth shut. All you have to do is stab him right between the—" The man didn't get the time to finish as Sasuke, who'd been offended and angered by the man's attempt to add him to their murderous plan, spat in his face with a largely defiant look on his face. Some men laughed at their friend, and others just whistled, knowing the kid was in for it. "Grr, you brat," growled the man as he picked up Sasuke by the collar of his raincoat, his hood falling back at the same time. "Don't you understand? We're hunting this demon too. If you're so interested in hunting demons, then maybe you should go to hell," Sasuke spat out angrily, catching the mob by surprise. "I hear there are plenty down there." The man's friends started snickering, and the man holding Sasuke, refusing to be humiliated by a 5-year-old in front of his friends, drew back his fist and punched Sasuke down into the ground next to Naruto, who remained in his ball of pain, hiccuping and sobbing. "Fine then," he shouted. "If you're going to defend him, then you can join him." His drunken friends seemed to mutually agree with him as they drew in closer with their snickers. However, Sasuke staggered back to his feet, ignoring the pain and focusing his newly developed rage upon the men. He glared at them, stubbornly refusing to back down as the men took up their weapons again and started to advance slowly. He heard a weak voice from behind. "Run away." It whimpered, and he glanced over his shoulder at the boy, shaking from pain, fear, and the cold. "Run away," he said a little louder. Sasuke turned around again to face the mob, still angry. Like hell I'm running away, he stated. I'm not just gonna leave you behind. My name's Sasuke Uchiha, and I'll defend you with my life, he yelled. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, and the mob slowed some as they observed through the heavy rain that the 5-year-old's eyes had turned red, and in each one sat one tomo that spun rapidly. Hey, isn't that the Sharingan? One man questioned uneasily. Yes, so what? Another asked. He's just a kid. We can take him. The man who'd been spat on by Sasuke stepped forth, a kunai in his hand. If you don't want to die, out of the way. Otherwise, you'll die too, he growled. Sasuke was scared, but despite the tears in his eyes, despite the crashing thunder overhead and the lightning that flashed, he stood his ground. The man scoffed. Fine, he shouted as he raised his kunai, turning to his friends then back. For the village. The drunk men hooted and hollered as the kunai-wielding man brought his kunai down, and Sasuke closed his eyes and turned away, waiting for the end. However, a loud thunk sounded, and when Sasuke opened his eyes again, he saw everyone turning towards the outermost part of the alleyway, and the man in front of him was staggering a bit. There stood his mother, breathing heavily and dead serious after having thrown her sandal fairly hard at the kunai wielder's head. The man stood up again, groaning, then turned his drunken rage on the woman. And what the hell do you think you're doing, bitch? He hollered. Yeah, do you have a death wish? Asked another man with a sneer. However, Mikoto Uchiha's glare hardened, and she looked like the one who would commit murder. I swear by God that if you lay one finger on my son or his friend, I won't hesitate in ripping off what makes you a man and shoving it down your screaming throats. Sasuke flinched, having never heard his mother become so ruthless. The men burst out laughing, though still somewhat nervous. Oh, and what makes you think you can stop us all when there are more of us than there are of you? A man near the back sneered. The kunai wielder turned around grinning. I mean it. Makoto hollered. I won't hesitate whatsoever. Now go back to the slimy hole you crawled out of. The kunai wielder let out a boisterous laugh with his company. And who's going to make us? He chortled. Why, that would be me, spoke a chilling voice from behind. The man turned just in time to see an ANBU Black Ops mask covering the face of a man standing in front of the boys. Sasuke looked up amazed. Meanwhile, the drunks were beginning to shake as two more ANBU appeared on the scene. The first one approached the man wielding the kunai and placed a hand on his shoulder. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're all under arrest, the ANBU stated. The man shrugged him off his shoulder and stepped back. No, no way, he exclaimed. You ENBU are crazy if you think we're just going to let that demon run around anymore. If we don't get him this year, he'll terrorize the village again, and the ENBU appeared in a flash behind the man again and knocked him out with one hand chopped to the back of the neck. The man crumpled to the ground instantly, and the others of the mob knew the jig was up. They threw down their weapons and put their hands up in surrender. That's better, spoke an ANBU with a cat mask. The two other ANBU began to escort the drunken citizens and the few Chunin out of the alleyway and down the street towards the police station. The first ANBU who'd arrived remained, picking up the sandal Mikoto had thrown and handed it to her as she ran into the alleyway to hold her son in her arms. Here, mother, the ANBU said softly. Your feet will get cold. Mikoto smiled as she pulled her son into a hug and glanced up at her eldest behind the mask. He removed the mask for a moment, and Sasuke's face, though contorting in some pain, seemed surprised. Itachi, he exclaimed. You saved us. Itachi nodded. Yes, but I believe it was you who saved that boy there, Itachi stated as he pointed to the still shaking form of Naruto, now sitting up slightly, still covering his face. A roll of thunder and a lightning flash made everyone but Itachi flinch. He looked up towards the sky, then back at his mother. If I were you, I'd hurry home, mother. This storm is supposed to get really bad tonight. Makoto nodded. Yes, of course I know. Sasuke glanced at the blonde who was trying to stand up. He yelped as Sasuke flinched at the next lightning flash and thunder roll. Sasuke turned to his mother. Mother, he started, brow furrowed. Why were those mean men chasing that boy over there? Did he do something wrong? I don't get it. They said they wanted to kill him. Mikoto looked to where her son had indicated, her heart stopping in her chest as she saw the child, shaking in the cold. That's, she started, but she didn't quite finish. Sasuke became even more confused. Some tears formed in his mother's eyes, and he became worried. She brought a hand to her mouth. She watched the boy jump and yelp again, then whimper, scared of the crashing thunder. She let Sasuke go from her grip and approached the young boy who was still covering his face, this time with his right arm. Naruto, she spoke softly, getting the blonde's attention. However, upon hearing his name and feeling an approaching figure nearby, he leapt back against the wall, the kunai that stuck out of him sinking deeper within his flesh. "Leave me alone," he cried out in terror. Mikoto was taken aback by the sudden fear rising in his voice. However, she recovered and tried to calm him down. "Naruto, listen." She tried. Naruto started batting away at the air, screaming his head off. "No, get away, get away, get away from me. Leave me alone." "Naruto, I'm not going to." Mikoto tried again, but this time Naruto stood and ran right past her, still mortally terrified. Sasuke watched, wondering what was going on with the blonde and why he was so scared. "I said stay away," he screamed. "Just leave me alone. I'm not a demon." I didn't do anything," he howled louder, his crying becoming frantic. It scared Sasuke the way he was yelling at his mother in fear, but even more so, it made Sasuke want to cry as well for the boy's sake. Naruto kept running, going crooked and hitting the wall, face first. He fell again, crying louder. He tried to get up and run again, but Mikoto wouldn't let him. "Oh no you don't," she said as she caught Naruto by the wrist. This terrified Naruto even more, and he thrashed and twisted against her firm grip. "No, no, no, don't kill me," he wailed. "I don't want to die." Mikoto then proceeded to tug him towards her, all the while he kept thrashing and thrashing. He cried in fright louder than he'd ever cried before, trying to break free. "Stop it," Mikoto barked. "I'm not going to." She was interrupted as the 5-year-old delivered a hard punch to her jaw. Sasuke stared in surprise, then got angry. He got up and walked over to the two, his tiny fist coming down hard on Naruto's head, only causing him to wail more. "Sasuke!" Mikoto exclaimed, incredulous, but Sasuke proceeded to yell above the boy's wailing. "You idiot, don't hurt my mom. She's trying to help you, but you're not even letting her. We're not going to hurt you." Naruto just kept blubbering, his arms still covering his face. Sasuke huffed and sat down beside them and started pulling kunai and shuriken from Naruto's body. Mikoto helped, and they threw the horrible weapons away. Then Mikoto proceeded to pull the boy into a warm motherly hug, surprising him enough for a lapse in his crying. Mikoto took this as her chance. "Naruto, sweetie, listen to me, okay?" she coaxed. She began to rub his wet back. "My name is Mikoto Uchiha, and my 2 sons Itachi and Sasuke just helped save you from those mean old men. We don't want to hurt you, do you understand?" Regardless of her words, Naruto still shuddered. Sasuke then caught sight of something. "Hey, what happened to your face?" he questioned. Mikoto, picking up on her son's words, held Naruto back some and saw that his arms still covered his face, no more like his eyes. She stroked the boy's hair. "Naruto," she spoke cautiously. "Sweetie, what did those men do to you?" She moved to take his arm down, and he flinched. Sasuke found himself putting a hand on the kid's shoulder, making him flinch again. "It's okay. Just take it easy. Mom just wants to see what happened, and if those meanies did anything to hurt you, my dad's in charge of the police, so he'll be able to make them pay." "Oh yeah." At this, Sasuke lowered his voice to a whisper. "And if you're good, I'll let you have some of my secret stash of candies." Mikoto raised an inquiring eyebrow. "What's this I hear about secret candy?" Sasuke froze, turning to her with an obviously guilty grin. "Oh, nothing really." Sasuke spoke with innocence, then turned back to Naruto. "Come on, you can trust us," he reassured. Sasuke then reached up and gently coaxed Naruto's arm away from his eyes. When they could see, Mikoto gasped in horrid shock, causing Naruto to bring his arm again and cringe. Tears filled Mikoto's eyes. "Oh, those horrible, horrible men," she exclaimed. She gently pulled Naruto closer to her and held him tight. Then Itachi came up. "Mother," he said insistently but with calm in his voice. "Please, I ask that you take shelter as fast as possible. I sense this storm is going to get worse. I'll take Naruto to the hospital." Mikoto tightened her grip on Naruto. "No, Itachi, it's fine," she stated strongly as she stood up. She lifted Naruto with her. "The compound's nearby, so we'll run there. I won't hand him over to strangers now. I'm an ex-medic, remember?" Itachi froze, not sure what to do. He too had seen the ugly gash across Naruto's face that now made him blind. He was considering telling his mother that he really needed a hospital, but Sasuke smiled up at him. "It's okay, big brother. We'll look after him." He beamed at Itachi, chasing away the elder brother's doubts. "Very well," he said, making a hand sign and creating a shadow clone beside him. "Then I will at least aid you in finding your way and carrying your bags. Let's go." Makoto nodded. She shifted Naruto from hip to hip, shirking off her raincoat and wrapping him inside. She placed him on her right shoulder, and the still surprised boy could only cling on as she grabbed Sasuke's hand, and they started running through the downpour with the shadow clone. They ran all the way to the nearby Uchiha compound and eventually burst through the door upon the scene of a worried aunt and uncle, as well as Fugaku, Sasuke's father. They were out of breath and soaking wet. "Makoto, where have you been this whole time?" questioned the woman who made it to the door first. "And what on earth are you doing with your raincoat like that?" Makoto slowly calmed her panting. "I was trying to keep him dry," she said, plainly getting a raised eyebrow from her husband as he approached her. "Who?" he pondered. His wife stood up straighter, and the raincoat fell backwards from the boy's head, revealing ridiculously blonde hair and cheeks that had whisker markings, 3 on either one. A gasp escaped the aunt's throat. "But that's he's." Fugaku quickly shot her a glare accompanied by her husband. Their actions caused Sasuke to frown. Fugaku stared down at the boy, showing no emotion whatsoever. "What could have possessed you to bring him here?" Fugaku wondered in a whisper. His wife only turned an icy glare upon him. "He was being chased by an angry mob of drunks," she stated firmly. "Sasuke saved his life and Itachi, and I helped out too. Now I know what all of the villagers say and think, and honestly I couldn't care less or give a damn. This boy is hurt, Fugaku, and he needs comfort and attention." "But here of all places, why not take him to the hospital?" the uncle protested. Itachi's shadow clone cleared its voice. "Excuse me, uncle, but I do believe the storm outside has gotten worse. There would have been no way of getting him there in time before the gale forces started, and we ANBU are on orders to make sure every civilian is safe inside the closest residence they can find. Naruto might only be a boy, but he is still a civilian, so I believe that does fall within my jurisdiction." The uncle huffed, annoyed and crossing his arms over his chest. All right, you don't have to get all authoritative on me. It's bad enough that your father pushes me around." Itachi gave something similar to an almost apologetic smile. "Sorry, uncle, but it is my duty after all," he replied. Yeah, he said, waving it off. Makoto by this time had taken off her sandals and was hurrying into the house. "Uruchi," Makoto barked. "I need your help tending to this boy's injuries. Could you please get me my old medical supplies from my room? They should be stored underneath a floor tile in a big box." Uruchi, Sasuke's aunt, was caught off guard by the demand as she knew what lay inside the child. However, seeing him in Makoto's arms and breathing heavily, indicating the rise of a fever, she couldn't help but wonder what if it had been Sasuke. She sighed and nodded. "Very well, I'll retrieve them," she replied as she slunk away to Makoto and Fugaku's room. Fugaku followed his wife with the boy and Sasuke into the living room, while Itachi's shadow clone entered the kitchen and began to unpack the somewhat soaked groceries. Makoto laid Naruto out on the couch and readied herself. Then, calling up the old times of being a medical ninja, she started to analyze Naruto's damaged eyes to see what she could do. Fugaku leaned over, his arms crossed over his chest. "He looks pretty banged up," was all he could manage to say after a while. Makoto gave a weak smile. "Yes, he is," she replied. "You should have seen it, though. It was awful what those men did to him." "I didn't see all of it, but I did get there in time to distract them from hurting Sasuke." Fugaku raised an eyebrow and looked down at his youngest son as he sat eagerly waiting by the boy's side. He sighed and sat down on a nearby futon cushion. "Sasuke," he started, calling the boy's attention. "Tell me, what all did they do to Naruto?" he questioned. Sasuke seemed baffled as to why his father was asking him a question, but eventually supplied an answer. "Well, first I saw him running away from them, and I got curious, so I followed. Then I heard him scream from an alleyway and managed to get in, and they were there kicking him and throwing kunai and shuriken and even yelling at him, calling him names like demon, and they said they would kill him. One almost did, but I stopped him, but then he told me I could help them kill him." I got angry, so I spat in his face and told him that if he wanted to hunt demons so bad, then he could go to hell, because that's where they live. Taiki, the uncle who was standing in the doorway, snorted at this and started laughing some. Well, now that's telling him, isn't it, Sasuke? He guffawed. Mikoto didn't look pleased, as she didn't approve of her son using such behavior, no matter how much the men probably deserved it. She, however, didn't say anything, as she was currently focusing on Naruto. Anyway, then they tried to kill me too, but Mom threw her shoe at his head, and then Itachi and the Enbu appeared to help. He knocked out one man and arrested the others. Fugaku took his son's story into thought, then finally nodded and sighed. Well, this should prove interesting to say the least when it comes time to give Lord Third the report now, won't it? Please, father, Itachi stated, coming into the room. Allow me to make the report. You're still getting over a bad case of the flu, remember? I'll take care of it. Fugaku smiled, sighing and letting his true age ring out in his voice. Thank you, Itachi, he finally responded. He then looked up at his wife. So what injuries did he sustain? Just some cuts and bruises from being beaten and hit by sharp weapons. Oh, and one of the assholes destroyed his eyes with a kunai, no doubt. He's already lost so much blood. I'm surprised he's even still conscious. Language, Mikoto, language, scolded Uruchi as she re-entered the living room with the medical kit. Don't be swearing in front of the kids. Mikoto laughed apologetically. Sorry, it's just they made me so made you know, Taiki chuckled. You know, huh? You sound just like Kushina when you talk like that, he laughed. Mikoto only nodded solemnly, remembering her dear old friend who died the same day she'd given birth to the very child now in her care. When she'd seen his hair and whisker marks, she'd known right away. Who's Kushina? Wondered Sasuke curiously. Mikoto beamed down at him. A very old friend of mine who died a long time ago, she replied. Oh. Sasuke nodded, then turned back to Naruto's form lying on the sofa. After a while more of Mikoto's scanning, a frown developed on her face. Fugaku noticed. What's wrong, Mikoto? Mikoto huffed, blowing a strand of her black hair out of her eyes. I'm not sure, she admitted. The other injuries seem to be healing fine, and think I know why, but his eyes, whatever's healing his other wounds isn't healing his eyes, and even though I'm trying, I can't seem to figure out what's going on here. Fugaku came over to examine him more thoroughly himself. He knelt down beside his wife and gently pried open an eyelid, but it still made the boy whimper. Deciding to play her part, Uruchi, despite her better judgment, bent down, grasping the boy's hand, and began rubbing it. Shoo, she shushed soothingly. None of that now. We need to see how bad it is, so we can help. Just try to relax. It'll all be over soon. That's right, Naruto. Sasuke piped in, using Naruto's name after having picked it up from everyone else. Soon you're gonna be all better. Just wait and see, he beamed. Naruto sniffled. But I can't see, he stammered pathetically. Itachi now stood over him with his mother and father, activating his Sharingan to see if he could find any starting points. He sighed heavily. I doubt we'll be able to do him any good right now, he implied regretfully. I don't think we'll be able to figure this out without a fully trained medic, although Mother's skills are somewhat useful. He needs to see a doctor, but it seems the storm is picking. There was an incredibly loud sound of thunder that interrupted him, causing some in the room to jump some more than others. Naruto yelped and then started crying again, but not as loud as before. Meanwhile, Sasuke had all but leapt into his aunt's embrace, scared out of his wits. Up, Itachi finished with a mutter. There was silence as the rain picked up outside along with the howling wind. A shaking Sasuke peeked back out of his aunt's stomach to see Naruto shaking uncontrollably. That was a big one, huh? He asked no one in particular. Sure was, his aunt agreed. It near scared the bejeebers out of me. Sasuke laughed lightly at this, pulling himself from within her embrace and scooting closer to Naruto's head. Don't you think it was a really loud one, Naruto? Sasuke asked, trying to make conversation with the frightened blonde. Naruto slowly nodded. Yeah, he agreed in a tiny voice. I don't like it. Sasuke beamed with a goofy grin that Naruto couldn't see. Yeah, me either, he replied. Naruto gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, Fugaku turned to his eldest. Itachi, were you going to say anything else about Naruto's eyes? He queried. Itachi was pulled from his reverie and nodded. Yes, I was going to say that Mother was right that Naruto got cut, but I personally don't believe that it was by an ordinary kunai. No, I believe it was done by someone wielding a chakra blade, which indicates that there were definitely some chunin among them, maybe even a jonin. Perhaps that's what messing up the healing process. There could be minuscule residual amounts of chakra and metal from the blade. Of course, I'm no expert at looking into things like that, but maybe one of the Hyuga could use their Byakugin and take a look after the storm. For now, the best we can do is bandage him up. Fugaka nodded, looking to his wife. She too nodded, then proceeded to stand and lift Naruto from the couch. All right, we're going to bandage your eyes for the time being, Naruto, but first we're going to give you a bath and get you all cleaned up. Naruto could only nod as he was lifted, and once again his cheek was resting on the woman's shoulder. Is this what it's like? He wondered to himself. To be held by a mother? It's so warm that he rested his head as she carried him, and he heard her voice as she called back to her youngest son. You too, Sasuke. You're absolutely filthy, she stated. Sasuke then proceeded to sniff himself and look back at his mother embarrassed. It's not that bad, he complained. However, his mother's piercing glare was all he needed to know that he should probably listen. He got up and ran after her and Naruto. Not too soon afterwards, both Sasuke and Naruto found themselves in the warm waters of the bathtub. Sasuke was having fun playing with some of his bath toys while Naruto just sat in the water quietly as Mikoto hummed and washed his hair. His eyelids remained closed over his dead eyes, and all he could hear next to him was Sasuke having a ball and splashing around with his toy fish. Eventually, though, it was his turn to have his hair washed, and he grumbled through the entire process. Naruto just sat smiling faintly as he thought to himself, is this what it's like to have a brother? He wondered. Finally, Mikoto finished washing their hair and then began scrubbing their bodies with soap and a wet cloth until they were clean to her liking. Then it was time for towels and drying off. As soon as they were dried, Mikoto went about placing Naruto on the counter and using her medic kit, which had been brought in by Uchiha again, to the best of her abilities to ease any pain, and eventually wrapped some bandages around his head. Then she led him and Sasuke into Sasuke's room, where Sasuke found him a pair of clean pajamas. Here, these are mine, but you can wear them, Sasuke said as he held out the folded clothes to his mother since Naruto couldn't see them. Mikoto smiled at her son's kindness. Thank you, Sasuke. Now you go get dressed too, she said warmly. Sasuke nodded, smiling, and went to pull out another pair of pajamas and underwear for himself. Mikoto, meanwhile, aided Naruto in putting on the pajamas he'd been given, and soon both were dressed for bed. Naruto felt awkward. Are you sure you want me to stay? I don't live here, Don't be so foolish, Mikoto teased, tugging playfully on his nose. Of course you're staying. After everything that's happened, I'm not about to throw you out in the rain. In fact, I don't think you should be living all by yourself at your age. Honestly, I don't know what the third Hokage was thinking. Naruto became surprised as he was once again scooped up into Mikoto's arms. Sasuke, if you're done, why don't we all get a nice bedtime snack? Okay, replied the 5-year-old enthusiastically. Their bedtime snack consisted of some cookies made by Mikoto the other day and some milk to wash it all down with. Mikoto had to help Naruto find his way to the cookie plate, but once the boy had figured it out, he only needed to repeat the motion of reaching, grabbing, and then munching as he brought the cookie up to his mouth. Eventually, both boys had their fill, and Mikoto led them both back to Sasuke's room. I'm sorry, but we don't have much room, so you'll get to sleep in Sasuke's room with him tonight. Is that all right? She asked. Naruto nodded, still not knowing just who this Sasuke kid was who'd saved him earlier and unsure of how to express his gratitude. Since both boys were small, they could both fit in the same bed, where Mikoto placed a rolled-up blanket in between the two so they wouldn't roll on top of each other. Then, as the winds howled outside and the thunder continued to crash, causing Naruto to start sniveling again, Mikoto sat at the edge of the bed and started reading them a bedtime story, one of Sasuke's favorites about a ninja hero who traveled to a land of giants on a mission to bring back a golden swan. Naruto found that he liked it a lot. Then Mikoto declared lights out and kissed them both on the forehead goodnight. By this time, the storm outside had begun to settle down, but only slightly. The thunder still sounded, though softer than before. The two lay there in silence for a while, the new sounds and smells confusing Naruto greatly. He was definitely not in his little apartment, but in a way, he felt like he was at home. Before he could drift off, though, A curious Sasuke poked him lightly in the arm. "Hey, are you still awake?" he whispered. Naruto nodded slowly, then decided to speak his answer. "Yeah," he whispered back. He waited for a while until the boy asked him another question. "So why were they chasing you? Did you do something that made them mad?" Naruto clenched his fist. "No," he snapped, surprising Sasuke. "I never did anything to them, but they always come, especially today. It's my birthday." "Oh well, happy birthday. How old are you?" "5," came the reply. "Cool. I'm 5 too," Sasuke declared. "So, why do they come anyway? Is it something your mommy or daddy did, or do they just not like you for some stupid reason? If so, then why wouldn't your mommy and daddy stop them?" Sasuke waited for an answer, but only heard sniffling in the dark. "Hey, are you crying again?" he wondered. I, I don't know why." Naruto spluttered thorough tears. "They just hate me. Everybody in the village hates me. They look at me as if I'm some sort of monster that doesn't deserve to live, and they kick me out of places because they don't want me around. Then they come on my birthday in groups trying to kill me or just beat me up. Not even do the other kids like me. I, I don't have any friends or parents. My mommy and daddy died a long time ago. At least, that's what the Hokage said. They died defending the village from that demon fox that attacked a long time ago. I'm an orphan, but they kicked me out of the orphanage 2 months ago, so the Hokage gave me an apartment. But they know where it is, so they attack there too." Naruto's voice caught in his throat as the thoughts kept coming to him, and began he to sob quietly into the pillow. I'm, I'm all alone," he cried as he shuddered. Sasuke took his story with shock. How could anybody be so hated for something they didn't do or didn't know about? How could an orphanage kick out a kid about his age and tell him to fend for himself? How could the village he lived in have people so heartless and cruel? He just couldn't understand. "I can't imagine being without mother, father, and big brother," Sasuke thought to himself. "It must be scary having to live in fear of everyone around him, being thrown around like a rag doll because of something he doesn't know about. And what about nightmares? If no one was there, did he just cry himself back to sleep or not sleep at all? What all does he eat? No one's there to make his food or wash him or do anything. He probably has to do it all for himself. That kind of life, it sounds sad and scary." Naruto continued sniffling on his side of the divider. Thinking it over in his head, Sasuke lifted the divider blanket and put it behind him. Then, doing the only thing he felt would stop Naruto's crying, he scooted over some and hugged him, shocking the 5-year-old blonde with the contact. Naruto was too stunned to react. "Mom always says that hugs are the best cure for loneliness and pain, but that they should only be given to family or friends. Naruto, I want to be your friend, okay?" Naruto, not knowing what else to do, took a while to register those words before shuddering and weeping some more, however much it hurt his eyes. He turned towards where the warmth was coming from and shuddered with sobs again as he said, "Thank you, Sasuke," he blubbered. Sasuke beamed. "It's okay. You're welcome. Just try to get some sleep now, okay?" Naruto shuddered again and nodded. The two boys remained in their hold for a long time, with Sasuke hugging Naruto and Naruto snuggling down into the warmth of the hug and the covers. Eventually, they fell asleep side by side, and that night, for the first time in a while, Naruto Uzumaki didn't have a single nightmare. Chapter 1. Blind but okay. A door slid open within the Uchiha compound, and an excited Sasuke tugged his newest brother through the door. He pointed, even though he knew he couldn't see, and brought him closer to what he was trying to show him. "And this is our dining room where we eat, and there's the kitchen over there. This is our table, it's really smooth," he exclaimed quickly. Sasuke led Naruto over to where the table was and got him to sit down on a cushion to feel the tabletop. It was a new thing for Naruto, to feel around for everything and try to catalog it to memory. Now that he no longer had his eyesight, he had to rely on his other senses. When Naruto was done feeling the tabletop, Sasuke once again tugged on his arm, getting him to his feet so he could take him around to feel all of the cupboards with his hands. He felt everything from the wooden exterior to the metallic handles, and then his hand grasped something softer and less solid. "That's Mom's dish towel," Sasuke explained. "It sure is soft, isn't it? It's hanging on the handle to the oven door, and above that is the stove. I wouldn't touch that though, since it gets really hot when it's on. I did that once and it really hurt." Sasuke then led Naruto towards another room of the house right past his Aunt Uruchi as she was entering the front door to drop off some baked goods. She smiled at the little 5-year-olds, both of which now were her nephews. "Showing Naruto the house, are we?" she asked Sasuke as he went by, towing Naruto behind. Sasuke turned towards his aunt with a huge grin on his face. "Yep, we're going to the TV room next, and then outside," Sasuke exclaimed. "Ah, I see." His aunt smiled, then turned her gaze on Naruto. "And what about you, Naruto? Are you getting a good feel of the place, or is Sasuke just towing you from place to place after you've poked it with your finger?" She chuckled as the young Uchiha made a pouty face. "Auntie, no fair," he whined. Meanwhile, Naruto just blushed somewhat nervous in the woman's presence. "And no, I'm getting a good feel." "Oh, really?" he stammered. Uruchi sighed and chuckled to herself, ruffling the boy's hair as she went to drop off her delivery in the kitchen, handing both Naruto and Sasuke a cookie from the basket she was carrying. Each took it gratefully and said thanks. Naruto's barely making it through his mouth as Sasuke began towing him in a different direction. Uruchi watched them go, sighing heavily and wondering to herself why she'd been so foolish to think of Naruto as the nine-tailed fox before. After his experience, Naruto had slept soundly with Sasuke, and Mikoto had come in the morning to find them cuddled up with one another. She found it cute, and while no one was looking, snapped a picture for the family photo album. Next, it had been a fairly busy morning as Mikoto got the boys ready to take Naruto to the hospital. There, Naruto underwent several treatments, with the third Hokage dropping by to make sure the boy was okay. During that time, Mikoto had let Hiruzen Sarutobi have a piece of her mind about what she was feeling, and the unfortunate Hokage had to listen to it as eyes from the nurses and some of the patients and visitors turned on him. Needless to say, she'd made up her mind. She was going to fight for the right for her and Fugaku to adopt Naruto Uzumaki. At that precise moment, not only had Sasuke gotten pumped up at the thought of having a new brother in the family, but the nurses and doctors had also come forth with some fairly heavy news. Naruto's eyes couldn't be saved and were forever damaged. Mikoto had wondered to herself why the fox spirit inside of him hadn't decided to heal them, but had to quickly push it from her mind as she and everyone had to accept that Naruto would forever be blind. She'd had to go into his room after they'd told him the news, the third Hokage with her, and by that time, her husband too, who'd felt well enough to come in and comfort the poor boy as he cried at losing his sight, the thought scaring him something awful. Luckily, though, Sasuke had been able somewhat cheer him up with the news that his mother was going to adopt him into their family, so he wouldn't be alone anymore. Of course, after this, Mikoto had begun her long battle, first against her husband. "Mikoto, what are you thinking?" Fugaku had barked. "We can't take that boy in. You know what's inside of him, and though I know he's not the beast, it only further strengthens the village's distrust of the Uchiha." Mikoto had been furious. "Oh, you and your clan," she'd shot back. "Don't go preaching to me what's going on. I already know. Hell, even Itachi knows. But tell me, are we truly such a cursed clan that we're just going to concern ourselves with our silly title only serving a name that we can change for the better if we only just stopped being so goddamned uptight?" "Mikoto," Fugaku had started, but his wife wasn't about to be cut off. "No, don't you Mikoto me. You saw what those brutes did to Naruto. They took his eyes. How's he supposed to get by now when he lives alone and can barely defend himself against a drunken army? The Hokage would station bodyguards after something like that, or try and find another family who'd be willing enough to care for him." "And who would?" she'd said, flaring up again. "You know full well as I do that there's nobody besides the Hokage and a couple of select shinobi who would take care of him, but would they actually know anything about raising a child? He doesn't need bodyguards, Fugaku. He needs love and proper care, something others in this village refuse to give him. If we don't reach out to him now, it'll be too late." "Mikoto, it's not just about that. You know that the council would never allow our clan to adopt the boy after what happened 5 years ago. We're still under suspicion, and though I don't doubt that it was an Uchiha controlling that beast, we need to find out who it was, and putting the boy in that kind of danger is unnecessary. Look, I want to protect him as much as you do. After all, Minato and Kushina were my friends too." Mikoto had looked away. "Fugaku, if we start throwing excuses like that around, then it's no better than if we had disregarded Minato's legacy to his face. I know the risks, but I also know that if we don't take them, then not only do we corrupt that legacy, but we corrupt our own future as well. Worse than it already is. There had been a long silence then, and it became unsettling. Then finally Fugaku had pinched the bridge of his nose. You really won't be swayed, will you? He'd questioned. She had shaken her head in response. He sighed heavily. Very well. We will face the council together and fight for the right for Naruto to be our son. Fugaku, do you really mean it? Fugaku had given his wife a soft smile indicating a yes. I have to pay back Minato for saving my life all those years ago. Besides, Sasuke seems to like him, and even Itachi seems to as well. Plus, I have to admit, in the one day he's been here, he's kind of grown on me. Mikoto had smiled and Fugaku had taken her by her hand, and this was how they'd entered the council room much later and their battle began. Of course, the council had been against the Uchiha adopting the Jinchuriki, and their reasonings were like and much more convincing than Fugaku's argument had been. However, the couple wouldn't be swayed, and only the third Hokage seemed to want to take their side. Well, after a long and hefty battle, they'd finally won, and on the same day had adopted Naruto Uzumaki into their little family. Sasuke had been ecstatic with the news and Naruto had been beyond shocked. The youngest Uchiha had then proceeded in showing Naruto around the house, just like they were doing now, so that Naruto could become familiar with the environment. Uruchi remembered that while Fugaku and Mikoto had been fighting the council, she'd had to watch over the boys whenever Itachi was too busy to do so, and she too had to admit that the little blonde had grown on her. She'd also learned from Fugaku that he was the child Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and she'd then known that the fourth Hokage would never have wanted to make Naruto, his own son, into a monster. With this realization, it was much easier to get close to him. Now, as she set the baked goods in the kitchen, she could hear Sasuke excitedly showing Naruto the backyard. She chuckled to herself as she watched from the window as Sasuke gently towed Naruto this way and that, the blonde remaining ever so quiet. It had been the way he was on the day they got back from the hospital. She sighed in sadness as she remembered. Naruto, who'd used to be a go-lucky happy kid, whenever he wasn't plagued by those accursed stares of hatred, had also been loud and obnoxious. However, after his incident and the discovery of his blindness, the little 5-year-old boy had become an introvert too scared to do anything alone for fear of being attacked. He'd become quiet and shy and just allowed Sasuke to take him wherever the raven-haired 5-year-old wanted to go. Pretty much Naruto had come to trust Sasuke with his life since he'd saved him from being beaten to death. Uruchi smiled again and finished what she was doing, then she left the house, heading back to her bakery. Meanwhile, Sasuke was showing Naruto the small pond surrounded by rocks. This is our pond, and it's really pretty, Sasuke explained. Now be careful and don't fall in because it's still deep, and if you don't know how to swim, you'll drown. Naruto nodded, reaching his hand out and gently placing his hand on the surface of the water. After they were done with the backyard, Sasuke began showing him around the whole Uchiha district. By this time, the word of Naruto's adoption had spread around the whole compound. I still don't know what Fugaku was thinking, whispered a male in front of shop. Adopting that thing into the family. I know, but we'll have to go with it because he's now protected by the head of the clan, stated another. The whispers continued as Sasuke and Naruto ran about, paying no heed to the despisers. Soon, after another corner, Sasuke accidentally ran into someone's leg, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to fall on their behinds. Hey, what the? The voice said, and Naruto cringed, thinking they were in trouble because of him. However, the man who'd spoken only smiled and crouched down. Well now, aren't we in a hurry? The voice teased. Sasuke recognized him right away. Shisui, he exclaimed excitedly, then he turned to Naruto. Naruto, it's Itachi's best friend Shisui. Don't worry, he's really nice. I see, stated Shisui Uchiha. So you must be Naruto, the newest member of the family, is that right? He chuckled, then reached forth and ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair. Naruto gave a faint smile. I've heard a lot about you, Naruto. I hope you'll like it here with us. Yeah, and me too, Naruto responded shyly. Shisui smiled and took up one of Naruto's hands, placing it on his own cheek. Here, he stated, I already know that you can't see any more, so we can get to know each other by texture. This is my face you're feeling right now. Oh, okay, Naruto stuttered. He ran his hands carefully around Shisui's face, feeling every cheekbone, eyebrow, and eye. He felt awkward having to feel around someone else's face, but it was all he had to get a good image in his head to imagine what someone would look like. Shisui chuckled at the boy's shyness. So are you two going to take a break for lunch anytime soon? He wondered. Naruto didn't even know what time it was. He started. Oh yeah, it's almost time for that, isn't it? Sasuke exclaimed. He then turned to Naruto. So Naruto, what would you like to eat? Naruto blushed, feeling embarrassed with the decision for lunch now on his shoulders. He turned away somewhat and began digging his big toe into the ground. Um, I, I like ramen. If that's okay, he stammered. Shisui chuckled. Well then, since I don't have anything better to do today, why don't I take you guys to Ichiraku's ramen hut? I know it's the best in town. It is, Naruto said suddenly, then he backtracked from his statement, going red in the face. I mean, I usually always eat there when I'm by myself, and the old man's nice to me and everything. Then it's decided, Sasuke declared. To Ichiraku's ramen. Then he began pulling Naruto along at the same pace they'd already established, with Shisui making up the rear. They walked for a while, the outside world of the compound confusing Naruto, as usually he would be able to tell where he was going with sight, and he'd get there faster. But with every step it seemed to take forever, and once again he internally growled at not being able to see anything. Finally they arrived at the shop and stepped inside. Sasuke helped Naruto up on a stool, and suddenly a familiar cheery voice sounded nearby. Ah, Naruto, exclaimed Tucci, the ramen shop owner and best maker of ramen ever. I haven't seen you in a while. How things been going? Naruto wasn't quite sure on how to respond, but nevertheless he found a way and was more open. It's been really great, I guess, he said. I mean, I have a new family now, so it's good. Tucci's eyes widened in surprise, and he smiled big. Oh, I see. So someone's adopted you, have they? Which family? Sasuke suddenly piped up. My family, he exclaimed, and Tucci became even more shocked as he recognized the youngest of the head of the Uchiha clan sitting in front of him. You mean you were adopted by the Uchiha clan? He said incredulously. That's quite a surprise. I never thought they'd do something like that. It was nothing, Sasuke chimed. Shisui chuckled. Believe it or not, Sasuke's mother and father fought the council for the right without caving in, Shisui complimented. He reached out his hand to ruffle Sasuke's hair. And Sasuke here saved Naruto from a bunch of drunkards on his last birthday, from what here. Is that so? Tucci stated, impressed. Well, that's mighty brave of you, Sasuke. Sasuke chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Thanks, he replied sheepishly. Suddenly, a young woman came out of the back of the shop in a hurry. Hold it, she stated. What do you mean save from a bunch of drunkards? What happened to Naruto? She demanded. They all, except for Naruto of course, looked up in surprise. Tucci's granddaughter, was standing with an over-worried look on her face. Shisui tried to make it sound not as bad as it had been. Well, on his birthday last week, some drunk men thought they'd chase and catch him, but it kind of got out of hand because they had kunai even though they were mere citizens. Sasuke just so happened to be going home with his mother when he noticed he went to Naruto's aid. Afterwards, my aunt was annoyed and decided to adopt him so he wouldn't be attacked again. However, the kinder version didn't change Iam's mood. Damn those idiots and fools, attacking a kid like that, and on his birthday too. It makes me sick. Why I oughta head down to whatever cell they're being held in and smack them silly until they were black and blue. There's just no excuse to cause a child so much hurt. Shisui smiled at her. I couldn't agree more, but don't worry. Those men won't be causing any more problems from now on. Sasuke may have stepped in to help, but so did my aunt and cousin, Itachi. I can only imagine the scare they got when the ANBU showed up with Itachi in the lead. They'd better not. I am threatened bringing up a strainer she'd been working with. Otherwise I'll be the one to knock him straight the next time. I don't care if they're all men. Shisui chuckled and Sasuke slightly cringed as at the moment, Iam reminded him of his own mother's scariness whenever certain rules were broken or people were being hurt. Tucci meanwhile sighed and chuckled. Well, as long as our Naruto is doing all right now, I'm glad. In fact, I think I'll let your first bowls be on the house. Shisui raised an eyebrow. Are you sure, old man? I have the money to pay. Tucci put up a hand to wave away the offer. Not to worry. After what happened, I can't very well charge you. Besides, Naruto missed his 5th birthday ramen special, so this will more than make up for it. Naruto blushed. Thanks, old man, he stuttered. All right, Shisui agreed. Thank you. If it's not too much, I'd like to try your newest seafood-based ramen, please. Shisui bowed in thanks. Tucci laughed lightly. Sure, no problem. I assume it's the super special for you, right, Naruto? Naruto blushed. Yes, please, he replied. Tucci then turned to Sasuke with a smile. And what about you, young man? What would you like? Sasuke contorted his face into one of thought. Well, I don't really like anything too sweet, and tomatoes are my favorite. Tucci chuckled. Well then, why don't I see what I can do then? I'll whip you up something to your liking, and you can taste it to see if you like it. Who knows? We could create a new flavor. Sasuke's eyes widened. You can do that? He asked, amazed. Sure. Part of the fun of working in the food business is coming up with new recipes and flavors people might like. You just sit back and wait. I'll come up with something that'll knock your socks off. Sasuke beamed and became excited knowing that he'd be able to help in making a new flavor of ramen that might one day become famous. The two cooks got to work preparing the dishes, and the three hungry guests waited patiently, making some small talk all the while. Finally, 3 piping hot orders of ramen were placed in front of them. Naruto's was piled high with the good stuff of the special order from pork to shrimp and veggies, and Shisui's was filled with various seafoods. Sasuke's had tomatoes in it with an assortment of some other vegetables that would spice up the flavor, and once the noodles passed his mouth, he was impressed. Sasuke moaned, indicating he liked his. Tucci chuckled. After a while, the sounds of slurping ramen could be heard from the guests except Naruto. Gave him a questioning glance. Naruto, why aren't you eating yours yet? You're usually halfway done by now, she said, causing Naruto to blush. Well, Oh wait, I've got it, Sasuke declared as he reached over and separated Naruto's chopsticks for him and then carefully placed them in the blonde's hand. Tucci and Ayam seemed to be curious. Why couldn't you do that yourself? Wondered Ayam. Naruto shied away again, blushing redder in embarrassment. Well, He can't, Sasuke helped out. Ayam raised an eyebrow, and her grandfather did the same. Those mean men who beat him up scratched up his eyes with a kunai, or chakra blade, or something my brother mentioned. He can't see anymore. Ayam's hands flew to her mouth in shock. Tucci remained somewhat impassive. I see, he said, turning around. Well then, Naruto, just take your time then. There's no rush. Naruto nodded, still slightly embarrassed. Oh, you poor boy, Ayam said. Naruto looked down, not seeing anything, his cheeks burning red. Ayam, Tucci scolded. Don't you go making him feel bad about it, okay? Ayam shrunk away from her grandfather's gaze. Yes, of course. She then went back to work. Naruto, meanwhile, had finally brought his head up again and started to feel around carefully for the bowl. As his left hand felt the side of it, he brought it up to grip it better. Then he did the same with his chopsticks hand and felt around until they clinked against the bowl. He then brought them up and proceeded to lower them into the broth. He leaned forward and, with the practice of doing it many times before he'd lost his eyes, he began to pick up the noodles and carefully brought them towards his mouth. As he ate slowly, he marveled at how much better it tasted as he savored every bite since he wasn't focused on seeing it. He had hit his cheek a few times and drew the attention of almost every customer and Tucci and his granddaughter. Shisui and Sasuke only gave him glances to make sure he wasn't having any trouble. When he was finally done, he said shyly, Thank you. Tucci smiled. No problem. Would you like another bowl? He asked. Naruto shook his head, finding for the first time that one heaped with everything was enough. Perhaps without eyesight, newer possibilities were opened to one when they no longer relied on their eyes. Shisui and Sasuke gave their thanks, as well, having finished ahead of Naruto, and then they all walked out into the sunny street, with Sasuke leading the way for Naruto. They went to many different shops that before would have had Naruto thrown out of, but instead now, since he was with the Uchiha and word traveled fast, he was allowed in with Sasuke and Shisui beside him. However, despite not being able to see, Naruto could still feel the glares of hatred and contempt directed towards him, and it made him shy away more from people in the street when they stopped to see if the rumors were true. Sasuke noticed this, of course, and took up the duty of turning his own glare back and holding onto Naruto's hand tighter so nothing would happen to him. They spent the rest of the day just walking around the different districts and checking things out, and when the sun was just setting, Shisui took them to a playground near the river and just a few blocks away from the compound. Naruto had fun as Sasuke invented a new game for them to play where Sasuke would make a sound or bang on the play equipment and Naruto would have to guess which direction he was hiding. It took a while to get used to, but eventually the two boys were having fun and Naruto for the first time in a while was laughing. Finally, it was time to head home, and both boys were exhausted. Shisui couldn't help but smile and marvel at their already strengthening relationship. As they were walking home, Naruto suddenly collapsed on his knees. Shisui turned about slightly worried something or someone had happened to the little blonde. But Shisui only sighed in relief as he saw Naruto was only tired and hadn't been able to continue walking. He now sat in the middle of the road rubbing his deadpan eyes and yawning. "It seems someone's mighty tired," said a voice as a figure appeared. Shisui grinned, knowing who it was despite him wearing an ANBU mask. "Hello, and how was your day, Itachi?" Shisui questioned. Itachi rolled his eyes at his friend and took off his mask and put it away behind him. "Big brother," Sasuke exclaimed. He'd begun rubbing his eyes too. "Are you done early today?" Itachi turned to his younger brother and smiled. "Yes, they decided there was nothing more for anyone to do, so my entire squad was let off early. And it looks like I arrived here just in time. You two look about ready to collapse, although one's already gotten that part down." Shisui chuckled with his friend as Sasuke rubbed his eyes and yawned. "No way, I'm not tired. I can still walk," he protested. Itachi merely rolled his eyes again. Meanwhile, Shisui approached Naruto, who'd begun to nod off some and hefted him up onto his back, where the blonde felt for his shoulder and rested his head there, closing his eyelids. Shisui then looked to Itachi. "Shall we?" he said with a goofy smile on his face. Itachi too kept smiling as he lifted Sasuke up onto his back. "Yeah, let's go home," he stated. Sasuke squirmed some. "Big brother, I said I could walk," complained the younger Uchiha. "It's all right, Sasuke," Itachi assured. "You just worry about conserving some energy for dinner, all right? You look like you've had a long day, so don't be stubborn." Sasuke looked about ready to protest, but his body wanted nothing more than to rest, so he just did as his brother suggested and placed a cheek on one of Itachi's shoulders and shut his own eyes. "Fine, you win," he said. The two older Uchihas took the boys upon their backs, back to the compound. There, they let them nap a short while Makoto prepared the dinner. She hummed to herself, and Itachi helped by setting the table. Fugaka sat reading a paper at the table, and all was quiet. 3 years, he suddenly stated, calling Makoto's and Itachi's attention. "Huh, what was that, dear?" she asked curiously. Fugaka sighed and folded his paper. "I mean, there are 3 years left until both Naruto and Sasuke will be old enough to join the academy. The problem is, what are we going to do about Naruto?" "Oh, I hadn't even thought of that," exclaimed Makoto. "You don't think they'll use his blindness as an excuse to not accept him, do you?" she asked worriedly. Itachi scoffed as he peeled potatoes for the stew. "Even if a ninja is blind, he can see all around him. He just needs some training is all," he stated matter-of-factly. "In fact, I don't think it would hurt much if we started training Sasuke too, if only a little before the academy. There's no law saying they can't learn something from their own family now, is there? And the Hyuga clan practices the gentle fist technique at a young age. I hear Hayashi Hyuga is already beginning to train his firstborn daughter." Fugaku closed his eyes in concentration. "I suppose you're right on that point," Fugaka stated. "However, ever since Naruto's adoption, many clan members have been planning to use him as a weapon. They've been trying to convince me to stage a coup d'etat of the village and use the Nine Tails Jinchuriki as a main force. I swear, the absurdness of this clan sometimes." He shook his head whilst pinching the bridge of his nose. "You told them off, didn't you?" Makoto wondered, slightly disturbed by the news. Fugaku opened his eyes to look at his wife with a stern gaze. "Of course I did, Makoto. I'm not about to turn Minato's and Kushina's last legacy into a human weapon. In fact, I wish to avoid any coup as much as possible, to come to an understanding with the council like civilized people. And Itachi, I'm going to need your help in this." Itachi turned to face his father, who was once again pinching the bridge of his nose in thought with his eyes closed. "What did you have in mind, father?" Itachi questioned. Fugaku opened his eyes yet again. We'll talk about it later after dinner in my study. Also, if you could bring Shisui as well, that would be appreciated. Itachi raised an eyebrow. But why just Shisui and me? He wondered. Fugaku held his eldest son in his hard gaze. Because I know that you two would do most anything to defend the Hidden Leaf Village, and I know that you're the only other Uchiha in this clan who won't betray me. Also, I want Naruto and Sasuke left out of the loop, alright? They're only children, so they don't need to know about all of the crap that's about to happen. Let's keep their innocence as long as we can. Itachi nodded. Very well. If that's what you wish, father, then I'll bring Shisui over tonight after dinner. Fugaku nodded. Good. Now go see about getting the boys up for dinner, Mikoto stated. I'll just put those potatoes in and finish up, all right. Itachi nodded. Then he placed down the last potato he'd been working on and headed into the room where Sasuke and Naruto were resting from their long day. He crept over and began to nudge them. Sasuke woke up first, slow and groggy. Big brother, he asked. What gives? Isn't it night time? He yawned some. Well, not quite. Itachi smiled. It's almost time for dinner, and I thought you two would want to eat something before you called it a night. Sasuke yawned again, rubbing his eyes. All right, he replied. Then he turned to Naruto and started gently shaking him until Naruto moaned out. What is it, Sasuke? It's dinner time, sleepyhead. Wake up so we can eat. Naruto then slowly sat up and began rubbing his own eyes despite them not being able to see anything. Then after a while, Sasuke led Naruto into the kitchen where the stew was finally finished and being placed on the table. Sasuke led Naruto to an extra futon cushion that had been dragged up, and they sat together on the same side of the little table. Mikoto, seeing that Naruto was still somewhat sleepy, helped him eat his fill as Sasuke slowly ate his. If anything at all, the warm stew only made them more tired. Finally, at the end of it all, Naruto fell back asleep at the table and Sasuke began rubbing his eyes again as he tried to stop himself from nodding off. It was Itachi who helped them with his mother to the bathroom to brush their teeth, then finally put them back to bed. Afterwards, Itachi set out to find Shisui and bring him to the secret meeting between them and Fugaku. And as events began to unfold, both Naruto and Sasuke slept soundly, now newly made brothers, and completely unaware of the coming struggles of their future. Training? Questioned Naruto uncertainly as he stood beside Sasuke on a clear training ground which Fugaku had requested for the day. That's right, Fugaku clarified as he stood before the boys. On either side of him was Shisui or Itachi, who also stood fairly poised and ready. Fugaku had awoken the boys early and had brought them along with Itachi and Shisui to the training field that more often than not was reserved for the Konoha police force which he headed. Having made his announcement, both boys gave different reactions. Sasuke was brimming. Excited his father was giving him some attention for once, and Naruto, well, he was shying away and trying to hide behind Sasuke, afraid of the prospect of fighting without sight. He was more frightened than intrigued. Fugaku cleared his throat. I want you both to become as strong as you can be, and in order to do that you'll have to start training early, especially you, Naruto. Naruto flinched. During your sessions, you'll either be taught by Itachi, Shisui, or I until we deem you worthy of passing our tests. Each one will be difficult, but if you stick with it and never give up, then you'll pass. Of course, we're only slightly preparing you for the academy, which is coming up fast in the next few years, and if you both want to do well, you'll study hard and work your butts off, understood? Sasuke gave a boyish giggle and saluted. Yes, sir, he replied enthusiastically. Naruto cringed again behind Sasuke, calling the raven hair's attention. Hey Naruto, what's wrong? He asked curiously. But I can't see. I can't become a ninja if I can't see, he stammered. Fugaku sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. However, before he could say anything, Shisui came up to Naruto and placed a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder, and though Naruto couldn't see it, he could sense the elder was smiling at him sincerely. That's the point of training, he stated simply. We're going to help you to see Naruto through your other senses. If you can become a good enough sensory-type ninja, then you won't need to worry about having no sight when it comes to your eyes. A shinobi must be able to utilize and use every one of his senses, but most people who know how to see are handicapped sometimes because their eyes present a problem with them not being able to properly utilize other senses. So if we can train your other senses and your chakra molding abilities, then you should stand a better chance at graduating the academy in a few years and becoming a ninja. Naruto seemed to brighten up a bit with this explanation. Do you really think I can? He asked nervously. Sasuke brought a hand down on his brother's back and pulled him into a headlock. He smirked. Of course you can, silly, he stated with a chuckle. With father's and big brother's help along with Shisui's, we'll both become really cool and strong ninjas someday. Just wait for it. You'll see. Well, so to speak. Naruto nodded, smiling shyly. Sure, okay. I'll give a try, he said. Sasuke beamed and turned to his father. See, now we're ready, father. When are we going to get started? Fugaka chuckled to himself as Itachi stepped forward. Right now, he stated. Now at first, we're going to take things slow, but you'll have to grin and bear it even if it proves boring. In order to start, we'll begin with meditation and feeling for chakra within our own bodies. You'll be doing this with father and me whenever father isn't around. Then when it's time for combat training, I will also train you in that alongside of Shisui. Now any questions? Sasuke's hand shot up into the air immediately. So what's meditation got to do with training anyway? He half-asked, half-whined. Itachi sighed. It's meant to help you understand and better control your chakra, and this is important if you're planning to become a ninja, as every ninja must learn it. Chakra, after all, is key to unlocking and learning new jutsus. You'll learn this no doubt in the academy when you go. That and meditation is good for the body, mind, and spirit, Fugaku interjected. It teaches the ninja patience and most importantly how to conserve energy. All in all, it is important if you wish to learn anything at all, and Sasuke. If you wish for me to teach you the fireball jutsu, then you'll have to pass meditation first. I won't teach you if you don't prove you can learn anything first. Sasuke lowered his head as his father scolded him, and Naruto listened on intently. Fugaku then cleared his throat. Now, before we begin meditation, every morning we'll begin with some exercise. First up is a jog around the training field, and Naruto, don't worry. We'll be on standby to make sure you don't get hurt. Naruto gulped. Meanwhile, Fugaku made a line in the dirt in front of him, then sat down, looking back up at the boys afterwards. All right, this line is your endpoint. Sasuke, don't be babying Naruto the entire way. He needs to learn how to do these things by himself. The only help he'll receive is from Shisui or Itachi, understand? But Sasuke tried to protest, but was abruptly cut off by his father. Understand. Fugaku pressed. Sasuke hung his head. Yes, sir, he replied. Naruto, meanwhile, was sweating profusely, the new fear of having to run the perimeter of the training field by himself scaring him worse now than the prospect of training. Meanwhile, Fugaku sat back on his knees on a futon cushion in the grass and closed his eyes. Good. Now when you're done, you may join me in meditation. Now begin. With that, the two boys began to run. Naruto more slow-paced and tentative than Sasuke, who would always keep looking back worriedly to see how his brother was doing at the start. However, Shisui and Itachi were there to make sure they stayed focused. Itachi appeared beside his younger brother. Sasuke, don't concern yourself with Naruto. He's our responsibility. Just keep running and no looking back. But what if he gets hurt, he wondered. Just as he said this, the blind Naruto a little ways behind him ran into his first tree as they'd entered the forest. Sasuke's eyes widened with panic as he watched Naruto stop and hold his face with his hands, already beginning to blubber. Sasuke, Itachi barked in his ENBU voice, causing Sasuke to flinch. Like I said, Naruto is mine and Shisui's responsibility. You just focus on running to the goal like father told you. As for Naruto, he's meant to run into things. That's just the way it is. If he doesn't, then he'll never learn and won't be able to move forward. It will hurt at first, but soon, he'll become strong. Just have faith that he'll pull through. Sasuke wanted to protest, but somehow he felt his brother was right. But at the same time in his heart, he also felt he was wrong. Of course he knew that Naruto couldn't be babied forever. Somehow, someday he'd have to grow up and stand on his own 2 feet. But he knew that if he just outright abandoned him, then he'd never get the support he needed. Sasuke couldn't quite figure out his conflicting feelings, and he himself almost ran into a tree but pulled out at the last second and skimmed by it, just getting a slight would burn on his arm. Itachi remained beside him as he looked back once more. This time Naruto was still running, but with Shisui beside him explaining probably the same thing to him as Itachi had just explained to Sasuke himself. It was this time that Sasuke saw him that he saw something new about Naruto. Instead of breaking down and simply crying about being treed in the face, he was fighting back the tears of pain, and with Shisui's words flowing through his ears and into his head, he seemed more determined. Slowly as he kept running, Naruto was slowly breaking away at his shell, and even though his eyes were dead, Sasuke could have sworn he could see a fire burning in them, one that would never waver. With newfound confidence for his brother, Sasuke turned about again and then decided to give Naruto the only support he really needed. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come on, you can do it, Naruto!" He all but screamed as he picked up speed and started to run at a steadier pace. Little though did Sasuke expect to be answered. "And you can do it too, Sasuke," shouted the little voice of Naruto from behind. "We both can, you know." Sasuke at first was stunned until Itachi spoke up beside him with a slight chuckle. "See, as long as you both believe in yourselves and one another, you'll be able to become worthy shinobi someday." With those words added onto Naruto's, Sasuke felt a surge of power he'd never felt before, a warm feeling spreading all throughout his body. He grinned a goofy grin as he leapt up into the air and shouted again, "Yeah," and with that kept running. Both boys continued their morning jog with new vigor and determination for the training to come, even if it was filled with hours of meditation. Once they finished, Sasuke coming in first of course, they began their meditation session with Fugaku. When Naruto had come in, he was covered from head to toe in scrapes, cuts, bruises, and splinters. But nonetheless, the two sat on either side of Fugaku and meditated, all the while listening to some of his lessons on balance in life. This process continued for the next few months, which slowly began to take on more training during the day. The boys eventually started combat training with Itachi and Shisui, and though Sasuke held a natural talent for speed and precision, Naruto more than made up for it with his strength and unpredictability. Soon they also began to learn how to mold their chakras and send it to separate parts of their bodies. Of course, for Naruto, this was much more complicated with the fox being inside of him without his knowledge, but nevertheless, they both made progress within the 3 years they had until the academy. As for Naruto, thanks to his sessions with Fugaku, Itachi, and Shisui whenever he needed private training, he eventually became accustomed to sensing chakra all around him whenever he placed a foot down on the ground. He was able to turn it into a sort of rebound reverberation where he would send his chakra into the ground, and it would bounce back to him once it hit something. It became his way of seeing things without the use of his eyes. However, it was still a work in progress, so whenever he was near chakra signatures he couldn't recognize, Sasuke would still be able to act as his eyes. Things continued on like this until the first day of school. Naruto could sense the sun coming through the window of the room he shared with Sasuke. As a natural reaction, he was the first one up again. He quietly got out of bed, but once his feet touched the ground, he felt wobbly enough that he fell back hard on his bed, causing Sasuke to stir beside him. The raven-haired boy sat up and yawned, looking towards Naruto with a questioning glance. "Hey, what's up? Why are you up so early, Naruto?" Naruto blushed, looking kind of sheepish as he scratched his head nervously. "Well, today's supposed to be our first day at the academy, and I guess I'm still kind of nervous." Sasuke tilted his head with curiosity, then got out of bed whilst throwing his covers to one side and walked over to the dresser where his clothes were kept. Come on," he said as he pulled open a drawer and pulled out a short-sleeved black t-shirt. "What's there to be nervous about? Everything's gonna be fine. Even if we don't have all the same classes together, we can still eat lunch together, and I'll be there to watch your back in case of bullies. Just let me know if anybody's picking on you, Kay?" Naruto gave a weak smile. "Yeah, okay," he replied as Sasuke, having finished changing shirts, was already working on pulling up some gray shorts that went down to his knees. When he was finished, he closed the drawer with his foot, then made his way over towards a separate dresser that held different clothes inside. He opened one drawer and fished around. "Besides," he continued, "Itachi and Shisui said it's never good to worry about stuff like that, otherwise you'll do bad when it counts, so just relax. Do what mom says and look up at the positives instead of the negatives, and you'll be fine." With that, Sasuke finished fishing through the drawers of the second dresser, and Naruto looked down with his dead eyes and began playing with his feet. I could have gotten my own clothes, he mumbled. Sasuke closed the drawers of the dresser and turned around. Yeah, yeah, so sue me, Sasuke replied sarcastically. Here, he called as he tossed the folded clothes casually through the air, and Naruto caught them in one swift movement. Sasuke smirked. Huh, you're getting better at that, he stated. Naruto smiled softly, still aiming his dead eyes at his feet. Thanks, he replied bashfully. Then he slowly yet quickly got himself dressed for the day, taking the time to fold his pajamas and make his bed, placing his favorite nightcap on his bedpost. Then he made his way over to the door of the room, already memorizing where it was from living in the house for 3 years now. In fact, he could now adequately walk the house without tripping anymore, as he knew where everything was, in Mikoto. His adoptive mother had made it clear that everything should stay the way it was for his sake. The two entered into the kitchen, where Mikoto Uchiha was already up in Adam, making breakfast and humming to herself. As they entered the room, she glanced over her shoulder and called out, "Good morning, boys. Are you ready for your first day at the academy?" she asked enthusiastically. Sasuke was the first to answer as he kneeled down at the breakfast table. You bet. Meanwhile, Naruto, still feeling slightly uneasy, just kneeled down carefully next to Sasuke. Yeah, I guess so, he replied tentatively. Mikoto cocked an eyebrow as she turned back to making breakfast. You don't sound like you're feeling ready, Mikoto noted. Anything that's bothering you, Naruto? You know you can tell me about anything. As she finished with making breakfast, she turned with the now full plates towards her two sons and placed them on the table. He's just nervous because he thinks he'll get beat up or made fun of because of his blindness, Sasuke stated as he reached for some chopsticks and broke them apart. And because he thinks the teachers will be too hard on him, and he won't be able to find his way around the school, and because he thinks the teachers are going to drop some ridiculously hard pop quiz on the first day. Sasuke went on listing the many reasons Naruto had come up with over the past week during their training sessions with Shisui. Mikoto laughed lightly. Oh, is that it? Well, Naruto, I doubt they'll give you a pop quiz on your first day. She sat down on her side near the table. Naruto looked down with his dead eyes at the table, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yeah, but if they hate me like everybody else does, he muttered under his breath, thinking of those who still scorned him and hated him despite his being adopted into one of the most powerful clans in the Leaf Village. Suddenly, he felt his hair being ruffled playfully by a larger, yet rough-skinned hand. Don't you worry about a thing, Fugaka spoke up from behind him. Itachi, Shisui and I have given you lessons that will help you deal with any bullies, and if any of your teachers give you a hard time in class, you just let me know about it, and I'll handle it myself. Oh, and don't forget, the third will be in the same building as you, and if he sees any shenanigans while making his daily runs, he'll put a stop to it himself. Plus, you have Sasuke who'll be there all day. Mikoto smiled up at her husband, who usually never used to wear a smile in his life until Naruto joined the family. She then looked back at Naruto, who was now listening intently. He's right, Naruto, she stated. Against all of those would-be bullies, you've got us and the third Hokage if you get into trouble. So don't worry, even if you have a rough first day, we'll be here waiting for you when you get back. And besides, I've already decided, tonight we'll go out to Tuchi's place for ramen, alright? To celebrate your entering the academy. Naruto brightened up at that, and then reached for his chopsticks too, breaking them apart. Alright then, he said with slightly more enthusiasm. I'll just do my best and make you proud. And with that he began slowly yet quickly eating his breakfast eggs which had been prepared for him. Mikoto smiled and ruffled his hair with her own hand. There now, that's the spirit. Just don't let anything get you down, and it won't be possible to have a bad day. Naruto nodded as he ate. Fugaka then sat down beside his two sons, and Mikoto grabbed him a plate and placed it in front of her husband. Thank you, he said as he picked up his own chopsticks to eat. Now, boys, I've got a little bit of time before the morning meeting at the police station, so I'll have just enough time to walk you to the academy. The boys looked up at Fugaku with surprised looks, as it was rare that their father would take them anywhere unless it had something to do with their training. You mean it? Asked Sasuke excitedly. You're really going to take us? But you're usually so busy. Fugaku scoffed. I'm never too busy for my sons. If I were then, I wouldn't make a good parent. Now just finish up your breakfast and finish getting ready. We'll go in a few minutes. The boys nodded and hastened their pace so that they didn't keep the Uchiha leader waiting. As soon as they were finished, they got up excusing themselves from the table and placing their dishes into the sink. Then they grabbed their bags and began to go to the front door. Ahem. Makoto cleared her throat, calling the boys to attention. They turned around to face her. She held up 2 paper brown bags and crinkled them in her hand. Forgetting something important, she teased. The 2 blushed and returned for their lunches, saying thank you as they were received, then turned back and went to wait by the door. Soon Fugaku was there too, dressed and ready with his sandals on and waving Makoto goodbye with the boys beside him. Then they began walking through the Uchiha district towards the main road that would take them to the academy. Along the way, Uruchi noticed them from the doorway of the bakery and called out a greeting. Good morning, Fugaku, Sasuke, Naruto. They turned to wave back. Morning, Auntie, the boys called in unison. Uruchi then looked around and came forward, broom in hand as she'd been sweeping. So then are you off to your first day at the academy? She asked excitedly. Sasuke beamed up at her, and Naruto gave his signature shy boy smile. Yeah, that's right, Sasuke boasted proudly. Someday we're gonna be ninjas. Yeah, if we graduate, Naruto added. Sasuke gave him an annoyed look, then brushed it off. Details. I'm not worried one bit, he stated boldly. Uruchi laughed as Fugaku sighed at his son's naivety. Well then, if you're so confident, said her husband as he stepped out of the shop carrying something. Once he stood in front of them, he gave them a warm smile. It's better to be insured, so here. Have some of my specially made dumplings as a good luck charm. Uruchi widened her eyes at her husband in disbelief. Taiki, she exclaimed. You'd better hope that Makoto doesn't find out you've been handing them sugar again. And what gives? Fugaku's right there. Taiki reached back and scratched the back of his head nervously. Oh, sorry. I forgot for a second, he replied sheepishly. The boys who very much wanted the delicacies turned towards Fugaku, who raised an eyebrow at their pleading faces. Fugaku raised a finger and scratched the side of his face, glancing sideways. I suppose I could let it slip since we are in a hurry. Just don't tell your mother, and she won't find out. The boy smiled up at him, then turned towards Taiki, who threw his head back and laughed. Well then, in that case, hand me your lunch bags, and I'll put them in so you can be on your way. You don't want to be late now, do ya? He gave another boisterous laugh as they gave him their lunch bags, and he let slide in 2 separate containers with treats inside. After receiving the sweets, they turned and waved goodbye as they and Fugaku continued on their way. See ya, called Taiki after them. Do your best, and have a good first day, cried Uruchi. Soon the bakery was out of sight, and a little after that they were out of the Uchiha district and walking down the street towards the academy. Along the way, Naruto could hear the hustle and bustle of the wakening populace of the village, and Sasuke could see many other parents and siblings walking other kids their age and slightly older to the ninja academy. As he got closer, he kept getting excited as Naruto kept getting more and more nervous. Despite all of the encouragement he'd received from his adoptive family, Naruto knew there were too many variables that could make the day go downhill at any time. His greatest fear of all was being separated from his brother Sasuke. Sooner than later, like Naruto wanted, they found themselves at the entrance of the academy's schoolyard. There were already a bunch of parents there with their children, all excited to start their first days like Sasuke was. Fugaku noticed Naruto's unease at the gate and sighed, wondering if the boy would ever relax. Meanwhile, Sasuke was trying to get a good look of everything. The 3 stood by the gate for a while before 2 curious little girls came over to them. Hey, I never thought they'd let you into the academy, the blonde one said to Naruto. Naruto turned towards the voice and cringed some at the words. However, the girl hadn't meant them to be rude or mocking, just curious, as her parents had always told her to avoid him before. But the little rebel she was becoming behind their backs would compel her otherwise. Fugaku, who'd heard, looked down at the blonde. And what do you mean by that, little one? He asked almost dangerously. The pale blonde-haired girl cringed and turned away, her face turning bright red. Nothing, I was just curious. Mom and Dad keep saying he's bad news, but I just don't get it. They kept saying he shouldn't be let into the academy, or at least my mom was. Fugaku became amused and knelt down beside the girl. Well then, maybe you should be the judge of whether he's bad or not yourself, he suggested lightly, lifting his tone some. After all, you never really know someone until you get to know them, am I right? The girl blushed again, but turned back and smiled, nodding. Yeah, I guess my parents have always told me that too. You're right, mister. She looked towards Naruto then, smiling and waving. Naruto, however, didn't react, which kind of ticked her off. Hey you, she snapped. I'm waving at you. Aren't you going to say hi or what your name is? Leave him alone, said the irritated voice of Sasuke as he came back to join them again. The girl with pale blonde hair turned and blushed red as she saw the newcomer, and the girl behind her, who had pink hair tied back in a red bow, became fixated on him with curiosity. The light-haired blonde, however, quickly recovered, not entirely liking the black-haired boy's attitude. Oh yeah, and why should I? She shot back. I waved at him, and he ignored me. I have every right to be cross. He didn't ignore you. He can't see, dummy. Sasuke retorted. A smack to the back of his head caused Sasuke to hold his new sore spot and turn to face the stern face of his father. Sasuke, watch your mouth. I won't have you calling names. Now apologize, he ordered. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. But, he tried to protest. No buts, he father interrupted. Sasuke's face flushed red as he turned to face the girl, fidgeting and looking down at his feet. Sorry, he muttered under his breath. This only boosted the blonde's ego as she smiled. That's okay. I forgive you, she replied with a sense of superiority. Meanwhile, the rosette behind her was peeking out curiously now at Naruto, who was digging around in the dirt with his foot. She tilted her head and wondered why her parents had ever told her to stay away when he looked so innocent. Excuse me, she spoke up with a small yet curious voice. Naruto, suspecting he was being spoken to, looked up. The rosette continued. How come you can't see? Fugaku, Sasuke, and Naruto were all taken aback by the question. Fugaku thought of the best way to answer and finally cleared his throat. Well, someone cut my eyes when I was little, Naruto said bluntly. The light-haired blonde's expression changed to shock. Cut your eyes? Who? She demanded to know. Naruto shied away some, but still answered her question. Well, some people who didn't really like me attacked me on one of my birthdays, and one of them cut them with a kunai he had. Oh, that sounds awful, spoke the shy rosette girl from behind the blonde girl. That must have been scary, the blonde added. Once again, Naruto shied away from the girls, turning some so he wasn't facing them directly. Well, actually, he started. I'm actually kind of glad, he said, shocking everyone present to hear. What? How could you be glad about something like that? The blonde girl asked, amazed. Something like that would make anybody else cry. Naruto dug his foot into the dirt again, blushing. Well, not for me, he replied. Crying kind of hurts my eyes more. But the reason why I'm glad is because, before that night, I was all alone, and then when they were attacking me, Sasuke came to save me, and then his mom and dad took me in, and I had a family, so I wasn't alone anymore, so I don't mind being blind because I know I don't have to see to know I finally belong somewhere. With his final words, Fugaku smiled at his adopted blonde-haired son. Meanwhile, the girls just stared at him in shock. Finally, the blonde-haired one smiled while blushing. You know, she started, speaking to Naruto and playing with the dirt around her own foot. You're kinda cute. At this, poor little Naruto began blushing so bad, he began to look like a tomato. He turned away quickly to hide his face behind Sasuke. What's your name? Inquired the rosette. Naruto continued hiding, causing Sasuke to give him a curious look. It's Naruto. Naruto stuttered through Sasuke's shirt. Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Hey, what's the matter? He asked of his brother. You're suddenly shaking like a leaf. Fugaku meanwhile chuckled as he recognized this form of attention as being crushed on. He reached forward and gently ruffled his hair. It's all right, Naruto, he said. She's just complimenting you so you don't have to hide. He slowly coaxed the blind blonde from behind Sasuke and slipped his bigger hand over his smaller one, the two hands naturally lacing together. Thank you. Naruto continued stuttering bashfully as he thanked the girl for her compliment like he'd been taught to do by Mikoto. The girl blushed some more before clearing her throat some. Well, anyways, my name is Ino Yamanaka, the girl said proudly. And if we're in the same class together, I want to sit by you, she declared. Naruto's blush worsened as this time he hid behind Fugaku's arm. Sasuke watched his brother and chuckled lightly. Then his eyes fell on the pink-haired girl just standing and staring. Sasuke furrowed his brow at her. So hey you, he called out to the rosette. She turned surprised she was being addressed and blushed slightly as she saw who was addressing her. Why yes, she stammered. Sasuke held her in his more than curious gaze. So do you have a name or what? He asked. The rosette blushed and quickly turned away. Well, my name is Sakura, she stated. Sakura Haruno. At this, Sasuke's look softened, and he smiled at her while he put his hands behind his head. Cool, my name's Sasuke Uchiha, he replied, giving a big grin. Sakura blushed again and started turning the same shade of red as Naruto. And nice to meet you, she stammered. Sasuke frowned then. Geez, what's with everybody stammering and stuttering today? Fugaku chuckled nearby and turned to his son. Well, Sasuke, today is your first day. I bet there are a lot of kids here who are just as nervous with meeting new faces, but don't worry. Things will get into full swing within a month or so as people get to know one another. It's all right to be a little shy. Sasuke blinked, then shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, okay, he replied. Suddenly, the bell for the academy went off, and all heads turned towards the front of the building where the Hokage himself stood. A jonin beside him raised his hand, and then his voice. All right, could all new students please come to the front entrance, please? The rest of you, if you have a class you should be in, I suggest you get there right away before you're marked tardy. And parents, we please ask you to stand at the back if you're planning on staying for the opening ceremonies. Thank you for your cooperation. As soon as he finished saying all of that, the parents surrounding them began to move as they said goodbye to their children on their first day of school and sent them to stand in front of the Hokage. Fugaku turned to his two sons. All right, that's your cue to get going. I'll be taking pictures in the back for your mother, so behave yourselves. The boys nodded. Then he turned to the girls. You two should probably go and find your parents and wish them well before you go and stand with the others. They nodded. All right, we will. Ino replied, taking hold of Sakura's hand and turning to drag her back to their parents. As they went, Ino looked back over her shoulder and waved at both Sasuke and Naruto, though Naruto didn't see it. It was great meeting you two. Hope we're in the same class together, she called one final time before her, and Sakura disappeared within the sea of parents and kids. Sasuke turned to his brother and took his hand. He smiled warmly as he began leading him towards the front. Come on, Naruto. We'd better get going, he stated. Naruto just nodded and let himself be led through the crowd to the front of the line where the third Hokage stood in all his glory. Sasuke chose a free spot and stopped, letting Naruto stop right beside him. Then the man who'd spoken before spoke up again not too soon after. All right, and now the third Hokage is going to address the students, he declared as he stepped back from center stage and the Hokage stepped forth. He cleared his throat and gazed out into the sea of new and young faces surrounding him. Good morning to all of you. Today is a very big day as you are now entering into the Ninja Academy for the first time. I will not lie to you in saying it'll be an easy road, as no road in life has ever been easy, and coming to this school will place new challenges in front of you to face. There will be bumps and falls along the way, but if you can stick with it, do your best, and show what you are made of, then I have no doubt in my mind that you will become worthy ninjas someday. But until then, it's up to you to listen to your teachers, learn and apply your newfound knowledge as best you can until that day that you graduate. So then, let's begin a new journey together and open the doors and windows of opportunity ahead. That is all. With that, the third Hokage bowed to the new students and let a female teacher with glasses and curly hair take his place. Meanwhile, people had begun clapping after the Hokage's speech, and Naruto couldn't help but feel inspired. He wondered how a man like that could have possibly gained such a title and the respect of every villager in the Leaf. Then he began wondering what it'd be like to be in the Hokage's shoes, to be respected and revered for what he could do and the way he would protect those people. Suddenly, Naruto came to a conclusion and turned to Sasuke. Hey Sasuke, he started. Sasuke turned to his brother. Yeah, he questioned. I think I want to try and become Hokage someday. Sasuke's eyes widened with shock. Huh, why would you want to do that? Naruto looked down with his dead eyes. Well, he's respected by everybody in the village, and he's a pretty amazing guy, so maybe if I become Hokage someday, then maybe people will look up to me instead of looking down, you know. I mean, if I show the village I'm not a menace, maybe they'll start to like me instead of hate me. Naruto began playing with the dirt at his feet again as Sasuke held him in his gaze. He then gave his brother a warm smile and turned back to the stage, tightening his grip slightly on Naruto's hand. Well then, if that's what you want, he started, then I guess I'll just have to help you get there. Naruto's dead eyes widened with surprise. You really mean that, Sasuke? Sasuke scoffed. Sure, I mean after all, I am your brother, aren't I? Naruto stared towards his brother's voice with an innocent look that soon turned into an innocent smile. Yeah, thanks Sasuke, he said. Sasuke smiled too, then laughed lightly. Yeah, alright. Well, first things first. We've got to pass the academy and make it to Jinin first. So let's give it our all. Still smiling, Naruto turned his head towards the stage. Right, let's do it together. And with that they waited in the crowd of kids until the woman now up front finished sorting the students into their homeroom classrooms. Needless to say, Naruto and Sasuke were put into different homerooms in their first year. However, despite feeling fearful, Naruto's first year in that class wasn't all that bad as he'd thought, minus the calculating and cold stares of some of the students and the teacher, that is. And ironically, Ino Yamanaka ended up sitting beside him after all. It was the second month of their time at the academy and Naruto and Sasuke only ever got to see one another in the morning at home, at lunch at school, and finally after school as Mikoto Itachi, Shisui, or sometimes Fugaku would walk them back home. It was a bright and sunny day today as Naruto stood at the edge of the schoolyard at the beginning of lunch. He was all alone, and he looked frantically around with his ears and his chakra sensory trick to see if he could pinpoint Sasuke, who was running late today. The boys would usually meet at the entrance to the academy where Naruto had learned to walk to on his own in the last month, and then they would find somewhere to eat lunch together. However, as Sasuke hadn't shown up yet, Naruto began to worry about what had happened. Suddenly, he heard laughter nearby and looked up. Hey, what's the matter, freak? Sneered one of his daily bullies, Kosaka. His friends behind him laughed some. Good afternoon, Naruto replied. He always tried to be polite to the boys, but they didn't like it as they thought he was trying to be stuck up. One of them stepped forward and pushed Naruto back some, Naruto giving out a tiny yelp of surprise. What's that? Do you think you're better than us or something, brat? 'Cause I can tell you now, we don't want your greetings or sentiment. In fact, since your so-called brother isn't here, I guess I'll finally be able to teach you a lesson. He brought his fist back and Naruto, sensing the motion, cringed, frightened that he was about to get hurt. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Called a stern voice from behind Naruto, coming into the entryway. The boys froze. Kosaka, you're supposed to be in detention right now. I suggest you get moving before I give you another one for tomorrow. Irika Yumino stood behind Naruto and the boys, arms crossed. He was definitely not pleased. Humph, this is not over, Kosaka growled at Naruto. He released Naruto's shirt collar and proceeded to walk back inside. Meanwhile, Irika eyed the other boys surrounding Naruto. And what about you boys? He questioned threateningly. Should I give you one for causing trouble, or will you go and have your lunch somewhere else? The boys seemed to hesitate, but eventually they just dispersed and went elsewhere. Irika sighed. Geez, what am I going to do with those boys? He questioned himself. Then his eyes fell on Naruto, and a warm smile reached his face. Most people hated Naruto, and that usually rubbed off on their children, but Irika knew why. It was hard to believe that a boy this frail would be strong enough to hold back the nine tails, but unlike the others who would throw dirty glances and hatred his direction, Irika could tell the difference between a beast and a child. He reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. Sorry about that, Naruto, he apologized. But it's a good thing I got here when I did, right? Why don't you go find somewhere safe to have your lunch, okay? Naruto only shook his head. Okay, but after Sasuke gets here. We always eat together, he spoke shyly. Irika smiled. All right then, just try to stay away from trouble, okay? He walked off back into the school. Naruto continued waiting for Sasuke. He kept trying to listen for his footfalls. Suddenly, he felt something bump into him from behind, and before he knew it, he was falling towards the ground. Oof, he exclaimed as he landed. Something was on top of him, but it didn't make a sound until it quickly got up. I'm very sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going, and I tripped so suddenly It was a girl's voice. Naruto thought he recognized it, but he wasn't sure. He began to feel his way to his feet. It's okay. It was only an accident, he reasoned with her. Why yeah, I guess so. She stammered. There was a long, awkward silence that followed as the girl with tinted blue hair began to fidget uncontrollably. She was also turning the color scarlet. Well, better go have my lunch before break is over, she said quickly. Naruto nodded. Yeah, okay, he replied almost sadly. The girl hesitated before she went. Don't you have to eat your lunch too? She wondered. Naruto blushed and turned away. Well, you see my brother and I normally eat together, so I'm just waiting for him. Oh, what's your brother's name? Sasuke, he replied. Sasuke, the girl said shocked. You mean Sasuke Uchiha is your brother? Naruto blushed more. Well, yeah, we might not be related by blood, but we're still brothers. The girl burned a brighter red as she tried to piece together her next words. Well, I don't know how to say this, but, well, Sasuke is in my class, and well, he had got in a fight with someone, and so now, they both have detention during lunch. I am sorry, but Sasuke's not allowed out today. Naruto hung his head. Oh well, okay then, he said sadly. He kicked a stone near his foot that he'd sensed and looked down. The girl fidgeted some. Feeling bad, she dropped the bombshell like that. Sorry, she repeated. There was another pause, but then she got an idea. You know, if you want maybe I could eat lunch with you. Of course you don't have to if you don't want to, she added quickly. Naruto looked up some. You really mean it? He asked surprised. You'd really eat your lunch with me? The girl turned away from his stare. Oh, of course. I mean, no one wants to eat alone, all right. She continued to fidget. Naruto smiled brightly. Okay, thanks. I'd like that. He replied with his own tinted red cheeks. The girl blushed more, but smiled. Oh, okay then. I know a spot where we can eat in peace. See coming? She asked as she began to walk away. She turned back when she realized he hadn't moved to follow her. What's the matter? Naruto blushed completely red and turned away from the direction of her voice, where her eyes would also be. Well, you see, I'm kind of blind. I can't really see where I'm going sometimes, and sensing new things right away is hard. I can still barely make it around the school without holding onto a wall. The girl smiled again, and her blush calmed some so that her face didn't look like a tomato. Well, would you like it if I maybe held your hand while we walk? Naruto nodded shyly. The shy girl then walked up and gently took his hand. Then she turned, reddening some more in the face as she began to lead Naruto towards one of her personal favorite lunching places. So, what's your name? Naruto asked her. She smiled as she continued to lead him. And my name is Hinata Hyuga, she replied. Naruto smiled. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. And the girl led him to a tree in the schoolyard with a lone swing hanging off the branch. No one else was there, so she helped Naruto sit on the swing beside her as it was big enough for two small children. They spent the rest of the lunch break getting to know one another, and eventually, by the time the school bell rang, they'd managed to become friends, and they walked back inside the school, hand in hand. Chapter 2. The Blade That Fell. The school bell rang again, signifying the end of the day. Naruto waited for Sasuke in his usual place. His brother came bounding up to him, bag slung around his back, and he skidded to a halt in front of Naruto. So, how was your day? He immediately asked. Naruto smiled. I heard you got detention at lunch, Naruto commented. Sasuke gave his brother an annoyed look and made a noise to emphasize it. That wasn't my question, her retorted. Then he straightened up. Sorry anyway. It's just Kosaka was trashing you in front of the class again when you weren't even there, and I got angry at him. I hope I didn't worry you too much when I didn't show up. Naruto shook his head some. I was only a little worried at first, but then a girl bumped into me and told me that you'd gotten detention and she ate her lunch with me. Sasuke seemed surprised. Really? Someone else ate lunch with you? That's a first, he muttered. He caught what he'd said and turned towards his brother, putting his hands up. But that's a good thing, right? You made a friend. Naruto nodded as they began to walk down the hallway and out of the academy. Yeah, she was really nice, he agreed, his cheeks turning red. I remember. Her hands, they were really soft and gentle, just like an angel's hands. Sasuke smirked and snickered some at this. Hey, does that mean you like her? He teased. Naruto tilted his head with confusion. Of course I like her. She's nice and sweet. And her name's Hinata, and she's my new friend. Sasuke snickered more at the color of his brother's cheeks. What is it? Did I say something funny? Naruto wondered, still confused. Sasuke just patted him on the back. No worries, I'm just really happy you have a friend. You're gonna introduce me to her, right? He asked. Naruto remained confused, but shook himself from his stupor. Yeah, all right, he agreed, pulling a smile on his face. Meanwhile, as they walked to the gate where Itachi was waiting with Mikoto to pick them up, Sasuke continued to laugh internally at his brother's obliviousness to his earlier question. As they walked home, Sasuke and Naruto relayed their day to Mikoto and Itachi. Mikoto and Itachi seemed to share Sasuke's humor at Naruto's obliviousness when they asked if Naruto liked Hinata, and it continued being a little inside joke for a while after they'd reached the Uchiha compound. Alrighty boys, go and wash up for dinner now, Mikoto exclaimed as they walked through the door. Yeah, sure thing, Mom, exclaimed Sasuke as he took Naruto's hand out of habit and hauled him off upstairs. They washed up and put their bags away before making their way to the dinner table. Tonight was rice and fish with a special lemon sauce. Once everyone was kneeling at the table, they prayed, saying thank you for the meal before picking up their chopsticks and digging in. Dinners were usually quiet at the Uchiha residence, but Naruto enjoyed them. He could feel the warmth of the people surrounding the table and could taste the rich flavors of the food as he placed it gently in his mouth. It felt peaceful and safe, and Naruto could relax after a long day of being on guard of his surroundings. However, suddenly, he sensed some unease in the air. Curious, he turned his head towards where Fugaku normally sat. Using his chakra sensing method, he could tell he was being bothered by something. Itachi, he finally said, addressing his eldest son. Itachi looked up from his dinner across from his father. Yes, father? He questioned. There's going to be another meeting tonight. I'd appreciate it you came, he stated plainly. Itachi took a while before he answered his father. Of course, he replied. Then he went back to eating his dinner quietly. However, Naruto could sense through his chakra that he was now troubled by something. He wanted to ask what it was, but he knew it wasn't his place, especially when it came to clan meetings. But still, he just couldn't help but feel something was going on, and it made him scared inside. After dinner, the boys went up to their room and began to complete their homework. Since Naruto was blind, Sasuke would write the answers he gave to the questions he asked while Naruto sat on his bed afterwards and waited for Sasuke to finish. Finally, when it was time for bed, they'd get dressed, have a little snack from the kitchen, and then brush their teeth before crawling under their covers and then talking about something before falling asleep. Tonight, however, Naruto was silently thinking of his earlier feelings as Sasuke tried to ask him something about his new friend. Hey, I'm talking to you, Sasuke somewhat whined. Naruto was snapped out of his trance and shook his head. Sorry, he said, blushing some as he always did when he was embarrassed, shy or otherwise. Sasuke adjusted himself on his own bed to look at his brother with a frown. Geez, you've been out of it since dinner. I mean, you answered one of the questions on our homework twice the same, even though I'd moved on. What's up with that? I don't know, Naruto admitted. It's just, during dinner tonight, the atmosphere changed, you know. Dad? He felt strange, like something heavy was weighing on his mind. Then when he told Big Brother about the meeting, Big Brother started feeling odd too, like he also had something troubling him. Sasuke scoffed from his bed as he turned to face the ceiling. Don't worry about it. Dad probably just felt stressed from work today, and Big Brother was probably feeling the same because he works hard all of the time. It was probably nothing. But it didn't feel like nothing, Naruto protested. I mean, it felt like their words held some other meaning to them, like a secret they didn't want anybody else to know. It was scary. Sasuke watched from across the way how Naruto cringed into his blankets. Look, don't worry about it, Sasuke repeated. It doesn't do you any good like that. Besides, what could father and Big Brother have that secret? He asked. Naruto wondered that himself. It only worried him more. Suddenly, he felt the covers surrounding him shift as Sasuke nudged him to move over. What are you doing? Naruto asked, baffled. Sasuke just huffed. I know you. Now that your mind's wrapped around it, you won't be able to sleep. It's the same with when you have nightmares or you had a bad day. So just don't complain, okay? It's my duty as your brother. Naruto's dead eyes widened with surprise. Then he relaxed as he felt the familiar body heat next to him, and he sighed with relief, allowing his previous troubles to dissipate. "Thank you, Sasuke," he said tiredly as he finally drifted off into sleep. "No problem," Sasuke muttered as he too drifted off into unconsciousness. It was late after school. Sasuke had insisted on staying longer to practice throwing shuriken, and Naruto was trying his best to hit the target. At least with his chakra sensing abilities, he was able to hit or skim the outside sometimes, and whenever he got closer, Sasuke would encourage him on. Strangely enough, they had an extra trainee with them, and she too was practicing. Hinata had quickly gotten close to Naruto in the past few months since Sasuke had found her every lunchtime, so that Naruto could make his new friendship stronger. It always got Naruto and Hinata embarrassed whenever he even hinted at how similar they were when it came to their shyness. Nevertheless, the three had become close friends. However, Hinata hadn't been the only friend they'd made. During one of their lunch breaks, they'd chosen to sit on the roof of the building in the lunching area, and as they got started, two more people had shown up. One was chubby, looking with swirls on each cheek and brown hair, while the other one looked dull and bored. He'd been the first one to speak up, complaining that they'd stolen their usual eating space. Sasuke had wanted to retort, but before he could, Naruto had stood up quickly, blushing, then bowed, apologizing and offering to leave. However, the lazy kid just waved it off, saying that it'd be too troublesome to do so, and just had him and his friend sit with them. Sasuke was wary of them at first, making sure they weren't going to cause any trouble. Then Naruto had made a surprising comment on the chubby kid, saying that he was amazed at how fast his body was able to transform the food he ate into chakra, since his chakra sensing abilities had grown stronger. Afterwards, the chubby one who'd been flabbergasted just laughed awkwardly, saying it was the first time nobody had made fun of his body weight. Naruto laughed lightly in response, explaining his blindness and that if it was true, which he doubted, then he wouldn't be able to see it either way. Eventually, the two introduced themselves as Choji being the chubby one and Shikamaru being the lazy one. After that, they kind of shared the same lunching area as it was the best spot in all the school. Then it wasn't long after that Ino and Sakura began seeking them out, and they became a part of the group. Shikamaru believed girls to be troublesome, and then Ino went into explicit detail explaining why boys were more troublesome than girls. It had made Naruto laugh some. On some odd occasions, Shikamaru would bring a portable mini shogi board to school and would challenge Sasuke to a few rounds. At first he'd been reluctant, but then he'd become intrigued, and Naruto more often than not became his cheering section along with Ino and Sakura. Of course, Hinata was always torn between who to root for, and Choji just remained eating through the whole time. Usually lunch wasn't long enough though to have a full game and eat lunch at the same time, so usually they drew it short. After making new friends, Naruto began to settle down more in school, and whenever someone went to pick on him, Sasuke wouldn't be the only one standing up for him anymore. There was the odd time that Kosaka and his gang had tried to jump him again, but when they did, they were met with a fairly pissed-off Ino who chased them away. Suffice to say, the girl was her own kind of monster. Now, with new friends and Naruto's growing dream to become Hokage, things were looking up. Sasuke threw another round of shuriken at his post and fist-pumped when he got a perfect shot. Hinata congratulated him. "Good job, Sasuke. You just keep getting better," she praised. Sasuke stood tall and began to wipe an itch away from his nose, a wide grin displayed on his face. "Well, you know what they say, practice makes perfect." Hinata nodded. "Yes, that's true. And Naruto, how are you doing?" Naruto turned towards her voice with a sheepish smile and scratched at the back of his neck. "I'm probably not as good as Sasuke, but I have been practicing," he admitted. "What do you mean not as good?" Sasuke demanded, flabbergasted. "The only reason I'm good is because I can see the target. Just wait till you're able to throw those things at a moving target and nail it. How awesome will that be?" Naruto shrugged. "Awesome, I guess," he replied. Hinata giggled as Sasuke gave another incredulous look towards his brother. Then Hinata turned back to her post. "I think it'll be great to be able to become a shinobi who can't see with his eyes," she commented. "It opens up all of the other senses better and protects you against some genjutsus. Plus, nobody would think a blind shinobi that useful, so you'd have the element of surprise most of the time." Naruto nodded, taking in what she'd said. Not only that, but it'll make you a legendary Hokage for sure. Naruto blushed, and Sasuke laughed lightly, trying to muffle his voice at the same time. Naruto nodded, shooting a dead-eyed, pouty glare where he could hear his brother from. This only made him laugh harder. Then an idea popped into his head. "Hey Hinata," he started. "What's your dream for the future?" he questioned, catching the blue-haired girl off guard. What?" she stammered. Sasuke rolled his eyes, amused by her. "He's asking what you want to become when you grow up," he repeated. Hinata shied away, turning back to her post where she began to fidget with her fingers. "Oh, right, when I grow up. I've never really thought about that," she answered bleakly. Sasuke waved a hand in dismissal. That's okay. I don't really know what I want to be either, you know? Besides Naruto's bodyguard." "Hey, I won't need a bodyguard when I'm Hokage," he whined. Sasuke smirked and came up to gently flick his brother on the forehead. "Oh yes you will," he retorted. "While you take care of the village as Hokage, I have to keep watch over you so you don't get attacked by an enemy unexpectedly. It'll be my job as your bodyguard and your older brother," he declared. "Since when are you the older brother?" protested Naruto. Sasuke grinned. "Since I was born in July and you were born in October. I'm technically 4 months your senior." Naruto hung his head. "Yeah, I know," he sighed. Sasuke patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Someday you'll be Hokage and you'll get to boss me around." "How does that sound?" Naruto smiled some. Hinata watched the exchange with a smile on her face. In her opinion, Naruto would always be something special in her eyes. She admired how he could keep going towards becoming a shinobi without his eyesight. It made her want to try harder against her own weaknesses and improve herself. She didn't know why, but every time she was with Naruto, she felt stronger somehow and more courageous. She also felt warm, fuzzy feelings in her stomach which displayed themselves on her cheeks in a slight blush whenever he complimented her or even spoke to her. Then she admired Sasuke, who was such a kind older brother to him, and played and trained with him any chance he got. He'd defend Naruto to no end in school and even while out in the public street. It reminded her of her own relationship with her younger sister, Hanabi, and made her want to protect her even more from any harm the world had to offer. She watched the two boys exchange with a sense of peace within her when all of a sudden her face slightly paled. Sasuke looked up at her and noticed. "Hey Hinata, what's wrong?" he asked. Hinata snapped her head back, still with the somewhat panicked face she'd developed. "Oh sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you, but it seems well, I've stayed out past curfew tonight." Sasuke suddenly looked up at the sky and realized how late it had gotten. "Oh, looks like the same for us," he nodded. He went to the targets and started cleaning up his and Naruto's tools while Hinata did the same with her own. Then Sasuke took Naruto's hand, and they said goodbye to Hinata at the gate of the academy training area and departed their separate ways home. As they walked through the streets, the sun was practically vanishing beyond the horizon, and it didn't help that the Uchiha district was on the other side of the village from the academy. Nevertheless, Sasuke walked at a slow pace for Naruto's sake as they got closer to home. "You don't think we're in big trouble, do you?" Naruto questioned warily. Sasuke scoffed. "You worry too much," he scolded. "All we have to say is that we were practicing with Shuriken after school, and that's why we're home late, because we lost track of time." He gave a nod for confirmation to himself that that was all it would take. Naruto nodded behind him. They continued through the streets. Sasuke was relieved when they, or rather he, could see the gates to the compound up ahead. It was only now that Sasuke started pulling Naruto into a run since they were close to home, and Naruto could use his chakra sense to see where he was going in a place he recognized. The sun had fully set by this point, leaving a full moon in its place in the sky. However, before Sasuke could get too close to the gates, Naruto stopped in a dead halt that jerked Sasuke backwards. Sasuke turned around annoyed. "Hey, what's the matter? We're almost home," he wondered. Then he saw it. A face he'd never thought he'd see again after that night. Naruto's dead eyes were bugging out, and he was trembling with a sense of fear. Sasuke approached his brother slowly. "Naruto, what's wrong? What do you sense?" he asked. Naruto could barely hear his brother, though, as he began hyperventilating. Sasuke smacked him before he could go too far, and Naruto's hand flew up to his cheek with surprise. Sasuke," he stammered as tears began to pool from his eyes. Sasuke squeezed his hand while giving him a serious look. Naruto, what is it? He asked again. Naruto tried to calm down. Nothing. He got out between now developing sobs. Nothing at all. I can't feel anyone's chakra. And the air. I feel like I'm suffocating, he blubbered. Sasuke squeezed his hand again. It's okay. We'll just go home and tell mother and father and Itachi, okay? They'll know what to do. Naruto nodded, not knowing what else he could do. Sasuke turned on his heel, now worried. Since Naruto's training with his father, Itachi, and Shisui had begun, his chakra sensing abilities had increased by a lot, and Sasuke knew his brother was usually never wrong when it came to his chakra sense. Sasuke carefully led Naruto through the front gates of the compound, and he could see that every light in the district was out, which wasn't normal for this time of night. He gulped and began walking forward. For a fleeting moment, he thought he felt someone else's presence and glanced up at a telephone pole nearby, but found no one was there. Naruto whined some, shrinking behind Sasuke more, trying to hide. Sasuke himself was becoming more worried. Sasuke led Naruto around a corner and froze in his tracks. On the ground lay countless dead bodies of their kinsmen. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he himself started trembling. Naruto's grip tightened almost painfully around Sasuke's hand, and he began to go paler. What's going on, Sasuke? Why is everybody on the ground? What happened to their chakra? It's not there. He may not have had eyes, but Naruto was no idiot. He sensed where everybody was. He shook more uncontrollably, and Sasuke had to squeeze his hand to calm him down, knowing he'd have to be strong through this for Naruto's sake. Come on, let's go check on mother and father, he said suddenly, tugging on Naruto's hand and leading him down the streets of the Uchiha district until they reached their own front door. Sasuke shoved the door open and saw that the lights were out here as well. He gulped as he crept forward with Naruto in tow. Mother, father, we're home, he announced to the dark house. Naruto continued shivering. They took the time to take off their sandals and entered further. Suddenly, Naruto's head snapped up in realization, and he broke from Sasuke's grip. Hey, where are you going? Sasuke shouted with increasing worry. Naruto, having no need for a guide in the house anymore, ran quicker than Sasuke towards his adoptive parents' bedroom. Sasuke tried to follow but ended up tripping over his own feet and landing hard on the wooden floor. As he began picking himself up slowly so as not to invoke a head rush, he heard the most horrified, blood-curdling scream coming from his parents' room where Naruto had run. His face paled. Naruto, he shouted in a panic, following the scream to its source. Once he got to his parents' room, he found the doors open, and once inside, he froze with a mix of fear and horror on his face. His parents laid dead, one over top of one another, freshly slain as blood was trickling from their bodies, and all over the room the scent of death was strong. He followed one stray trail of blood with his eyes and saw Naruto lying at the end of it. On automatic, Sasuke rushed to his shivering side. Naruto, what happened? Sasuke questioned his brother in near hysterics. However, he couldn't answer as he was clutching his stomach with his knees pulled up and curled into a ball. Some drool was coming out of his mouth, and he couldn't stop blubbering. His entire front was splattered with blood. Naruto, screamed Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke felt another presence in the room and instinctively turned towards it. Out from the shadows walked a tall, imposing figure with bright red eyes. After some more moonlight was shed on him from the window, Sasuke was able to make out who it was, and some hope filled him as he stood. Big brother, he exclaimed near tears. Itachi, father and mother are both. I don't understand who could do all this. Sasuke was cut off as a shuriken whizzed past him from his brother's general direction and embedded itself in the door, which had closed after Sasuke's entrance. A few short seconds after, his shirt tore on the sleeve, and he felt a pain as his skin split apart. He looked back up to his older brother with utter shock and confusion on his face as he held his new minor injury. Wait a sec, what are you? Realization suddenly lit up Sasuke's features in a horror-stricken expression. Oh no, what you done? He asked frantically. Itachi's face remained calm as he spoke up. Foolish little brother, I almost pity you. Sasuke's eyes widened. Although I suppose the only one to pity here is Naruto. He indicated the shaking blonde on the floor. But then again, he's always been pathetic. He closed his eyes, then reopened them, and the Sharingan he'd had manifested before was now different as the Tomo were gone, and it looked like each of his eyes had shuriken in them. But Sasuke wasn't staring at them for long as suddenly he was standing outside again. Looking around, he was still in the Uchiha district, but the sky was red and the clouds were black and everything else was white. He had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, though, he saw Itachi coming through the night and cutting down one of the clan members, then another and another. Sasuke shook, unable to move his legs. He froze as he realized he was re-watching Itachi slaying the clan they'd seen dead in the streets earlier. He let out a scream as he held his head in agony, tears falling down his face. He watched as many clansmen rose to try and stop Itachi, but were cut down, their blood flying everywhere. All the while Sasuke shouted at the top of his lungs for Itachi to stop. Then all of a sudden, he was back in his parents' room, only the atmosphere remained the same colors. He watched helplessly from the side of the door as Itachi stood over his parents. His heart leapt in his chest with fear. He tried calling out to them. "Father, mother, stop it, Itachi," he screamed. But the sword was already swinging, and just when things couldn't get worse, the doors flew open and Naruto ran inside, chakra sense blaring. This time, Sasuke heard something other than the swing of the blade and his own voice. He heard Naruto. His eyes widened in fear as he realized what was going to happen. He reached out to try and stop him, screaming his name. Naruto. But it was too late as Itachi cut down their parents and Naruto, feeling it with his chakra sense, gave out a horrifying scream as he was splattered with their blood on his face, shirt, and some of it going into his open mouth. He then dropped to the floor, a complete wreck, sobbing. Sasuke yelled at the top of his lungs as the Genjutsu Itachi had put him under came to an end with Sasuke falling onto his knees holding his head. Then he fell forward onto the side of his stomach, sweating and saliva coming from the corner of his mouth as he tried to regain control of his breathing. Slowly, his spinning head came around too as he rolled more onto his front and glanced up at his dead parents. As Sasuke, he turned his attention to Naruto, who was shaking more than before. Sasuke, he choked this time as he was about to cry. Sasuke breathed out. "I am still here, in Naruto," he stammered. Naruto seemed to calm down some, having been scared by Sasuke's screaming. Sasuke turned his teary eyes back to his parents. "Why?" he asked. "Why did you do this? Itachi, why?" Itachi remained stoic on the other side of the room. "To test the limits of my ability," he replied coldly. Sasuke started. "To test your ability?" he questioned, trying to see if he'd heard right. "That's why you did this?" Itachi remained silent. "You're telling me that that was the reason why you butchered every single member of our clan and then made Naruto cry?" Itachi simply bowed his head, closing his now deactivated eyes. "It is of great importance," he replied. "Although, I do regret not getting it done quicker. Then perhaps Naruto wouldn't have walked in so prematurely." He then brought his head back up to watch his younger brother. At that moment, Sasuke was getting up, struggling to stand. His mind was just reeling and something was clawing to get out. "What are you saying?" he questioned as he struggled. Then in a heartbeat, he was up and running, charging towards his eldest brother, careful not to hit Naruto along the way and with a wild look in his eyes. You're out of your mind," he screamed as he got closer. Itachi's fist met his stomach, which caused Sasuke to double over in pain and fall to the floor near his parents' still faces. He struggled to breathe again as he turned his head to face his mother and father. His eyes suddenly filled with tears as he beheld them, and he began sniveling. Suddenly, the image of Itachi's sandaled foot was blocking his view, and his eyes widened with realization like before as he realized Itachi could kill him. He was up again, backing away, muttering about how scared he was. As he stared at his older brother in fear, Itachi's eyes glanced sideways, and Sasuke realized with dread that Naruto would be his first target. Itachi took another step, but before he could do anything, Sasuke was on his feet, over by Naruto and hauling him to his feet, shouting at him to run with him. The two managed to stumble out of the house together into the street. Then Sasuke dragged Naruto through the streets of the Uchiha district, still littered with bodies. But Sasuke paid no mind to them as he ran. His one and only top priority was to get himself and Naruto out of there and find help. Along the way, though, Naruto stumbled over a dead body, and feeling it against his bare foot freaked him out. He yelped and leapt back, landing on his behind. Sasuke whirled around. Naruto, come on. We have to get out of here. Sasuke then felt something beside him and turned back around just in time to see Itachi before his elder sibling knocked him in the side of the head, sending him flying to the side. Sasuke landed near a dead clansman and had to fight for consciousness, but the newly acquired concussion wasn't making it any easier. Meanwhile, Naruto could sense Sasuke had been thrown to the side and that Itachi was coming for him, but for some reason, he just couldn't move. Itachi arrived, then bent over to pick him up by the neck, further hurting him and causing him to whimper. Then he heard Itachi speak into his ear. "Tiny, helpless Naruto," he drawled. "You certainly have made your impression on this family, haven't you? I could kill you just as easily as I did to mother and father." Naruto shuddered. "However, I'm not completely heartless. After all, if it weren't for you, I'd have never come this far." Naruto began sniveling. "Why? What did they ever do to you? It's not fair." Itachi scoffed. "Oh, I believe we both know that life isn't fair, Naruto," he retorted calmly. "Just like it wasn't fair for those men to take away your sight or for my ambition to suffer because my clan was blind to see what was right in front of them. Life never gives out solely good fortune. You have to expect bad fortune as well, and those of us who never see good fortune are truly unlucky, so we have to make our own fortune, don't we?" Naruto tried to make sense of his puzzling words, but could barely form a thought. But Sasuke, and Mom and Dad. And we were. "You mean we were?" Itachi interjected. "Naruto, did you honestly believe you could be an Uchiha?" The Uchiha were a proud clan of Sharingan warriors who strove for the safety of the village. "The only reason you were ever accepted into our family was because Sasuke and my mother pitied you. Do you really believe you would have been accepted if your eyes had been spared?" Naruto tried to come up with an answer, but couldn't, and suddenly something was clawing at Naruto's chest, something from the inside that made it feel his tummy was churning. Tears welled in his eyes as a lump formed in his throat, and Itachi closed his own eyes and breathed. "The answer is no, Naruto. You could never have been an Uchiha for as long as you lived. You don't share our blood, and you have your own family name. So why don't you honor it? As for our name, leave it alone." There was a short pause as Itachi gave a huff. "You know what's funny? You and I are alike, Naruto. Neither of us ever belonged with them, and whether or not Sasuke ever did, well, that will prove itself in time now, won't it? I won't be killing you or Sasuke tonight. Neither of you is worth my time." Itachi began to loosen his grip on Naruto. "No," he squeaked out, causing Itachi to tighten his grip again. He choked some as Itachi narrowed his eyes at him. "What was that?" he questioned. "I don't believe I heard you." Naruto coughed, trying to speak. "I said no. I don't believe you. I did belong with the Uchiha, with you guys. Your mother, your father, uncle, and auntie, they all cared for me," he sniffled. "And so does Sasuke. There's just no way that all of that wasn't real," he cried out. "And I can tell you know it too. It's in your chakra. So please, tell us the truth," he begged. For a fleeting second, Naruto believed to have seen the passing emotion of surprise mingled with pride passing through Itachi's eyes, but it vanished just as soon as it had come. Itachi scoffed. "You and my brother are truly foolish. Fine, if you truly wish to be a part of the Uchiha then, you'll need a little something now, won't you?" he finished. Naruto gave him a questioning look and Itachi formed a single hand sign, a black crow arriving to perch on his shoulder. It had a scary-looking red eye which Itachi quickly reached back and in one swift movement, plucked it from the crow's socket. Naruto shuddered, but Itachi wasn't finished. He reactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and cast a Genjutsu on Naruto's mind using a finger sign, causing him to enter a deep sleep. Then he allowed his Mangekyo to do its work as he prepared the eye. Meanwhile, Sasuke was still struggling to stand after being hit so hard in the head and was finding it difficult. Despite his fear, he just couldn't let Itachi finish off Naruto. He'd save his brother no matter what. It was what he'd decided when Itachi had forced him to see how he'd traumatized him, and from that moment back, when he was standing up against those drunken men. Suddenly, he heard another earth-shattering scream from his brother, and he stiffened. Suddenly his eyes became more focused, a familiar feeling returning to his eyes from that first time. He was only frozen a moment before he was grabbing a kunai from the nearest dead Uchiha's arsenal without thinking and with a speed he hadn't known he possessed, he was on Itachi before the latter could bat an eyelash, causing him to drop Naruto's unconscious form on the ground. On instinct, Itachi leapt back, a deep cut running along his hand that once held Naruto. He stared at it almost amused, another expression of slight shock and pride running through his eyes before dissipating. He then glanced up at his younger brother who now held the bloodied kunai in both of his trembling hands, sweat upon his brow, and a two-tomoed Sharingan spinning in both his young eyes. Itachi remembered vaguely the night that his brother had saved Naruto from the drunks. As they'd been running home, he'd thought he'd caught a glimpse of the Sharingan in his 5-year-old brother's eyes, but when he'd tried to see it again in their living room, it had been non-existent. Now he understood, with an amused thought running through his mind, that last time he hadn't just imagined it, and that it had manifested while protecting Naruto. He allowed another prideful expression to pass through his eyes along with one stray tear. He straightened, keeping a straight face, erasing all emotion immediately, and stared bored-like at his younger brother. "I won't let you kill him," Sasuke stated matter-of-factly. "And I won't let you kill me either," Itachi scoffed. "What do you see in him when he is not of your own kin or blood?" he asked. Sasuke spread himself wider so that he was shielding Naruto behind him. "Well, I don't know what you see," he stated. "But I know what I see. He's my brother, and nothing more or less. No matter what you say or do, I'm not going to stop protecting him," Sasuke roared. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he charged his brother with the kunai in his hands. Itachi all too easily was able to defend against him, although Sasuke did manage a few surprise strikes. He skidded back again from another of Sasuke's attacks. He could tell his younger brother was getting tired fast, so he decided to end it quickly before a certain masked someone came poking his nose where it didn't belong. Itachi straightened. "Foolish little brother, do you honestly believe you can kill me?" he questioned. Sasuke was now standing at an odd angle from his original position, but was still so he could protect his other brother. His breathing was haggard as he was running out of energy. "I'm not trying to kill you," he breathed. Itachi cocked an eyebrow. "I'm going to send you to prison, and then I'll go to the Hokage." "And do you think you'll be able to accomplish that the way you are now? You're barely able to stand, let alone fight, and not even a genin yet. You haven't got a prayer of defeating me in the slightest, although I suppose I must commend you on your efforts so far and for awakening your Sharingan before I did. If I'm not mistaken, you were 5 when you first decided to protect Naruto from those men, and you awakened it, then correct?" Sasuke had no idea what his brother was talking about, so he just strengthened his stance. "It's quite all right," Itachi drawled. "Like I've already told Naruto, I won't be killing either of you tonight. You're just not worth my time. However, if you wish to eventually surpass me someday, foster your hatred and despise me, and if you truly believe him to be your brother rather than your own blood, then by all means, train together as brothers would and come after me. Otherwise, turn your back on him and follow your own path. For now, however, I'll let you keep your pathetic lives. I've outstayed my welcome." Itachi turned to leave, Sasuke not knowing how to react. Then his brother stopped, not turning around as he spoke. "Oh, and just to humor him, I've imparted a special gift for Naruto. If he truly wishes to be an Uchiha, then teach him, if you can." And with that, Itachi was gone. Sasuke's muscles loosened some, and he felt more wobbly. He dropped the kunai and shakily made his way back to Naruto, who lay unconscious on the ground. Before he knew what was happening, he had fallen down beside Naruto and held him close to him as if he would disappear or be hurt by someone else. He wept himself silently into blissful unconsciousness. The next time Sasuke awoke, it was just nearing noon 2 days after the incident, and he found himself groggy in a hospital bed. As he looked around, he tried to remember what had brought him here. As he analyzed the room, he tried focusing on many things, trying to comprehend his situation, and as his eyes swept the room again, he froze as he saw a person with 2 red eyes looking back at him. Suddenly, the memories flooded back, and he began to panic, backing away on the bed. The figure backed away too, causing him to stop. After a while, he realized he was just staring at the mirror across from his bed. Slowly, he got out of bed and walked towards it, staring at his eyes in fascination. He placed a hand on the glass and breathed. "The Sharingan, but when did I?" He wondered, but was cut off as a nurse opened the door and entered the room. Sasuke quickly allowed the tension he was feeling behind his eyes relax and watched in his peripheral vision as they quickly vanished, leaving behind his onyx black ones. The nurse froze as she saw him standing by the mirror. "Oh, you're awake," she stated surprised. Sasuke didn't give her a second to think as he was pushing past her and running down the halls. He was still in his clothes from that night, and he ran ignoring the nurse's calls for him to come back. Before he knew what was happening, his feet had led him out of the hospital, down the many bustling streets of Konoha, and to the gates of the Uchiha compound, which were closed off with cautionary tape. He blinked once, then forced his way into the compound past the tape, and without anyone on the site recognizing him or trying to stop him. Sasuke walked back to his house and entered, passing his sandals which had been left there the night he and Naruto had fled. Before he knew it, he was back in front of the doors to his parents' room, and slowly, he opened the doors. Inside, the bodies of his parents had been moved, but the chalk outlines of their corpses still remained along with the stain of blood in the wood. He approached the spot sadly and looked down. His parents, he realized with a heavy heart, wouldn't be around anymore. They were dead, and they were never coming back. The realization hit him hard like a ton of bricks, and he fell to the floor, shuddering and beginning to cry. "And mother," he sobbed. "Father," he shuddered. He curled himself up into a ball to cry, and he stayed like that for a while. Soon the sun was setting again, and he'd cried himself out, so he stood up and left his house with an empty feeling about him. He walked throughout the district, his mind lost to his sorrow. Finally, without even realizing it, he left the compound, this time catching the attention of the guards. "Hey, what do you think you were?" A man tried to question him only to get smacked by his partner. "You idiot," he hissed. "That's him, Sasuke Uchiha." "You mean he's the only survivor?" the man asked incredulously. "Well, him, and that kid the Uchiha adopted a while ago." "Oh." They continued to talk, but Sasuke didn't hear a word as he shoved his hands in his pockets and kept his eyes on the ground. Soon, he found himself sitting on a wharf on the river, looking at his own reflection. Suddenly it shifted, and he was staring at Itachi's face. He became angry and kicked his foot through the water to disrupt the image, then curled up again in another fetal position. "Over this way, there he is," a familiar voice shouted. Sasuke looked up with a blank, emotionless expression at the approaching figures of Ino and Choji. He decided he wasn't in the mood for anyone today and scowled at them. "What do you want?" he growled. Ino and Choji flinched slightly back, Choji falling off balance and onto his butt. Ino ignored this and turned to Sasuke with a highly frightened expression on her face and waving her arms. "Sasuke, you've got to come quick," she ordered. His frown deepened. "And why should I?" he glowered. Choji flinched again, but caught his breath again as he replied. "It's Naruto. He needs you," he said. Sasuke was on his feet in an instant, now with a worried look on his features. "What? Why, what's going on?" he asked anxiously. Ino kept waving her hands about. "We tried to reason with him, but he won't listen to us. He keeps saying it's his fault they're all dead because he's a demon," Choji interrupted her. "And that he's better off dead," Ino added. "Get to the point," Sasuke snarled. "He's trying to throw himself off the Hokage faces," they shouted in unison. Sasuke felt as if he was falling into a dark pit as his complexion paled completely. "Naruto's what?" he barely got out. Ino began tugging at his arm. "We just told you he's trying to jump off the Hokage rock faces. He wants to die, but we don't know why. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Sakura have gone to try and stop him, but he's your brother and he won't listen to us. Plus, he's faster than he looks for a blind kid, so hurry." Sasuke didn't need to be told a third time. He felt the adrenaline build within his body, and before either Ino or Choji could register what was happening, Sasuke was racing up the embankment to the river wharf he'd been sitting on and speeding through the streets, faster than Choji and Ino could even begin running. The villagers either sidestepped him fast enough or got shoved to the side as the raven-haired boy ran through the streets. Many complaints and many names were thrown about, but Sasuke had tuned them all out. He had one goal in mind, the Hokage monument. Eventually, he was racing up the mountain pathway. As he reached the top, he could see in the distance on the fourth Hokage's head. His friends were trying to coax Naruto away from the edge, but he knew he wouldn't listen to them, not after what had happened with Itachi. So as he reached the fourth's head, It was no surprise that Naruto had already leapt. Sasuke had sped past his friends who were growing shocked expressions. Feeling he wouldn't make it in time, he summoned some chakra like he'd been taught in class and enhanced his speed. Sasuke leapt too to catch Naruto and was planning to use his own body as a shield as they fell, but before they could, Hinata, being faster thanks to her clan's special training, had grabbed Sasuke's leg as Shikamaru grabbed Hinata's hand and Sakura grabbed Shikamaru's hand, using her already developing chakra control to dig her feet into the mountain. Now Sasuke and Naruto were dangling over the edge, staring at the ground. As Naruto registered what had happened, he began to squirm. No, I want to die. Let me go, please. I'm a demon, so I have to die. Sasuke tightened his grip on his brother. You idiot, he roared. What the hell are you thinking? Do you honestly believe killing yourself is going to fix things? Like if you don't exist anymore, then they'll all come back? They're dead, Naruto. Stone cold dead. Itachi's the one who killed them all. It wasn't you. Naruto continued struggling though. But he said that if it weren't for me, he never would have made it that far. And he said that I could never be an Uchiha because I don't have their bloodline, and that the only reason I was allowed to stay was because everybody pitied me. The villagers, they were right. I'm a monster and now the whole clan is dead because of me. I should have died that night on my 5th birthday. Shut up, yelled Sasuke. You're wrong. The whole damned village is wrong. They're the monsters, and so is Itachi. He murdered his own clan because of his ambition. Even so, he didn't spare us, so we could go kill ourselves or die in a hole. He wanted us to live and surpass him someday, and we will. We just have to get stronger, together. The truth is, I need you, Naruto, and you need me. And if you think for a minute that I regret saving you that night, then you're wrong. So stop feeling sorry for yourself, because as long as I'm alive, I won't let anything bad happen to you again. Just stop thinking it's your fault. Naruto's dead, and teary eyes widened. But I don't believe you're a demon, Naruto, Hinata said just above Sasuke. Naruto glanced up towards her voice. Hinata, he questioned as if just realizing she was there. Hinata blushed some though he couldn't see it. It's true, Naruto. You're not a demon. You're too kind and sweet, and if anyone else says different, they're wrong. She's right, you know, grunted Shikamaru. Those villagers are idiots if they think you're a demon. You're too much of a softy for that line of work. Besides, if anybody was a demon in this village, it'd be the housewives. They're way scarier. Naruto, you're too cute to be a demon and forget about being a killer. You don't have it in you. So get that stupid idea out of your head. Sakura shouted down her 2 cents while blushing some at her admittance, and Naruto stared up at their voices with wide, unseeing eyes. Soon, though, his eyes were filling with tears, and he began trembling. As Sakura, Shikamaru, Hinata, Sasuke, but why? He wondered befuddled. Well, duh, isn't that obvious? Shikamaru groaned. We're your friends, Naruto, Sakura stated strongly. That's right, and friends stick together. Ino shouted suddenly as she and Choji finally arrived on the monument and began trying to help Sakura pull everyone back up. Friends? Questioned Naruto. Sasuke nodded. His own tears he didn't know he still had making their way down his face. That's right, and you and me. We're brothers, you got that? I'm not letting you die. Something caught in Naruto's throat, and he tried to breathe again, not knowing what was going on with his emotions. Suddenly, a sharp voice caught their attention. Hey, what do you think you kids are doing up here? Barked Iruka Yumino, leaping over to stand on the 4th Hokage's stone face with his chakra. Sensei, exclaimed Choji from the back of the line. Ino grunted as she tried to pull them up. It's Naruto, she stated. He tried to kill himself. Iruka's eyes widened with horror and shock. He what? He turned to Naruto. Is this true, Naruto? Naruto turned his head away from Iruka's voice guiltily, his lip trembling. Iruka remained shocked, but shook himself out of it so that he could help all of the kids back up onto the top of the monument and a fair distance away from the edge. He turned back to Naruto. Naruto, why would you try doing something like that? Asked Iruka in a stern tone. Naruto hung his head and sniffled. Because I'm a demon. And I don't deserve to live because of what happened to the Uchiha. He spoke in a small voice. The other kids were somewhat confused, not knowing what he was talking about, but Irika immediately understood. He knelt down and scooped the small blonde into a hug, surprising him. Naruto, what happened to your family wasn't your fault. You can't just go around blaming yourself like that. You're a very special boy, and if someone calls you names or yells at you, well, it's because they don't know you like I do or your friends or brother. Some people just don't know how to acknowledge others or have had bad fortune in their lives and decide to take it out on the first person they see. Bad fortune? Questioned Naruto, thinking back to what Itachi had told him. He lowered his head. But why only me, he wondered. Did I do something wrong? Irika rubbed his back. No, no, of course not, he reassured. People are just confusing sometimes, and because of that, some people can grow to be afraid of something they don't understand. But how am I confusing? Well, that's an easy one. Ino snorted nearby. The others seemed to nod and give murmurs of agreement. You're just that amazing, she exclaimed. Naruto blinked. She's right, Irika agreed. You have something special inside of you, Naruto. Some people can't see it yet, but don't worry, someday, I'm positive that they will. At this, Sasuke approached the two, and Naruto turned outward from the embrace upon sensing his chakra. You wanted to become Hokage someday, right? He asked. Naruto nodded slowly. Well then, you can't become Hokage if you're dead. So let's both do something Mom and Dad would be proud of, and I'll help you become Hokage someday, okay? Naruto's lip trembled again as he turned his head about, sensing everyone's chakra signatures. Why you guys, Irika-sensei, Sasuke? Naruto broke down into tears and felt himself crumble to his knees. Sasuke entered the hug Irika was still giving Naruto and hugged his brother as he shuddered and sobbed. Afterwards, Ino tugged Sakura and got Hinata to follow her too, and they too entered the hug. Sasuke not caring in the slightest as he felt completely drained for the day. Choji came into the hug as well, and Naruto continued to bawl. Think why you? I don't want to die anymore. I'm sorry, he sobbed. Meanwhile, Irika smiled down at the boy fondly while Ino and Sakura kept repeating along with Hinata that it was okay. Sasuke remained silent, shedding some last few tears of his own, and Choji, being Choji, began crying of his own accord from the scare. Naruto, if you ever scare me like that again, I swear I'm tying you up and locking you in our room. Sasuke shuddered through his tears. And I won't share my snacks with you, sobbed Choji. Ino looked up from the hug and noticed that Shikamaru was standing off to the side feeling awkward. She narrowed her eyes. Shikamaru, get over her already, she whined. Shikamaru huffed and looked away. Sorry, but I'm not that much the sentimental type. I don't do hugs, he complained. Ino continued glaring daggers into him. Shikamaru, she growled again. Feeling the girl's already growing killer intent, Shikamaru flinched, sighed, and came over to be a part of the hug. Irika laughed lightly at the boy's reluctance and wondered how silly they must all look up there on the fourth Hokage's head. Eventually, Naruto had bawled himself to sleep, and everyone else was getting tired as it was getting late. Irika sighed and broke the hug, picking Naruto up in order to carry him. The other kids began to yawn and stretch, indicating they were tired. I see things worked out for the better after all, the unmistakably familiar voice of the third Hokage said. Irika spun around to see the old man on the monument coming forth in his full Hokage attire. Lord Hokage, Irika responded in surprise. What are you doing up here? Questioned Ino immediately. The Hokage chuckled. I came up to check on things because I'd heard there was a ruckus going on in the village earlier, and when I heard what Naruto was planning to do, I got over here as quickly as I could. Do you think you could have been a little quicker? Complained Choji. Yeah, Sasuke and Irika-sensei were faster than you, old man. Naruto almost did it, complained Ino, waving her hands around dramatically. The Hokage bowed his head sincerely. I do apologize, but I'd been on the other side of the village, and I'm afraid I didn't catch wind of it until I was back in the town square, where apparently a boy with black hair had run through earlier without any regard for who was in his way. Sasuke blushed and turned away. The Hokage chuckled. It's okay, I realize it was an emergency. I also understand that you both ran away from the hospital without being properly discharged, but not to worry, I've already taken care of that for you. The Hokage came forth and ruffled Naruto's hair, then rubbed his back. He then turned to the children. Now that this little adventure is over, perhaps it's time for you to go home and get some dinner. I'm sure your parents are worried about you. I can walk them all home, sir, Irika offered. It wouldn't be a problem. Then I can take the boys somewhere for the night. The Hokage pondered this for a moment, then nodded. That seems adequate. As for the boys, why not let them room with you tonight? I'm sure going back to their original home would be frightening, and we still have A and BU trying to depict who the killer was. Sasuke stiffened and looked at the ground. It was Itachi, he mumbled. The Hokage looked to him. What was that, Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke then looked up at him with fury in his eyes. I said Itachi's the one who murdered our clan, he shouted. Then he looked down. He killed mother and father right in front of Naruto, he grumbled, shaking. The Hokage's and Irika's faces became mirror images of shock. Meanwhile, the others were also gaping with their mouths wide open, save for Shikamaru, whose eyes were the only things practically popping out of his skull. But isn't he your older brother who usually picks you guys up from school? Asked Ino in shock. Sasuke reluctantly nodded his head. Now, the Hokage tried to reason. Let's not bring up troubling memories at this point. I'm sure if they want to talk to anyone about it, they'll do so in a different time. But right now, let's just let the matter rest, all right? His eyes swept across all the children who all agreed, although Ino was more reluctant because her curiosity usually got the better of her. The Hokage clapped his hands. All right, now follow Irika and he'll take you all home. Have a good night, he said. And with that, he turned to leave. Irika and the kids watched the man go, then he turned, smiling at the remaining conscious children. Okay, you heard him. Let's get you guys home. Yes, sensei. They all muttered in unison with the exception of Sasuke and Shikamaru remaining silent. They then followed their sensei off the monument and down the mountain. It didn't take long to get rid of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, though, as they ran into Shikaku and Choza, who were searching for their sons because their wives sent them out to look. After hearing what had happened from Irika, the two adults were incredibly shocked. However, they congratulated everyone on stopping Naruto's suicide attempt, then walked off, promising to deliver Ino to her parents as well. The next to drop off was Sakura. Suffice to say that her parents were just as shocked to hear about Naruto's attempt. Mrs. Haruno then took it upon herself as her motherly instincts kicked in to check the unconscious boy over to make sure he was all right. When Irika had finally convinced her that both Naruto and Sasuke would be fine with a little help from Sakura and her father, she finally wished them well, and they headed off to drop Hinata off. However, Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata's father, was out looking for her, and they bumped into one another. He too seemed little more than shocked at Naruto's attempt, and as they spoke subconsciously ruffled the blonde's hair. He also praised Hinata for being brave in the face of danger in order to save her friend and prompted her into using the same kind of power during her training sessions. She agreed, and the two wished the boys good night. Then it was just the three of them. Sasuke barely paid attention to where they were going until he finally smelled a familiar scent in the air. His tired eyes snapped open as his hunger demanded him to fill his stomach, and he looked up at Irika, who chuckled at his expression. I thought I'd treat you guys to dinner tonight, since you'll be staying over at my place, and I don't really have much there to give anyway. So what do you say, Sasuke? Sasuke gave a faint smile and nodded as Irika began to wake up a sleeping Naruto. When he was finally awake, he found himself deposited on the stool at the counter of the ramen shop, Sasuke explaining where they were. As soon as Tucci and Ayam saw them, they attempted to make conversation. How's it going, boys? Tucci began. I haven't seen you here in a while. Sasuke decided to do most of the talking since Naruto was still a little tired. Oh, well, nowhere really, he replied. Ayam gave them a look of concern. Are you two doing all right? She asked. I mean, I heard about what happened in. Ayam, snapped Tucci, making her wince at his stern tone. Don't be bringing something like that up around dinner time. They need to be able to eat. It's fine. Sasuke went to defend her. It's kind of hard to believe, but we'll stay strong and we'll get through this together. Right, Naruto? He turned to his brother and squeezed his hand. Naruto nodded. Ayam smiled sympathetically. Oh well, all right, she said. Tucci nodded. Yup, just know that if you two need anything, you can always talk to us if you want. And I'm sure your friends will be there as well. The boys nodded. Irika smiled at them. All right, boys, why don't we order dinner? He turned to Tucci. I'll have my usual, he stated. Sure, Tucci nodded. And you boys? He questioned. The usual, they muttered tiredly. Naruto reached up and rubbed at his dead eyes, and let out a small yawn. I am beamed at it, thinking it to be cute. Coming right up, she assured. Then they turned around to make the noodles, and I took orders of new customers who walked in. Once they received their bowls, they ate quietly, Naruto nearly falling asleep in his a few times with Sasuke jabbing his ribs to keep him conscious. Finally, when they were done, they said thanks for the meal and left. Naruto began to stumble as he walked, so Iruka ended up picking him up piggyback style. Then he took Sasuke's hand so the other tired boy could keep up pace with him and his long legs. By the time they reached Iruka's apartment, Naruto had fallen asleep again. Upon entering the apartment, Iruka found an extra cot set up with a note from the Hokage. He smiled as he read it, then placed it on a counter. Afterwards, he deposited Naruto onto his bed and stood up to stretch his back out after having carried him. "All right, why don't you two get comfortable and I'll go get the extra blankets," Iruka suggested to Sasuke, who nodded. Iruka left the room and returned later with the extra blankets he'd promised, only to find that Sasuke had taken off his and Naruto's sandals and placed them neatly by the bed. Now he was curled up beside Naruto and out like a light. Iruka smiled at the sight and separated the blankets, draping one extra over the boys. Then he crawled onto the cot after having taken off most of his clothes and pulled up the other blankets on the cot. He took one last look at the boys and sighed. "Naruto, Sasuke, I promise I'll do whatever I can to help you through this." And with that, Iruka went to join the boys in blissful unconsciousness. Naruto awoke to the morning light slowly. He could sense its energy growing stronger as the sun began to rise. Slowly but surely, he sat up in his bed and stretched to the ceiling, yawning slightly in the process. As soon as he felt ready, he moved and slipped out of bed, walking over to the closet where his clothes were. Once he'd opened it, he reached in and touched a shirt. Immediately, his chakra sense pulsed to life, and he could feel the color was white and that there was a design of the hidden leaf village in red on the front. He stood in thought for a moment, then nodded to himself, pulling the shirt off of its hanger and draping it over his arm. Next, he reached into the side of the closet where his pants usually hung, and he reached out and touched a pair. His chakra sense allowed him to know they were a camo green with some pockets. He thought for a moment, then shook his head, then released the pant leg he'd been holding. Next, he came into contact with a pair that was a light navy blue with pockets that weren't too deep, and the pant legs wouldn't go all the way to the bottom of his legs. Once again, he paused in thought, drawing a picture of the colors together in his mind to see if they would work. Deciding they would be, he nodded, carefully pulled them down and draped them over top of his shirt. Then he made his way back to his bed and began to exchange his pajamas for his newly picked out day clothes. Finally, when he was finished, he made his bed and threw his pajamas into the laundry hamper at the end of his bedpost. Then he made his way out into the kitchen. There, Sasuke had already awoken and gotten dressed for the day and was now pouring some milk on his cereal. Naruto silently slipped in, found the bread lying out on the counter, and then put 2 slices in the toaster. He waited until he heard the ding of the toaster, then carefully plucked the toast from the toaster and put it on a plate. Then he made his way over to the section of the counter where he would find the jam already out thanks to Sasuke and began spreading it on top of his toast before making his way to the breakfast table. Sasuke, who'd started eating already, pushed the orange juice he'd already gotten from the fridge to his brother and watched as he carefully poured himself a cup. Then Naruto dove into eating his breakfast. After a while, though, Sasuke noticed the lull in Naruto's eating. He glanced over towards his brother with a raised eyebrow out of concern. "What's the matter?" he wondered. Naruto continued staring with dead eyes at his toast. "It's just a few days away," he stated quietly. Sasuke lowered his spoon. "Just a few more days before we take the graduation test." Sasuke huffed and returned to his cereal. "Oh, is that all?" he sighed. Naruto turned his dead eyes on his brother with an intense stare. "What do you mean, oh, is that all? I didn't pass the last time, remember?" Sasuke huffed. "That's because you tried too early. You'll be okay this time," he sought to reassure his brother. Naruto leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms across his chest and developing a pout. "How can you say that?" he accused. "I can't even make a clone right. Even with my heightened sensing abilities, I still can't figure out the right ratio. They always put that 1 on the last part of the test," he complained. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Yeah, but they grade you on other things too, so don't worry about it. I heard that last year a kid in the year above us graduated only knowing taijutsu, so I know you'll make it this time. Naruto hummed uncertainly. I dunno, he said. Sasuke sighed. Well, come on, it's not for another few days, so you'll have plenty of time to practice. I'll even help you if you want. At this, Naruto smiled some. Yeah, all right, he agreed. He then returned to eating his breakfast. Finally, when he was done, he got up and placed his plate in the sink on the side where the dishes needed to be washed. Then something occurred to him. Oh yeah, where's Irika-sensei this morning? He asked. The apartment they shared with their sensei, Irika Yumino, was where they were now. Ever since that day where he'd let them stay over for a night, they'd been staying with him. At first it was because he'd been worried they'd be too scared to return to their old home, since it was a crime scene and now empty, but eventually, they found that living together with just the three of them was much easier for all of them. So the Hokage managed to snag them a 3-bedroom apartment with a kitchen, 1 bathroom, and enough room to move around. Usually, Irika was present for breakfast except for the odd occasion where he had to be somewhere early. He said he had to meet with the Hokage and to just meet him at the academy. Sasuke replied to his brother's question. Oh, Naruto nodded. Then he went to get his school bag ready. Meanwhile, Sasuke finished his breakfast and did the same, grabbing their lunch boxes at the same time. He put Naruto's in his bag and his in his own. Then he grabbed the keys, made sure everything was turned off or put away, then grabbed 2 apples from the kitchen, handed one to Naruto as they stepped out and locked the door. Then the two descended the steps to their apartment and began their usual trek to school. Along the way, their morning conversation about the latest addition to the Ichiraku ramen menu was interrupted by a short yip behind them, and they turned to face an oncoming white puppy racing up to them. The white pup immediately leapt into Naruto's arms and began licking his face, causing the blonde to giggle. Hey, come on, Akamaru. That tickles, Naruto laughed. Good morning, Naruto. Sasuke greeted a familiar voice. Sasuke smirked and raised a hand. Good morning, Kiba, he responded. The boy who approached wore dark grayish-brown pants that reached down to his calves, a simple brown shirt, and a grayish-brown vest with fur lining the collar. His hair was just as messy as Naruto's usually was, though brown, and the signature Inuzuka clan markings rested in the color red under his eyes heading down from his cheekbones. When they'd first met during homeroom at the beginning of the year, Naruto had wondered if he was half animal or something, to which he and his little pup Akamaru had laughed at, though Akamaru sounded more like he was yipping. Kiba strode up to them casually and stopped with a smirk on his face. So, you guys headed to the academy? He asked. Yeah, aren't you? Sasuke asked. Kiba just scoffed. Yeah, I've got no choice now. I was thinking about skipping, but Mom says if she catches me doing that again, she'll feed me to Kuramaru for supper. Sasuke smirked while Naruto snorted and laughed a little. Really? Taunted Sasuke. Seriously, though, why would you want to skip? Naruto asked innocently. TCH, because it's not only boring, but this week is when the teachers really get pushy with prep for the upcoming exam. I've got no doubt I'll pass, so why bother showing up, right? He retorted. Akamaru yipped in agreement. Sasuke just rolled his eyes at their more careless of friends, though still not as careless as Shikamaru. True, I suppose, he agreed. But you don't want to jump the gun then find out you failed because you weren't there all week, Kiba growled with annoyance. Besides, Irika-sensei says we shouldn't become complacent and stop working hard just because we're approaching the end of the line at the academy. The road to becoming a ninja will be even harder, Naruto pointed out. Kiba waved it off. Yeah, when I want a lecture, I'll ask the sensei. You don't have to preach everything he tells us, you know. I was there that class. Sasuke scoffed. I'm surprised you paid attention to that. Kiba blushed and stuck his nose up in the air as he brushed past them. Yeah, whatever, pretty boy, he retorted. Now are we going to the academy, or what? Sasuke scowled at the name pretty boy while Naruto giggled. Nevertheless, the two boys joined Kiba and Akamaru on their daily trek and finally arrived at the academy with Kiba and Sasuke arguing about who would trump the other on the upcoming exams. I told you that with the many days you've missed, it's not possible, dog breath. Sasuke growled. Yeah, and I told you that you don't graduate based on looks alone, pretty boy. Looks have nothing to do with it. You're just looking for an excuse. Yeah, well, I don't need excuses, snot for brains. Seems like that's all you're good at, flea hide. Chicken butt. Mongrel. Would you two idiots shut up already? Groaned a familiar voice coming up to greet the newcomers. Shikamaru was rubbing some sleep from his eyes and yawning. It's hard to get a preschool nap when you two bicker like an old married couple. Kiba turned on Shikamaru, pointing an accusatory finger at him as Sasuke just straightened up. Yeah, well, nobody asked you, you lazy asshole. Kiba countered. I'd watch that mouth of yours if I was you, Shikamaru warned. Why? Did I hurt your feelings? Kiba sneered back. Shikamaru reached back to scratch the back of his head tiredly while giving a lazy boy scoff. Hardly. You can insult me with all of the colorful words you know. I'm not going to care. But I was thinking more about how if some parents found out that their younger kids who also attend this academy catch wind of those potty words and repeat them, then you'll end up cleaning a potty the way your family dishes out punishment. Kiba wanted to retort, but knew Shikamaru was right. He'd end up cleaning not only the human potties but the dog ones as well, and then some if his mother found out. So, in the end, the dog boy just kept his mouth shut. Humph. And here I thought no one could shut him up, Sasuke snickered. What was that? Kiba demanded, raising his voice again and his fist to Sasuke's face. You heard me, Sasuke replied threateningly. Oh yeah. Kiba snarled back, with Akamaru yipping angrily on top of his owner's head now. Yeah, Sasuke reiterated. Well then looks like we'll have to settle this once and for all. Kiba threatened dangerously. Looks that way. Sasuke grinned, pulling back his own fist into a ready stance as Kiba had done the same. However, before they could even get started, you two, growled another familiar voice. Knock it off, the voice shouted then before either knew what was happening. Their heads came bashing together thanks to an unknown force. Ack, they exclaimed in pain as they then slumped to the ground. An angry Ino Yamanaka stood over them, cracking her knuckles for another blow as Sakura came running up with Hinata. Don't tell me they're at it again, Sakura groaned. Ever since she'd broken out of her shy girl shell thanks to Ino, she and Ino had had to keep an eye on both Sasuke and Kiba since they started their little rivalry. Hinata, meanwhile, remained the seeker of a more peaceful solution. Guys, please no more fighting. It's the final week of school, she tried to reason. The two guys in question remained groaning and rubbing their new sore spots on the ground. You two had better have a good explanation for this, Ino demanded, cracking her knuckles again. When Sasuke and Kiba came around, they stared up at one of the scariest girls to ever walk the planet next to Sakura, in their opinion. They shuddered as she cracked her knuckles again and gave them a look saying, explain this, or you're dead. They gulped. Well, he started it, Kiba tried. What? Like hell I did, Sasuke retorted. Did so, Kiba responded. Did not, Sasuke shot back. Did too, Kiba. Did not, Sasuke. Did too, Kiba. Did not, Sasuke. Did too, did not. Huh. Ga? You cheater. Kiba looked about ready to tear his hairs out. Then the two turned to Naruto, who was now holding Akamaru again and looking at them curiously. The two noticed and looked up. Well, Naruto, what do you think? Sasuke asked. You've got my back, right, you guys? Kiba questioned. A double hit upside the skull from an angered Sakura sent them back down again. You idiots, don't get others involved in your messes. Naruto felt a bead of nervous sweat roll down the side of his forehead as he held a nervous smile in place over the two guys on the ground. Ino sighed. Good grief, what are we ever going to do with you? She wondered to herself. Just then the warning bell for the academy rang, and everyone subconsciously turned towards the building. Well, looks like it's time to go to class, Sakura commented. Yeah, then maybe I can finally catch a few good winks, yawned Shikamaru. Ino grabbed his ear and started dragging him towards the door. Oh no, you don't, she growled. If we have to pay attention, then so do you. Sakura, meanwhile, turned to the two boys getting up off the ground. All right, let's go, guys. You can leave your shenanigans here, she said then with a twirl on her heel. She turned and took Naruto by the hand and began leading him inside, even though he could tell where he was going by now. Being the smarter of most guys, with Akamaru being the smartest of dogs, he just went with it. Akamaru riding on his head, both not wanting to tick Sakura off. Meanwhile, Kiba and Sasuke managed to stand again and shot each other a menacing glare before turning towards the academy and following their friends inside. Once class got underway, they were put to the grindstone testing what they'd learned so far with pop quizzes and review. Finally, it was time for the outdoors portion where everyone got to showcase their talents in jutsu and ninja weapons. Iruka stood at the front of the practice area and turned towards his class. All right, everyone. Now it's time to practice with ninja weapons. First up, we'll be using Shuriken, and your goals are those posts there, he said, pointing. Now remember, the final exam is in 3 days, so I hope you'll be trying your hardest up to the point of passing. Now let's get started. First up, Kozu Mirazuki. With that, the many students started lining up and getting ready to do their thing. Finally, it came to a certain student's turn, and it sent mostly all of the girls minus a select few into a giggle, squeal fest. Sasuke, you can do it, shouted one as the raven-haired boy took his stance. I can't wait. He's so amazing, squealed another. And so cool. The girls then all squealed in unison, and Sasuke meanwhile ignored them, rolling his eyes. He breathed in and out, focusing on the target, then, after a moment's pause, he threw the shuriken, which all bent the way he wanted them to, and stuck themselves to the wooden post. Dead center in a row. The girls let out squeals of delight and began congratulating Sasuke. Sasuke ignored them. A few more names were called until finally another popular favorite was called to center stage. Naruto took his place, which led to all of the fangirls squealing and cheering for him as well. Oh my gosh, squealed one. Naruto is just so cute, added another. And so sensitive and sweet too. He waved at me in town the other day with that adorable smile of his. Ugh, lucky. And to think he's so handsome and strong too. You'd never imagine he was blind, chimed another. Once again, the girls' squeals and words of delight were ignored as Naruto tuned them out, and his chakra sense flared to life. He could see his target through the vibrations of chakra at his feet that spread out towards the targets, defining them for him. Judging by the wind and the way he wanted his shuriken to bend, he brought his own arms back and, after a moment's pause, let them loose on the target of his choice. The shuriken hit dead center just as Sasuke's had, and the girls all squealed again. Naruto blushed at this as he turned around, causing the girls to get more hyper. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino sat off to the side. Ino scoffed. Geez, can you imagine if we were anything like these yahoos? She asked, rolling her eyes. Sakura waved it off with her hand and laughed some. No way, she replied. Then Naruto and Sasuke probably wouldn't bother talking to us because we'd be so damn annoying. She laughed, and Ino laughed beside her. Yeah, no kidding. They're not even interested in becoming ninjas. They probably just think it'll make them look better and they'll be chosen. As if. Ino snorted. I'll never really understand these fangirls, Sakura added. Amen, Ino agreed. Shikamaru meanwhile scoffed beside them. Oh please. Once you see someone you're interested in, you'll wind up the same way. I just hope I'm not around or the center of anyone's affection when the time comes. Ino shot Shikamaru a dangerous glare. As if anyone would consider dating you. You're too boring, and you would probably blow the first date anyway. Besides, when I find a man I'm interested in, I won't become a squealing fangirl who wants to hog him all to herself. I'm planning to get to know him first. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. You'll probably turn into one of those annoying, flirty girls who won't shut up, he muttered to himself. His childhood friend turned on him with a dangerous glint to her eyes. What was that? She demanded. Shikamaru began to sweat profusely. He gulped. And nothing. Sheesh, don't overreact. He countered. That's what I thought, Ino replied. Sakura laughed beside her. Just then Naruto and Sasuke turned up. So how do you think I did? Naruto asked. Sakura turned to him with a sisterly smile. You did excellent, Naruto. Your chakra sense is getting stronger. Naruto blushed. Thanks, he replied sheepishly. Sasuke chuckled, then lightly noogied his brother. You're worrying too much. Quit before I have to strangle you, he said jokingly. Their friends laughed some as Naruto attempted to get away. Meanwhile, some of the fangirls caught this and silently squealed as they watched the ultimate duo. Out of all of the students at the academy, Naruto and Sasuke were considered by all fangirls as the hottest and cutest duo ever. Sasuke, the cool, strong, and caring older brother who would defend his younger brother with everything he had, and Naruto, the adorable shy little brother who always looked up to his elder brother and dreamed of becoming Hokage someday, despite his inability to see. The two were just so good together, and it made the girls who admired them swoon every time they were together and acting brotherly. However, their swooning usually got in the way of their studies, so most of them got bad grades. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino had become the boys' bodyguards. Whenever the fangirls got too giddy, they'd show them just why they were the ones who were going to be strong kunoichis someday, and the others were weak. No one could stand up to them no matter what. Sure, other girls accused them of being the hogs of their idealistic dream boys, but a punch to Sasuke's or Naruto's heads later for doing something completely stupid, and they were convinced of their only friend status. Suffice to say they held back sometimes when hitting Naruto, since most of the ideas were Sasuke's anyways. Eventually, Iruka called everyone for kunai practice, and finally, it was time for sparring. Sasuke was paired up with Kiba and won. Naruto was paired up with Hibachi, who was one of his bullies despite the extra protection, and won as Hibachi was too loud in his movements, as Naruto had put it. Once again, the fangirls squealed and giggled while watching their idols kick, but then cowered in fear as they watched Sakura's and Ino's matches before becoming quite envious of their fellow female strength. Hinata's improved strength was something to marvel at, as well as since she'd started training with the boys and girls, she'd begun crawling out of her own shell a little more, just like Sakura had before, though she remained as kind-hearted as ever. Eventually, the day drew to a close with Iruka giving review homework to everyone, much to everybody's chagrin. Naruto, however, wasn't one to complain and ended up completing his with Sasuke as they waited for Iruka to finish filing his paperwork for the day. By the time he was done, most of the other students had gone home for dinner. Iruka stepped out of the teacher's office to see a familiar sight. "Well, guys, I'm done for the day. Let's head home, okay?" he said. They nodded and silently followed him. Once out of the school grounds, Iruka became their older brother figure instead of the teacher he was to them all day. He turned to them with a smile. "I can tell your aim's getting even better, Naruto, and Sasuke, your speed has picked up. It's good to know you boys have been training your best out there." "Thanks, sensei, but I'm still nervous," Naruto admitted. Sasuke hissed in annoyance. "This again," he groaned. Iruka just gave his best smile to Naruto. "Don't worry, Naruto. I've got a good feeling about this one, and so should you," he said comfortingly. "Third time's the charm after all." He chuckled. Naruto smiled sheepishly. "Yeah, I guess so," he said. Iruka thought for a moment, then smiled. "You know what, Naruto? There's no easy way to become Hokage," he explained, getting the blonde's attention. Sasuke listened in too, now curious. "But every Hokage starts off small, an academy student just like you. But one of the admirable qualities of every Hokage is that they do something spectacular to earn the people's trust and admiration. They follow the will of fire." "Will of fire?" Naruto asked. "You mentioned that once before, I think." He tried to recall which lecture it was from. It must have been from a long time ago. However, he finally remembered what he'd heard. "Oh, right. It's the will to do whatever it takes to protect the Leaf Village no matter what, right?" he asked. Iruka nodded. "That's right. And you know what? I believe that you have what it takes. So believe in yourself and stand strong so that one day, so too will everyone else. It's a long road to become Hokage, and there are no shortcuts. Face this exam with your everything, and you'll have moved one step closer to your goal." Naruto was surprised, but it didn't take long for his teachers/surrogate older brother's words to fill him with inspiration. He faced front again, determination dancing through his eyes, though empty of sight they were. "You've got it, sensei," he declared. "I'll just have to try my absolute best, and then some." "I've got this," he said. Then he giggled giddily to himself, feeling a whole 10 times better. As they walked, Sasuke leaned over to Iruka. "How do you do that?" he wondered. Iruka just chuckled, turning to Sasuke and giving the young Uchiha a wink. "That's my little secret," he stated. Sasuke sighed but shared a smirk with his teacher. Naruto's demeanor remained upbeat for the rest of the week. Then exam day finally arrived. Everyone sat in their respectable seats awaiting the judgment that would ultimately get them the rank of Genin. Naruto was still nervous, but at the same time determined. He tried to focus on what he knew and went from there trying to make sure he was calm before the test. "PST. Hey, how many times does that loser have to fail before he gets the hint?" asked a boy from down front. He was purposely loud. Eh, who knows, Renji? Maybe this time he'll get demoted to preschooler and finally go home. Another boy said. We should get him a bib and diaper for the occasion, snickered another one. And a soother to make him shut up when he starts bawling like a baby, Hibachi added. He and the boys snickered. However, a few things were thrown at them, and they had to dance around them all. Hey, what gives? Demanded Hibachi. He and the boys looked up then shrank down a bit when they realized they'd been just a little too loud. Naruto's fangirls were seething. You jerks, yelled one. Pick on someone your own size. Naruto would make a better shinobi than all of you combined. Take it back. The girls continued going through their school supplies and books, trying to make Hibachi and his gang relent. Meanwhile, Shikamaru just sighed. There they go again, he groaned. What a drag. You'd think they'd learn by now, glowered Sakura. If you ask me, they're all just plain dense, Ino stated. Well, I don't care what they are as long as they aren't hungry, Choji said, defending his precious snack stash as if they might try chucking those around next. Naruto wasn't the only one who'd been bullied by Hibachi before. Kiba glanced up with annoyance. TCH, if anybody's gonna fail today, then it's those guys, he grumbled. Shino adjusted his shades from where he sat. I agree. They've been mostly slacking off on their studies and their homework. However, the same can be said for those girls throwing their things. Why, you ask? Because they've been too busy fawning over Naruto and Sasuke to get any actual work done. See, come on, guys, Hinata tried to reason. They at least deserve a chance to better themselves by becoming genin, right? After all, when we've all become genin, we'll all have to start growing up because of all of the missions we'll start to receive and the training we'll pursue. Sasuke just sighed with his head on his desk. If you ask me, out of everyone here, I think the majority of us will make it, or those of us from the great clans. We've had more chances to train than those bozos. Even so, if Hibachi does make it through, then I'll still be able to kick his ass easy, so I'm not worried. Kiba snorted. Yeah, same here. I might not be able to beat you all the time. Try never, Sasuke interjected, getting a growl from Kiba. But Kiba continued, annoyed. I'd never be lame enough to lose to trash like him. Just lame enough to lose to me, Sasuke said. He smirked. Is that a challenge, pretty boy? Kiba growled. I dunno. Do you want it to be? Sasuke asked, an almost evil glint in his eye, which was mirrored by a bestial glint from Kiba. Oh, it is so. If you two even think about starting something. They heard Sakura growl. Turning in her direction, they noticed a menacing aura radiating from the rosette and gulped. To be continued? Kiba asked. Agreed, Sasuke nodded. The two then settled down and shrunk away from Sakura's and Ino's withering glares. Suddenly, Akamaru jumped off of Kiba's head and over the desks. Hey, Akamaru, cried a surprised Kiba. Oh, come on. I wasn't being that bad, he tried to reason. However, he stopped when he noticed Akamaru landed on Naruto's desk and promptly started to nuzzle the blonde's cheek. Said blonde had been lost in thought, but was awakened by Akamaru's compassion. He smiled. Oh, hey Akamaru, he said before letting his hand take up the mechanical task of petting the dog to assure him he was all right. See, Ino started. You two are fighting, and meanwhile, Naruto's still worrying over this exam. The two kept their eyes from falling on either Ino or Naruto in shame. Hinata meanwhile got up from her current seat and sat down beside him. It's okay, Naruto, she said. You don't have listened to those others. You can do this. I know you can, she exclaimed. That's right. We're with you 100% of the way, Sakura said. The others surrounding him all nodded with agreement. Sasuke finally sat up and pulled him into a one-armed brother hug. Remember what Iruka told you, and you'll be fine, he said. Naruto thought back onto the conversation they'd had days ago about the will of fire, then let a smile grace his lips. However, a scoff and a sneer caught their attention. As if, sneered Hibachi, having recovered from the earlier assault. Who ever heard of a blind ninja, let alone a blind Hokage? You're just a waste of space. He laughed with a sneer while his friends remained quaking in fear behind him. Meanwhile, Sasuke and the others were unamused. However, when Sakura and Ino attempted to jump him along with Kiba, Sasuke put out a hand to stop them. You know what? You're right, Hibachi, he said, surprising everyone. I've never heard of a blind ninja or Hokage. That's why you're probably going to wind up failing this test. After what Sasuke said sunk in, Shikamaru smirked and the girls sniggered. Hibachi's eyes became furious. Why you think I'll let you get away with that? He demanded in outrage. Come on, guys. Let's teach Uchiha over here a lesson. His friends meanwhile looked at him as though he was out of his mind. Sasuke just sighed. I didn't want to have to do this, but he turned towards the fangirls. Are you ladies going to just let him disrespect us like that? They hurt Naruto's feelings. The fangirls' fires had been lit, and soon Hibachi found himself having his ass kicked by the girls. Kiba howled with laughter. Shikamaru smirked. You know, that was pretty dark of you pitting them against him, he stated. Sasuke just smirked with satisfaction. But I can't argue that I like your style. Kiba tried to rein himself in. Who? It's about time some justice was served to that snot-nosed punk. At least his buddies are being smart and keeping their mouths shut. Akamaru barked as he leapt back onto his master's head. Iruka-sensei walked into the room on the scene of girls beating up one boy while his pals cowered in fear. He sighed, feeling he was getting too old for this despite his current youth. All right, that's enough, he snapped, his authoritative voice reaching out throughout the room to the combatants. The girls ceased their pummeling of Hibachi, who was curled up in the fetal position. Iruka looked disapprovingly at each and every one of them. Now that's enough of that, whatever that was. I must say I'm appalled by such reckless behavior in the classroom. Now would you girls please return to your seats, or so help me I'll fail you before you even get a chance to participate in these finals. You're trying to become ninjas, not preschoolers, and that goes for you too, Hibachi. Ino snickered in her seat next to Sakura. Talk about irony, eh? She whispered, causing Sakura to snicker too. Meanwhile, Shikamaru turned back to face Sasuke again. That was pretty dark too. You knew he'd be coming, he accused, though not containing the smirk on his face. Sasuke smirked back and replied quietly. What can I say? It's just too easy, really. All right, now that that's settled, Iruka called everyone's attention back again. The final exam will now commence. When your name is called, please proceed to the testing room. You will go through an assortment of tests to test your skills, but the final test will be on the clone jutsu. I wish you all the best of luck. With that announcement out of the way, Iruka began calling names. The time began to tick by slowly, and everyone was either tense or too complacent to care. Naruto flinched every time Iruka would re-enter the room to call a name and would sigh in relief when it wasn't him. But then he'd be back to wondering why this was taking too long. Soon it was Sasuke's turn, and everyone wished him luck. Sakura had already gone and passed, but had returned to the classroom with her new headband folded neatly. She claimed she didn't want to start wearing it until everyone else had passed too. Naruto was happy for her and for all of his other friends who came back to sit with him too. Everyone so far from the clans, minus Sakura, like Sasuke had predicted, had passed, and even a few others had pulled it off too. Finally, Sasuke walked back in with a brand new headband too and was congratulated by their group of friends and the fangirls who cheered for him. A few more names were called until finally, Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, Iruka called. Naruto took one gulp and rose to his feet, making his way out from his seat. You've got this, Naruto. Ino cheered. Yeah, go get him, shouted Sakura. You show them what a future Hokage looks like as a winner, Kiba added. Shikamaru nodded in his direction, while Shino sent support silently through chakra spikes he knew Naruto would pick up on. Meanwhile, the fangirls were going crazy, cheering him on and trying to pick up his spirits with pep talk. He smiled and glanced back at everyone. Thanks, guys, he said. Then he turned around and fist-pumped the air with determination. I'm gonna do it this time, you know, he cheered. The fangirls cheered with him, and his friends gave him smiles. Then he turned around again and followed Iruka out to the testing room down the hall. Inside, the room was set up for the various tests. There were tests to test his agility, his aim, and his basic jutsus. He dreaded the last one, but he wasn't about to back down. Everybody, including the Hokages of the past, had to start somewhere, and he was planning to do the same thing here. A table sat at the head of the room with Iruka and one of their other senseis, Mizuki, as the test proctors. All right, Naruto, Iruka started. First off, let's test your agility. Kirimi-sensei will throw some blunt shuriken at you, but even so you can't get hit. Naruto nodded, understanding this, and allowing his chakra sense to flare to life. The assistant threw the shuriken. They were all too easy for Naruto to dodge. He moved like a river over stones, or rather like a leaf on a breeze out of the way of each. Irika nodded off to the side and wrote what he'd seen down. Now Karimi will do that again, but this time I want you to block with a kunai knife, he said. Naruto nodded and once more executed the practice with ease and focus. Irika nodded once more. He had bated breath of his own as he watched his younger surrogate brother perform flawlessly. Good so far, he thought. Keep up the good work, Naruto. You've got this. The testing continued. Next, they had him use the replacement jutsu on a chair, which he did flawlessly yet again. Great. Now we'll add in the shuriken and see how fast you can react with the jutsu, Irika stated. Naruto nodded. He was doing great so far, so now he knew he couldn't let up. He braced himself, sensed the shuriken thrower getting ready then. His chakra sense bottomed out, and he was truly blind. He felt a flinch of fear in the pit of his stomach. However, it came back on just in time to sense the shuriken had been thrown. He quickly weaved the signs and replaced himself with the chair as fast as he could, but not fast enough. When he was done, he had 2 shurikens sticking out of his arm and 1 in his leg. They weren't deep because of the bluntness, but the sting was still present. Naruto, are you okay? Irika asked with concern. What happened? Naruto gulped and took the blunt shuriken out of his skin. He chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, sensei. I think my nerves just gave out, that's all, he said. Irika nodded. All right, we'll continue now, but remember, you have to stay vigilant. I know, Naruto replied. Mizuki then cleared his voice. Let's move on to the transformation technique then, he said. Irika nodded in agreement. Naruto nodded too and prepared himself. What was that earlier? He wondered, thought somewhat distracted. He shook his head. No, I need to stay focused. No more goof UPS. He took up his practice stance, then made the hand seals. Transforma. He was cut off again as his chakra sense flatlined. He shook his head, and soon it came back on. When he sensed that his chakra had finished the jutsu without him, he could tell it wasn't as good as it was supposed to be. He gulped. Meanwhile, Irika, who was supposed to be the model to copy from, had to shake his head clear to gather his thoughts and push forward. He cleared his throat and wrote down on his clipboard. Okay, next, he called. They had him go through a few more basic jutsus which ended in the same way. Naruto's chakra sense would collapse completely because of his nerves, and the jutsu wouldn't be as great. Finally, it got to the last jutsu. Naruto gulped. The clone jutsu had never been his strongest technique, and with how bad he'd started doing on his previous jutsus, wasn't making him any more confident. But still he held out some hope and proceeded to make the hand signs. This time his chakra sense didn't bottom out, but with the way his nerves were, he had difficulty trying to picture the right ratio. When the technique was done, he heard Irika sigh after a prolonged silence. He gulped. So how'd I do? He asked nervously. Once again, Irika sighed. He shuffled some papers before straightening them with a few bounces on his side of the desk. I'm sorry, Naruto, he said. But you fail. Naruto's heart plummeted. How could this have happened? Sasuke had promised this time would be different. They all had. So much for their good feelings and enthusiasm. And what was he going to tell everyone when he got back to the classroom? The thought of facing his friends who'd all graduated without him made him want to cry. Why was he so different? Now hang on, Irika. Mizuki spoke up. His performance was strong at the beginning, and he did manage to hang in till the end and complete the required jutsu. Perhaps we could pass him this time. It is his 3rd try. You can tell he really wants to become a ninja. Naruto lifted his head at his words, some hope finding its way back to him. However, Irika sighed. Mizuki, I want Naruto to succeed as much as you do, but a ninja can't just bottom out like that. It's a dangerous world we live in, and he'd never make it. I want him to try and train harder for a 4th time. He needs to learn not to let his fear control him. I'm sorry, but I cannot pass him. Naruto's heart went back down to where it had fallen. He gave a wavering smile to his sensei. It's okay, he stammered. I understand. And maybe in next time, he said. He turned to walk out the door. Naruto, Irika called. Naruto paused to glance back with saddened eyes. I'm really sorry, he told him. Naruto just nodded. It's okay. Why, you're just doing your job. I'll be fine, he said. Then he left. Naruto trudged down the hall, hands in his pockets and head hanging low in shame. He didn't even register when he was passing by his own classroom again. The door was opened, and Hinata poked her head out. She smiled at him. "Oh, Naruto," she exclaimed. The chatter in the classroom died down so the others could listen. Hinata was about to continue until she noticed his posture. Her eyes filled with concern. "Naruto, what's wrong?" she wondered. Naruto, meanwhile, just couldn't bring himself to face her. He'd made that declaration earlier, and now look at him. A complete failure. Hibachi then made his way out into the hall behind him with a sneer on his face. "Hey loser, where's your headband, huh?" he asked. Naruto gritted his teeth. "Oh look, he's trembling," Renji jibed. "What's the matter, are you gonna cry, you big baby? You can tell he just screwed up the easiest exam in the academy. He's got nothing to show for it, and he's too blind to even know which door is to his own classroom," laughed Hibachi. Hinata turned to them angry. "Just stop it right now, Hibachi," she demanded in a trembling voice before turning back to Naruto. "Don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about," she said. Naruto let his hands slip out of his pockets. "Naruto, what's the matter?" asked the voice of the one person he just couldn't face the most. He gulped, trying to hold back tears and his despair from Hibachi and the rest of his tormentors. He swallowed once. "Naruto?" Hinata asked. He balled his hands into fists. He choked out, cursing himself while he failed at hiding his emotions. "I'm sorry," he said louder before breaking out into a full-on run and racing down the halls. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted after his brother. Hibachi and his friends just kept laughing. However, it didn't last long as the fangirls were once again nearby and turned on them immediately, not even caring if they got caught again. Hinata meanwhile watched after her friend and secret crush sadly. "Oh Naruto," she sighed. "TCH, damn it." Sasuke cursed before looking back to their friends to give them an apologetic glance before running off after his brother. Sakura joined Hinata at the door and watched after the two. "I hope he's going to be okay," she said. Once home, Naruto slammed his bedroom door with frustration before jumping onto his bed and burrowing his head into his pillow. It was here that he let out his tears in gasps, sobs, and hiccups. "Why?" he screamed internally. "Why am I the only one who's such a screw-up? Why is it always me? What did I ever do to deserve this?" These similar questions had plagued his mind for quite some time now, and they only got worse over the years. However, he tried his best to press them to the back of his mind and forget them, but it did little to no good as moments like these always drew them back to the forefront of his thinking. He continued to cry into his pillow even as his door opened again and closed. There was silence in the room as Naruto noticed the presence and staggered his crying. Despite what he truly wanted at the moment, he denied it for himself and remained facing away. "What do you want?" he asked with a pout. Sasuke sighed. "Well, for starters, why did you run away from school before it ended?" he asked. Naruto hiccuped, but did his best to keep his crying under control. "I thought that was pretty obvious," he spat back, however unable to put any malice or venom behind it. It sounded more pitiful than he'd intended, and despite that comfort was only a hug away, he continued to deny himself because he didn't want to be pitted. Sasuke sighed once more and sat on the bed. "Iruka is probably going to talk to you too, you know," he stated. "So," he challenged. "It's not like he's going to change his mind. I wouldn't want him to either. I messed up so bad today," he whimpered. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Fried nerves again?" he asked, knowing full well that Naruto's chakra sense bottomed out when he was too nervous. He'd had a feeling it might happen, so he'd tried to prove just as optimistic all week for his sake. His efforts were all for naught, it would seem. "MMHM," Naruto groaned into the pillow. Sasuke sighed once more. "Welp, nothing we can do about it now, I suppose." He paused before trying to reach out towards his brother. He, however, flinched away, and Sasuke knew he wanted to be left alone. Once again, he sighed. "Fine, well, I'll go make you some instant ramen or something to calm you down, okay?" Naruto nodded slowly and felt the weight on his bed decrease as Sasuke got up to leave. He turned back at the doorway. "You know, it doesn't matter if you failed or not. I'll always be here for you. You know that, right?" he asked. Once again, Naruto nodded slowly. Sasuke nodded to himself before leaving the room and closing the door quietly behind him. Naruto stayed lying face down for quite some time. However, after a while, a small tapping sound from his window called his attention. He turned his head and let his chakra sense flare to see who it was. To say he was surprised would be an understatement. Irika walked in later with a tired, resigned look on his face to the smell of dinner being made by Sasuke. He trudged over to the kitchen table after having taken off his sandals by the front door and sank into one of the chairs with a groan whilst covering his eyes with his forearm. Sasuke smirked. Lots of paperwork this time, he wondered. You have no idea, Irika replied as he then slumped forward, placing his forehead in his hands on the table. He let out a long sigh. Then silence ensued for a bit. Finally, Sasuke found fit to break it. I've talked to him, but I think you should too, he stated. Irika sighed again, glancing up at the closed door from the small dining room. I know, he admitted, but I'm probably not his most favorite person at the moment. I know he really wanted it too. Sasuke nodded. And I know you wouldn't have failed him unless you really cared, he returned. How bad was it? Irika sighed, rubbing his temples. I don't know how to put it really, he stated. But he started out strong like always, but every time he gets to the jutsus, he only ends up doing one right, and then goofs up the others. It's like he's always hit by panic attacks, or just completely loses confidence in himself. Sasuke nodded. He's still sensitive, he pointed out. Irika nodded with agreement. Ever since the day after that night, even though he didn't succeed in jumping from the Hokage faces, I can't help but worry for him. He's been through so much already, and at such a young age. Sometimes I'm afraid we might lose him, Irika admitted. Sasuke clutched his hand on the wooden spoon he was mixing with. We won't lose him, he said with conviction. He's stronger than he looks. Irika nodded, knowing that Sasuke would probably rather die than live without Naruto. The two were just so close, it put blood brothers to shame. There was some more silence before it was broken again. At any rate, I went to check on him earlier, and it seems he fell asleep. You'll have to wait till tomorrow. Irika looked up. Oh, did he eat anything? He asked. Sasuke nodded. I made him some instant ramen to calm him down. He fell asleep shortly after that. I see, Irika stated. Then I suppose I'll turn in early tonight too. After dinner, that is. I have lots to think about. Sasuke nodded with understanding as he turned off the stove. He then got out 2 bowls for himself and Irika and served up what he'd made, which was his mother's old stew recipe he'd found lying around when they'd gone back for their stuff. The two ate in silence. When finished, Irika took the liberty of doing the dishes since Sasuke had made dinner. Then the two went to their separate rooms. Sasuke was about to enter Naruto's to see if he wanted his sleeping buddy to make him feel better, but decided he'd just go in if he started crying later and absolutely needed it. He could tell that Naruto was trying to deny himself the comfort he needed, but also knew it could only last so long until Naruto absolutely couldn't push away anymore. He'd wait until then. A loud banging woke them both from their slumber. Sasuke opened his door and watched as Irika made his way towards the front door. When he opened it, he saw an out-of-breath Mizuki standing in the doorway. Irika was surprised. Mizuki, what is it? He asked. Mizuki caught his breath and looked at him with the utmost serious of expressions. You need to come to Lord Hokage's right away, he exclaimed. Irika blinked. What? Why? He asked. It's about Naruto, Mizuki said. He's stolen the sacred scroll. Shock and disbelief attached itself onto Irika's face. Meanwhile, Sasuke was rushing into Naruto's room. He pulled back the blankets of his brother's bed only to find some extra pillows from his closet lined up with straw from their old broom, mimicking his hair. How had he fallen for something like this? He rushed out to see Irika getting ready in a daze. He's not in his room, he confirmed. Irika nodded, still trying to muddle through his thoughts. But what would have Naruto think about trying to steal the sacred scroll of sealing? He wondered. It's not like Naruto to take vengeance of any kind, even if he didn't do as well as he did on his test. What's the reason? Irika stood up as soon as he saw Sasuke pulling on his sandals. Where do you think you're going? He asked. Sasuke just scoffed with annoyance. This isn't like Naruto whatsoever. I'm going to find him and make him talk to me. Hopefully we can figure something out that doesn't end in him getting expelled or worse. Irika nodded. Let me know if you find him all right. Sasuke simply nodded before taking off into the streets. He had no idea where Naruto would take the scroll, but he did have an idea on how to find him. He ran through the streets towards the Inazuka district while Chunin and Jonin from around the village began to gather at the Hokage's tower. Once there, he easily bypassed the guard hounds and made it to Kiba's window. He started throwing rocks at it until the dog boy opened up. Oi, who's the wise guy? Grumbled the sleepy Inazuka. Down here, dog breath. Sasuke hissed. Kiba looked down, then glared. Oh, it's you, he said. What do you want, chicken butt? Sasuke ignored the nickname. It's Naruto. He's in trouble, and if we don't hurry, he could get in even bigger trouble. Kiba blinked. Hold on, you serious? He asked. What happened? Apparently, he's stolen some important scroll. Whatever it is, it's not good. The Hokage is calling all the Jonin and Chunin to the tower to hunt him down, and I don't want to know what they'll do to him if they get there first. I need your nose. Kiba smirked. Putting the gloating over the fact you've come to me for help on hold. I'll be right down, he called. Then before he knew it, Kiba was on the ground with Sasuke, Akamaru on his head, and ready to go. The two then dashed back out of the Inuzuka compound and began to track Naruto down. Along the way, they unknowingly caught the attention of a curious onlooker. Eventually, they were running up beside the two. So, any particular reason you two are running through the village in your pajamas? Ino asked, catching up. Ugh, what are you doing here? Kiba groaned. Ino gave him a withering glare. Why do you think mush for brains? I saw you two running down the street wearing sleepwear. What's up with that? Go home, Ino, Sasuke grumbled. Excuse me, she retorted with some attitude. The fact that you two of all people are together like this at night is enough to raise some concern from me. If you two are trying to finish what you tried to start earlier, she warned. TCH, if you must know, Naruto's stolen something important in chicken, but here wants me to help track him down before he gets pummeled by some snot-nosed Jonin or Chunin, okay? Kiba growled. Akamaru then barked, calling his attention. This way, he called to Sasuke as he turned down another street with the other two on his tail. Ino was trying to get over her initial shock. Naruto stealing? Since when? She demanded. I dunno. Maybe failing for the third time in a row really got to him, and he decided to become a rebel or something, he suggested. Are you stupid, Kiba? Asked another familiar voice. Naruto would never stoop so low even if he was having a bad day. Why, you ask? Because that's not the Naruto we all know, Shino stated plainly once he caught up, keeping pace with the others running. Heh, nice PJs, bug boy. Kiba snorted, referring to Shino's high-collared pajama top that covered part of his face, much like his regular clothes did, and the bottoms which matched. They had a symmetrical circular pattern and were a dark camo green with traces of black. The same could be said of yours, dog boy, Shino returned. Ino smirked. Burn, she teased. Sasuke glanced up at the newcomer. What are you doing here? He asked. Shino glanced at them with his shades, wearing them even though it was night. The same as you, looking for Naruto, he stated. He then faced front again. We'd better hurry too. I overheard what was going on when the messenger came to summon some of the Chunin from my district. So I sent some of my beetles out to find him and set out myself. I expected to run into you, Sasuke, but I didn't expect you to. Hey, for your information, Kiba started before being elbowed by Ino. Shut up. You want the whole neighborhood awake to stop us, or what? If so, then please holler a little louder. Ino hissed with sarcasm. Kiba deadpanned with annoyance. Fine, he gritted out. I'm here to help track down Naruto too and find out what's going on. Happy? He then asked Ino. She sent him a withering glare that made him back down with huff. They finally made it to the edge of the forest and entered. I'm here because I want to know what Naruto was thinking too, Ino stated. The fact that Sasuke and Kiba were running in their pajamas past my house got me suspicious, so I followed them. She replied to Shino's question. Understandable, he replied simply. Sasuke ignored them and continued following Kiba, who was up front with his nose. Shino also joined the front part, tracking with his insects. Finally, they caught on to a strong trace of chakra and started following it. Sasuke, able to sense his brother's presence up ahead, rushed ahead of the group, heart pounding and adrenaline rushing through his body. Ack! A scream came from the direction they were headed. Picking up the speed, Sasuke sped up and leapt into the clearing with the little rundown shack. Naruto, he called out with worry, the others crashing through the foliage close behind. He found Naruto flat on his back and panting heavily, the supposed scroll he'd stolen sitting nearby. Naruto turned his head in his brother's direction. As Sasuke, and guys? He asked. He continued panting, and Sasuke rushed to his side. What happened? He demanded immediately. What? The scream? Naruto asked. Then he chuckled some sheepishly. Sorry about that. I just wasn't expecting that outcome, he said through pants. What outcome? Questioned Kiba. Akamaru barked, implying the same question. Naruto panted, then tried sitting up. Now that they looked at him better, he was covered in dirt and grime from head to toe. Well, I found this neat jutsu in the scroll, and when I since read it, I decided to try it. It's called the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, and I guess you could say it kind of expanded my sense tenfold. The others blinked with confusion. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Ino demanded, stomping up to him. And just why the hell did you steal that thing? What's going on, Naruto? Naruto then looked down. I'm not supposed to tell anyone, he said. Why? Sasuke demanded. Naruto kept his mouth shut, but Sasuke got angrier. He shook his brother harshly. Why can't you tell anyone? Who told you that? He demanded it again. Was it Hibachi and his gang? What? No, Naruto tried to protest. Then what is it? Why can't you say anything? Naruto looked to the left, avoiding his brother's hard gaze. He knew they were worried, but if he spoke, then he'd end up failing again. Sasuke stopped shaking him, wondering just what he could do to get him to talk. There you are, exclaimed Iruka, coming in on the scene. He looked around, perplexed. Huh, what are the rest of you doing here? You know what? Never mind, that can come later. He turned to Naruto, whose features shifted to ones of excitement. Sensei, you made it, he exclaimed. Okay, I'm ready for the evaluation. All you have to do is tell me how I did. I passed, didn't I? He asked, hopeful and excited. Iruka was confused. Passed? What are you? He tried to say. Oh dear. Now this was quite unexpected, spoke another voice from behind. They all turned to see Mizuki standing on a thick tree branch above the clearing. Naruto's features brightened even more as he trained his chakra sense on the newcomer. Great, you're here too, he exclaimed. Now you and Iruka-sensei can evaluate me on how I did. Sasuke was in a state of disbelief as he watched the scene unfurl. Shino stepped in. You know, I think I know what's going on here, he stated silently. Oh yeah, and what's that? Kiba asked. Judging by those giant windmill shuriken on his back, I think that Mizuki-sensei is a traitor, he said. Kiba gritted his teeth, as did Sasuke, and Ino curled her hands into fists, shaking. What are you talking about, Naruto? Iruka asked. Huh? Naruto wondered. You mean you don't know? Mizuki, meanwhile, let out a mocking laugh. Yes, whatever are you talking about, Naruto? He asked, saying Naruto's name with implied malice. Naruto blinked his dead eyes in confusion. But you said, this is the makeup test. The one given to only the most promising students, and you said my grades were good enough for me to take it. If I ran the simulation of gathering information from a foreign village, then I'd be able to pass and become a genin, he declared. Ino's hands flew to her mouth in shock, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. Kiba was becoming more bestial while Sasuke looked ready to blow a gasket. Shino, meanwhile, quietly simmered inside, not allowing for his outer cool to be disrupted. Iruka, meanwhile, was looking at Naruto in absolute and utter shock. Now he understood. Meanwhile, Mizuki remained rather emotionless as he looked down at Naruto with disappointment. I'm sorry, Naruto, but the deal was that you had to get the scroll without being followed by anybody. Does this look like not being followed? He asked. Naruto froze. But you didn't say anything about my friends. You said I couldn't be caught by the enemy ninja in the simulation, the Chunin or the Jonin, and that I had to learn a technique from the scroll. I learned the first one, he claimed. Mizuki, meanwhile, just shook his head. And what exactly is Iruka-sensei? He's definitely not an academy student. He's one of the Jonin who was looking for you. I'm sorry, Naruto, but you failed. No, wait. I can go again. Please, he begged. Mizuki sighed. Naruto, don't listen to this creep. He's no teacher. Kiba roared with Akamaru barking at him. How could you be so cruel, you heartless bastard? Ino accused. Shino remained silent. I'll make you pay, growled Sasuke. Naruto glanced around, confused by the rising hostility. Wait, guys. I know I can do it this time. Oh, Naruto. Mizuki interrupted with a sneer developing on his face. I believe you misunderstand. Naruto glanced up, eyes widening as he sensed the spinning of the giant shuriken. You failed for the last time. Mizuki roared as he sent the shuriken flying. It went faster than anybody could react, save for one person. Naruto, get down, shouted one of the familiar voices. Naruto couldn't tell who. He was too confused. However, he felt somebody knocking him down and heard a sickening squelch as Shuriken met flesh. Gaining control over his senses again, Naruto glanced up and his chakra sense brought to life a horrifying scene. Iruka-sensei was positioned protectively over top of him and had taken the hit meant for him. "Iruka-sensei," he said shakily. Iruka tried to answer but ended up coughing up some blood instead. "Sensei," Kiba called. "Oh no," Ino cried. The students remained in shock. They hadn't seen anybody get hurt like that. They'd only just been made genin after all. They weren't familiar with death on a large scale, except for the lone Uchiha survivor and his adopted brother themselves. Eventually, Iruka pulled himself together to look at Naruto meaningfully. "Naruto," he rasped out against the pain. "Are you all right?" he asked. Naruto took a moment to comprehend what was being asked, but ended up nodding slowly. Iruka smiled. "Good," he said. "Iruka-sensei, I don't understand." He tried to say. "He lied to you, Naruto," he said. "Mizuki tricked you into taking that scroll. There's no such thing as such a simulation for a makeup test. Those tests are only given to students whose parents or guardians have sent in request forms, but they're pretty much the same as the first tests." Naruto shook his head, tears coming to his eyes. But why would he? He tried to comprehend it all, but nothing seemed to click. "Isn't it obvious?" Kiba interjected, coming up to them. "That bastard wants whatever secrets that scroll has all for himself. He's a traitor, just like Shino said. Not to mention a big fat faker. A liar." Ino accused the man. Suddenly Mizuki threw his head back and began laughing like a madman, unnerving everyone but putting Sasuke, Iruka, and Shino on higher alert. "Oh, a liar am I?" taunted the crazed man. "That's rich coming from you, isn't it, Iruka? Okay, I'll admit it. Yes, I did trick this little pest into swiping the scroll for me. I lied in telling him it was so he could finally become a genin since he just keeps failing. But you know what? I'm not even the worst liar here. They've all been lying to you, Naruto, your whole life. They've even lied to their own kids, it seems." He sneered down at the unwanted extras he didn't care for. Meanwhile, Iruka's eyes widened as he realized what Mizuki was about to do. He found the energy to stand, taking the giant shuriken out of his back and keeping it on hand. "Don't you dare, Mizuki," Iruka panted, breathing out ragged breaths. Mizuki just sneered at his ex-comrade with disdain. "Oh, don't try to hide it, Iruka," he jibed. "Even you detest his guts, just like everyone else in this village does. The only ones who don't know about it are the ones who were born with his generation." Sasuke began to grow suspicious of what was happening, and he didn't like the direction that this conversation was heading. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. Mizuki took delight in this. "Oh, wouldn't you like to know Uchiha?" He said this name with as much distaste as he had with Naruto's. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised since treachery probably runs through your blood." "What did you say?" Sasuke demanded again, starting to get angry. Mizuki threw his head back. "Oh, I'm sure you knew. Why else would the Uchiha clan be slaughtered in one night, HM? Your so-called older brother probably wanted to get to Naruto first. That's what happens when you put him and the Uchiha clan together with their infamous Sharingan." "Why you?" "Shut it, Mizuki," Iruka barked. "That's enough out of you." "On the contrary, Iruka, I haven't said quite enough at all. You see, kiddies, there's a reason nobody likes your friend here, and if you were wise, you'd stay away from him in the near future. It might be bright to separate him from the Uchiha too while you're at it." "No, Mizuki, it's forbidden." Mizuki just scoffed. "As if I care. It's not like I'd be forgiven if anybody found about the whole scroll deal anyways." Now where was I? Oh yes. He suddenly threw some fast shuriken towards Naruto, but Iruka once again blocked the hits with his own body. "Thanks for taking the bait, Iruka," Mizuki stated. "Now that you're incapacitated, I'll tell you all what this village has been hiding from you." "No," Iruka continued to protest. Meanwhile, the new genin didn't know what to do. They wanted to beat up Mizuki badly, but at the same time were curious as to what secret he was about to spew. Sasuke was probably more curious than the rest. "Let's see. Ah yes, 12 years ago, a decree was made to keep a secret from you all. That means nobody, not even your parents, were allowed to tell you about anything. But I suppose I can spare you the gruesome details. Basically, what that decree entails is that nobody can tell you that the nine-tailed demon fox spirit was sealed inside of you, Naruto. The clearing descended into quiet. Shock was written on everybody's faces, but none were more shocked and ultimately terrified than Naruto himself. "Wha what?" he asked with a quiet, broken voice. He couldn't help his body from trembling. Mizuki then broke out into maniacal laughter. "Yes, that's the face I expected," he cackled. "But let's not forget Mr. Uchiha over here. I bet he didn't know that his family's power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could overpower and control the beast. But anybody would want that power, so of course your brother had to get to it first. The only downfall is that he ran out of time to do anything, so he left the village before he could fulfill his heinous plan. That's the only reason the clan existed in the first place, was to control the beast in case it got out of hand. Being the cursed clan they are, and being used like that must have really pissed them off. I wouldn't have been surprised if your father wanted to use the Nine Tails for revenge. No wonder Itachi killed them all. He probably couldn't handle living in his father's shadow." "Shut up," screamed Sasuke. "You don't know anything about the Uchiha or my brother, so just shut your goddamned mouth." Sasuke was trembling, trying to breathe. It couldn't be true. His brother couldn't have, because of Naruto, and most importantly, his father would never have. No, he'd loved Naruto too much. Sasuke knew that every smile he'd shared with Naruto had been genuine, because his father rarely had ever smiled, and he wouldn't have started pretending because it wouldn't have worked. It was all a lie. "Oh dear, I seem to have struck a nerve. Oh well, it's not like you're leaving here alive anyways. I've got places to be and plans that don't involve you, but I do suppose I could do my old village a last favor. I can get rid of the Nine Tails and the last demon spawn of the Uchiha clan." He got his other giant shuriken ready and was about throw when. "Just shut your mouth," roared Iruka. He threw the giant shuriken he'd been holding, and miraculously, it was right on target. However, Mizuki dodged it, and it got lodged into another tree. Mizuki looked down upon his pitiful old friend. "You're just pathetic, Iruka," he chastised. "Always so foolish. Just to think, if I hadn't been doing my job during the exam today, then you could have passed a dangerous threat off as a ninja." Sasuke froze, as did Iruka. "What did you say?" Iruka demanded. "Whoops, did I say that out loud? Silly me," Mizuki sneered. "Your job, huh? And what exactly would that job be, Mizuki?" Iruka ground out. Mizuki just shrugged, causally not caring. "Oh, just what I normally do. I proctor an exam is all, but I do find it surprising how effective a chakra attacking genjutsu can work to make sure the trash stays in the trash bin." Sasuke balled his hands into fists. "You bastard!" Kiba shouted in outrage. "You've been sabotaging his grades this entire time." "So what if I have?" Mizuki sneered. "It's not like you can do anything. I'm a jonin after all, and you're fresh from the academy. What are you gonna do, dog boy?" "Why you? I'll show you what I can do." Right away, Kiba ran in to attack with Akamaru. "Kiba, no." Iruka tried to stop him. Kiba and Akamaru jumped up and launched to attack. Mizuki just sidestepped the incoming kunai and knocked Kiba into the tree branch, making him lose his air and falling back to the ground, while Akamaru got kicked away. He got up gasping, with Akamaru trying to see if he was alright. "TCH, how reckless and idiotic can you get?" Mizuki jeered. Kiba gritted his teeth. "Gur. So what if Naruto has the Nine Tails in him? I don't care. He's still my friend." "You're just trying to psych us out," he shouted. Iruka took a few deep breaths. "That's right. Just because of what he carries, that doesn't make him who he is," Iruka stated. "So then it is true?" Ino asked warily. Iruka nodded, not taking his eyes off of Mizuki. "Yes, it is, but don't mistake him for the Nine Tails," he warned. Mizuki snorted. "Oh please, Iruka. Even I know you can't stand the Nine Tails. It killed your parents and made you lose everything you had. I watched you suffer and get treated with sympathy and pity. I know you want him dead too." "You're wrong," Iruka stated angrily. He was about to continue but was stopped when he heard ragged breathing nearby. He glanced over at Naruto, who had a panicked look on his face and was unable to breathe properly. His eyes widened with realization. "Listen up," he yelled out. "Kiba, Ino, Shino, and Sasuke. Consider what I'm about to tell you as your first mission as Hidden Leaf Shinobi." The four in question turned towards him. "Neither of you are allowed to panic. Naruto is starting to hyperventilate. I need you to get him out of here with the scroll and calm him down. Meanwhile, I'll hold off Mizuki for as long as I have to." Send for help as soon as you're in the clear. But Kiba tried to protest. Listen to me. If Naruto keeps going at this rate, he'll end up hurting himself. You need to take care of your friend now. I don't want any one of you getting hurt. Now go. Mizuki reacted. TCH. As if I'd let you get away, he bellowed, coming in at full force. However, before he could strike or be blocked by Irika, he met opposition with a red-eyed boy. Sasuke held his kunai against his teacher, refusing to back down. You heard him. He barked back to the others. We're shinobi of the leaf now, so do your duty to your village and your friend. You three get going. I'll help Irika-sensei hold him off. Then he pushed his old teacher away, his Sharingan ablaze now with 2 tomo in each eye. He held his kunai at the ready. Naruto's breathing was becoming more erratic, so really, there was no time for any hesitation. Kiba gritted his teeth. Damn it, he cursed. Regardless, he did as instructed and picked up the blonde piggyback style. You two cover me, he said before taking off with Naruto on his back. Meanwhile, Shino had grabbed the scroll and Ino nodded in agreement. They ran off, leaving Mizuki in the clearing with Sasuke and Irika. Irika gasped out. Sasuke, I told you to. Shut up, he told him. You're stupid to try fighting him in your condition. At least together we stand a chance. Irika was about to argue but decided against it. He sighed before facing Mizuki again. Fine, but if it gets too serious, get out of here and look out for Naruto. Whatever, just focus. I'm not losing either of you, Sasuke stated with finality. Mizuki scowled. How touching. Let's see if you can back that up, he shouted, coming forward again, kunai raised and ready to attack. Sasuke and Irika braced themselves. Look, it's that boy, Shu. Don't make eye contact. Look out, it's him. The voices, they won't go away. Why? Why are they talking like that, like I'm lower than the earth? Come back here, you brat. Let's kill him. Happy birthday, you demon. Why are they chasing me? I didn't do anything wrong. They have knives and shuriken. They're gaining on me. No, wait. I'm trapped. They're here. Act. My eyes. Tiny, helpless Naruto. You've certainly made an impression on this family, haven't you? I could kill you just as easily as I did my mother and father. However, I'm not completely heartless. After all, if it weren't for you, I'd have never come this far. Why? I believe we both know that life isn't fair, Naruto. It wasn't fair for my ambition to suffer because my clan was blind to see what was right in front of them. Life never gives out solely good fortune. Why me? We were, Naruto, did you honestly believe you could be an Uchiha? You and I are alike, Naruto. Neither of us ever belonged with them, and whether or not Sasuke ever did, well, that will prove itself in time now, won't it? Was I really nothing to him? But his chakra, it couldn't be, but then why? 12 years ago, a decree was made to keep a secret from you all. That means nobody, not even your parents, were allowed to tell you about anything. But I suppose I can spare you the gruesome details. Basically, what that decree entails is that nobody can you that the 9-tailed demon fox spirit is sealed inside of you, Naruto. But let's not forget Mr. Uchiha over here. I bet he didn't know that his family's power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could overpower and control the beast. But anybody would want that power, so of course your brother had to get to it first. That's the only reason the clan existed in the first place. It was to control the beast in case it got out of hand. Being the cursed clan they are, and being used like that must have really pissed them off. I wouldn't have been surprised if your father wanted to use the 9 tails for revenge. No wonder Itachi killed them all. He probably couldn't handle living in his father's shadow. Is that true? Did Itachi kill everyone because they were fighting over controlling me? But then why didn't he kill Sasuke? Is he waiting for the right moment to strike back? What's going on? Naruto. What will everybody think of me now? Are they going to start treating me like everybody else does? What will I do if I lose Sasuke? Naruto, you're such a loser. You should just die. That's Hibachi. Naruto, stay away from me. Demons scare dogs. Wait, Kiba. Ugh. I can't believe I ever trusted you. No, Sakura, please. Why don't you fit in, you ask? The answer should be obvious. Shino, no? A demon, you say? Well, I won't allow that kind of pest in my restaurant. Get lost. But old man, how can you even be allowed to live? Ino, I won't share any more snacks with you. Choji, I'm sorry, Naruto, But I'm scared of demons. Hinata, don't go. Demons are so troublesome. What a drag, Shikamaru. Wait. I'm sorry, Naruto, but now that your secret's out, I can't pretend to want to pass you anymore. Irika S. Sensei. How could I ever think you were my brother? We don't share blood, and what's worse, you're a demon. But not just any demon, the one that everybody wants. So I'll control you before Itachi can. Come here, Naruto. Sasuke. No. Wait. Sasuke, please, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't want this. No. Stop. Leave me alone. Somebody. Anybody help me. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Naruto, snap out of it. Naruto, Naruto. A sudden splash of water doused him, and Naruto's eyes snapped open. He was hyperventilating, and his chakra vision was blurry. However, a gentle hand on his cheek brought him eye level with Hinata Hyuga's chakra signature. He shook at the feel of her, eyes blurring with tears. She remained calm and spoke. Naruto, you need to calm down. If you keep breathing like this, you'll hurt yourself. Please calm down. Just breathe with me. Naruto could barely comprehend much around him, but did as told, not knowing what else to do. Hinata started panting at the pace he was going, but gradually began to slow it down with him copying her. Finally, he was at a regular pace again, but still shaking. Hinata smiled at him. Good job, Naruto, she said. Then she reached out and hugged him safely to her. He continued to breathe calmer breaths in her embrace. He felt something wet run up his hand and reached his sense out to see Akamaru licking his hand with concern. Hey, Akamaru, he asked shakily. The little puppy yipped in confirmation. Then he looked up at Hinata again. Hinata. We're here too, said a familiar voice from behind her, and Naruto glanced up to sense Kiba. He then sensed that Shino and Ino were there too, along with Shikamaru. You guys, Naruto spoke raspy. Ino stomped over to him. Naruto, you're just horrible, she accused. Naruto flinched at her words, but was surprised when Ino sat down and hugged him tight. Damn it. Why do you always have to do things like that? You scared me half to death, you know. He sensed that some tears were coming from her eyes. What did I do? He asked. Dude, you were hyperventilating. I know the fact you have a demon in you is scary to think about, but darn it, we thought we were going to lose you. Kiba spoke. The demon, Naruto said, starting to shake more. Ino pulled back from the hug to turn a scowl on Kiba. Great, you're not helping, she accused. What do you think he was hyperventilating about in the first place, huh? She turned back to Naruto with a smile. Hey, why don't we change the subject? How about ramen? You like that, right? Naruto just shook his head, tears beginning to flow from his eyes. You have to go. I'm not safe anymore. He choked. I'm a monster. But Naruto, Ino tried. No, you heard him. I'm nothing but a monster. I'll just end up hurting you like I did the V Village 12 years ago, he sniffed. Kiba exchanged a glance with Shikamaru. Shikamaru just sighed. Damn it, this whole mess is such a drag, he groaned. You idiot. There's no way you're a monster. If you were, then we probably wouldn't have ever hung around with you to begin with. You're just the jailer. That fox is inside of you in the form of chakra, and the only way it could come out is if you let it. In reality, you're probably one of the strongest people I know, being able to carry such an annoying burden like that for all this time. If it weren't for you, Old Ninetales would be waltzing around destroying stuff right about now, so you should stop spouting such crap anyway. Naruto sniffled. But the villagers, they all think I'm the demon, he whimpered. TCH, those crappy villagers don't know a damn thing. Kiba retaliated. They think they're so smart while they can just shove it, and you know what, so can Mizuki. Hey, did we tell you guys? He said, turning suddenly to Shikamaru and Hinata. That jerk's been sabotaging Naruto's grades and tests so he wouldn't graduate. So as far as I'm concerned, we all just graduated the academy together. Hinata gasped. That's awful, she exclaimed. Kiba just tisked. Yeah, well, that stupid Uchiha had better be beating his ass good right now. Otherwise, I might just have to beat both their asses myself. As if you could beat Sasuke. The way you are now, you're just a snot-nosed punk who graduated the academy and has no experience. Sasuke knows how to fight. After all, he's been fighting for his and Naruto's lives since they met, and you know that. Shino stated. Kiba pouted and hung his head. Yeah, well, I'll get stronger, just wait and see. Once I'm put on a squad, it'll be hardcore training and ninja missions for me until I can finally beat his ass in sparring. Then he can take me out to lunch, and all his fangirls can start worshipping me. Oh well, if popularity's your game, you've already lost by a landslide. Ino deadpanned. What? No, I haven't. Kiba protested. Really? She quipped. After Naruto and Sasuke. Next up is Akamaru, followed by Shikamaru, Shino, then Rinji. What, how'd I lose to Bug Boy? Kiba bellowed. Hey, what can I say? Some of the girls like the strong, silent, and resigned type, even if he does like insects. Kiba remained mouth agape as Ino smirked in his direction. Naruto couldn't help himself. He laughed curtly, drawing everybody's attention. He brought up an arm to wipe away his tears. I'm sorry, he said, embarrassed. For what? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, you always laugh whenever Ino or Sakura decide to put him in his place, Shino said. Oh, stop chirping, Bug Boy. Stop barking, Dog Boy, Shino replied coolly. Kiba was about to continue, but was stopped by Shikamaru. Would you be quiet? I hear someone coming this way. Don't give away our position because we have to protect Naruto. Naruto blinked, then turned toward Shikamaru. Wait, what about the scroll? He asked. When Shino sent for help, he called Hinata, me, and Sakura and Choji while they were fleeing with you. It wouldn't sit well with anyone if the adults came and made a mess of things while we were trying to calm you down. So when we got here, we sent the scroll back with Sakura and Choji to explain the situation. If they make it all right, then we should have backup in no time. Naruto nodded. Suddenly, they heard a crashing through the trees and watched as Iruka-sensei was sent flying back. He wasn't doing too well. It looked like he could pass out at any given moment. He was being supported by a slightly cut-up Sasuke, but he still looked sturdy to fight. Once the two landed, Sasuke tried to help Iruka up to his feet. Damn it, and he said he had it handled, Kiba griped. Ino elbowed him in the gut. You idiot. He said he'd hold him off as long as he could while we got Naruto to safety, she hissed back. Just then Mizuki landed on another tree branch above them, looking down. He scoffed mockingly. You're idiots. Both of you. He spoke loudly for all to hear. Do you really think the villagers will congratulate you as heroes for letting that thing live? No, they'll despise you as much as they do him. And it'll only get worse for you, Uchiha. Now that you know what you can do, you'll decide to use the Nine Tails to get revenge on you so-called older brother. After all you Uchihas care about is power. Naruto flinched at hearing his voice, but Hinata's soothing hand started rubbing the hand she was holding. He was grateful she was there and not saying the things his frayed nerves and mind had decided to make her say before. To hell with what the villagers think. Sasuke bellowed. I don't give a damn. You know nothing about me, and you know nothing about Naruto. Oh, but can you be so sure? Mizuki jeered. I mean, just think. He looked about ready to snap. Yup. Just you wait and see. He'll snap and then pour all of his hatred and rage into that scroll to seek vengeance on the entire village. That's just how beasts are, so deal with it. Sasuke gritted his teeth and moved to charge. Why you? He started. You're right. The voice and admission shocked everyone. All eyes were now on Iruka, who sat lopsided against the tree he'd been left on. Meanwhile, Naruto could feel his heart beginning to shatter into a million pieces. Mizuki looked startled, but then threw his head back and laughed his head off. So he finally admits it, he stated. Kiba gritted his teeth and attempted to charge. Why that? Shikamaru put his hand on Kiba's shoulder to halt him. Hold on, I don't think he's finished yet, he told him. True to his word, Iruka did have more. That is how beasts are, Iruka continued. But that's not who Naruto is. Naruto's kind, compassionate, brave, and strong. If he makes a mistake, he knows he can try again and fix it, and he's not one to easily give up. He's got many friends who care for him, who wouldn't mind what he carries within because they know the boy, not the monster. They're two separate beings. You can't count Naruto as the Nine Tails because he's simply not a beast. And I myself am one who counts myself as blessed for knowing him. You're completely wrong. He's nothing like the Nine Tails, no matter what you think or say. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Mizuki tried to mock. Shut up, Iruka shouted. I'm not finished yet, because Naruto's not the only one you've wronged tonight. Sasuke too has felt the sting of your hurtful words, and I simply cannot let that go. Sasuke straightened up in surprise. Sensei, he whispered in disbelief. Iruka's gaze was fixed solely on Mizuki. You're in no position to talk of the Uchiha clan. They were a great clan dedicated to the safety of this village. I myself had friends on the police force. And of all of the ones I've ever had the privilege to know, Sasuke's easily the most kind-hearted and caring not only for his brother, but for his friends as well. True, he can get himself into mischief when protecting his loved ones, and I won't deny that some maybe feared the Uchiha clan because of the Nine Tails attack, but people can think and do silly things based on fear. The Nine Tails attack shook us all after all. So not only has Naruto suffered, but so has Sasuke. But it's their suffering which makes them stronger, and I know they'll continue to grow stronger in the future because of it. Not only that, but because of the both of them. I've come to know what it feels like to be part of a family again. Even after everything I've lost, I've come to gain something more. He paused once to gather his breath before shooting Mizuki through with his most piercing of stares. Mizuki couldn't help the shiver that ran up his spine from it. All in all, Mizuki, you're wrong. You know nothing about Naruto or Sasuke. They're neither demons or a curse. They're Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, and also my younger brothers and students. Mizuki didn't know what it was, but something about Irika's defiance towards him even when weakened was enough to rile him up. TCH, you think I care? Mizuki crowed. Well then, I'll make sure to deal with you first, Irika. He hollered, then leapt forth to attack. Sasuke stopped him, holding strong against his kunai knife only for two more Mizukis to rush by him. Sasuke's eyes widened. What the? He tried to speak, but couldn't form words as his mouth ran dry. Irika-sensei was in no position to move properly after the injury to his spinal column, not to mention the way he kept fighting even after that, trying to hold off Mizuki. He'd put up a good one, but now he was spent. Irika, Sasuke shouted. Shit. Kiba snarled as he and Shikamaru tried to stop the two clones moving in. Ino and Hinata tried their best too, as another Mizuki had popped out of nowhere to come after Naruto. As all of the Mizukis were about to strike, everyone braced themselves for the end. It never came. What? Mizuki roared in outrage as his shadow clones were kicked away with incredible speed and precision, making them disappear. Kiba's eyes widened further. You mean those were solid? He questioned incredulously. Mizuki, who was still locked in a stalemate with Sasuke, gritted his teeth before pushing off and jumping back, glancing around. Which one of you brats did that? He demanded, annoyed. Said referred to brats were also surprised as they tried to pinpoint the attacker. That would be me, spoke an all too familiar voice. Everyone turned to see Naruto standing in the clearing. His hands were held up in a seal they recognized from studying in the academy, but didn't know what it was for. Naruto deepened his stance. I told you, didn't I? I mastered the very first one, he growled. Everyone was shocked and quite worried save for Mizuki, who was just plain shocked. He blinked, then started laughing with a nasty smirk on his face. Oh bravo, he spoke mockingly. He made the same hand seal and executed the jutsu, making 20 or so clones. But unfortunately, brat, I know that one too. It won't save you from me. Naruto didn't back down. Naruto, get out of there. Irika shouted out with worry. Let us handle this. You just get to safety, Sasuke told him. Yeah, we've got this, agreed Kiba with a yip from Akamaru. Backup will be here any minute now. Ino also tried to speak. Mizuki sneered, his wicked grin deepening. Why don't you listen to your so-called friend's nine-tailed fox? You might live longer. Even a blind demon is easy to beat. No, Naruto spoke with finality and in a tone that was stronger than everybody was familiar with. I don't need saving. I won't run away because you hurt my friends and my brothers by accusing them of hating me. You mocked our clan. I can't forgive you. Mizuki laughed with amusement. Very well, let's see what you can do then, nine-tailed fox. Mizuki and his clones started covering the distance between him and Naruto. His friends began to panic, and so they raced forth to deal with some of the clones. Some blocked kunais and shuriken, but there were just too many Mizukis to deal with. Naruto, run! Kiba shouted. Get out of here! Sasuke yelled. Naruto, go! Hinata cried. Naruto, Ino. Naruto, Irika. Run, Shino. Arf, arf. Nine tails. Naruto snapped his head up and glared his dead eyes at the oncoming Mizuki. He jumped back to avoid a strike and brought back up the hand seal from before. Oi, bonehead, he called out to Mizuki. It's not Nine Tails, demon, or brat. Mizuki cocked an eyebrow. Then Naruto performed the jutsu. A resounding chorus of poofs of chakra smoke later, and once it cleared, there were over 100 shadow clones of Naruto strewn about the forest, putting Mizuki's 20 clones to shame. It's Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, roared the clones in unison. Remember it. Then, without warning or hesitation, the clones descended upon the battlefield, protecting their friends and teacher from the traitor. Mizuki, who'd been frazzled for a few moments, tried to regain his composure with little effect, as he fearfully dodged a few kicks and punches only to be hit by others. It wasn't long before there was only one Mizuki left. Thinking fast, he escaped the mass of clones and landed a bit of ways away. Immediately, he tried to use a fire-style jutsu, but before he could even form the proper seals, his arms were barraged with shuriken, cutting the appropriate muscles, so he was pretty much useless. Damn you! Mizuki roared in frustration and pain. I'll kill you for that. Naruto and his clones smirked. How are you going to do that? He jibed. Suddenly, the ground broke from underneath his feet, and Mizuki jumped away to avoid getting his legs caught by the many Narutos coming out of the ground. TCH, there's no way your chakra sense is this good, he ground out in denial. Suddenly, there were a handful of clones behind him, surprising him completely. Who said I was using my chakra sense? One of the clones demanded. I can see you just fine, roared another one. Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in what was just said, then noticed the clone's eyes. They were all clear blue like the sky. They weren't clouded over with blindness like the original. What? No, you're supposed to be blind. Mizuki growled. He immediately kicked off from Naruto's clones, making some dissipate with the force as he switched positions in midair, starting to avoid his attacker at all costs. The cockiness he'd displayed previously was replaced with a newfound fear and agitation. What was going on? Naruto was supposed to be blind, but his clones could see him with their eyes and were quicker than the little runt. How was that? Meanwhile, Naruto's classmates and teacher were wondering the same thing on the ground as they watched. He's right, Ino pointed out. The clones have clearer eyes. Did Naruto somehow gain his sight back? No, that's not it, stated Shikamaru, pointing to one of the Narutos. Just look, the original's eyes are still the same as before. Then what's going on? Wondered Kiba. Akamaru barked in agreement to mirror his confusion. Suddenly, Hinata activated her Byakugan and gasped. All of the clones, they're completely made of chakra, she exclaimed. Irika chuckled, drawing their attention. So that's it, he said. What's it? Kiba demanded. Irika just smiled as he sat back and watched the now one-sided battle. The shadow clone jutsu isn't like the regular clone jutsu, he explained. It uses the user's chakra to create a solid copy of oneself to be used as a foot soldier in a battle to confuse the enemy. Since the shadow clones are made from Naruto's chakra and Naruto uses his chakra daily to see, the clones can see just fine without the use of a chakra sense because they are the chakra sense. In this case, his clones become his eyes and other senses too and possess sharper reflexes because Naruto uses his chakra to see on a regular basis. The clones are enhanced copies of the original Naruto. That's just wow, Ino said, dumbfounded. And he learned that all on his own? Kiba added, perplexed. Sasuke just smirked. Of course he did. He's my brother, he stated proudly. Irika chuckled in agreement as he continued to watch the fight wrap up. Naruto, this will only be the beginning for you. I know you'll continue to grow stronger as time goes on, but I wonder, just how strong will you become? I can't wait to see it. The fight between Mizuki and the clones finally reached its finale. The Mizuki clones had been dispersed by the Naruto clones, and now Mizuki was finding himself cornered. He made one last attempt to flee, but arms sprouted from the tree behind him, and the real Naruto stepped out of the hinge holding his teacher fast as the clones diverged and helped hold him down. Mizuki struggled. No, you can't beat me. I'm your superior. I have the most skill, Suddenly Naruto was holding a kunai threateningly to his old teacher's throat, making him shut up. No, you're wrong, Naruto said calmly. You're not my superior, and you're no longer a hidden leaf shinobi. As of tonight, you're a traitor to this village, and we don't forgive traitors. Mizuki trembled as the realization that with one slash of the blade, Naruto could end his life right there dawned on him. He glanced back at his attacker. Please, don't kill me." He spoke pathetically, the fear taking over. Naruto just scoffed then smirked. Suddenly, a good majority of his clones dispersed, leaving the original Naruto holding a useless and pathetic Mizuki at knife point. "Don't worry, that's not for me to decide. However, if I were you, I'd behave, or this next guy won't be as forgiving." Just then, a group of A and BU arrived on the scene, and at the head of the group, the legendary Ibiki Marino. He approached the two with a quick pace and stopped in front of them. He glanced down at them with a stoic face. Then he grinned maniacally. Well, 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 it looks like you just got bested by a kid, and I dare say this is the first time in a while I've ever found anything remotely amusing," he stated with a gruff, raspy, yet intimidating voice. Mizuki only shivered as he took in the sight of Ibiki, knowing full well what he was capable of. The maniacal and sadistic grin that adorned his face was enough to make him stay still. Ibiki then turned towards Naruto. "Thank you, kid. You've managed to catch a traitor. We discovered his plans were to take that scroll to Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf. I dare say if he'd succeeded, not only would you all be dead, but then our village would be shown no mercy. I thank you for your services. You can stand down now." Naruto nodded his head and retracted his knife, putting it back in its place. "Sir," he said out of respect. Ibiki chuckled as he advanced on Mizuki, and Naruto backed away. "I think I like that kid," he muttered to himself and Mizuki. "What do you say, Mizuki? Why don't you and I take a little stroll to a place I like to call TNI?" Mizuki shook, then not being able to take any more, let a howl of despair reach up to the skies above. "You big dope," Kiba laughed, giving his blonde-haired friend a noogie. "You're just full of surprises, aren't you? You really had me going there." "That was intense, Naruto. I was literally on the edge of my seat." "Great job," Ino congratulated. "You showed him who's boss," Shino commented with a nod of his head. Naruto giggled sheepishly. "Ah, come on, guys. It was nothing really," he said. However, the grin he wore wouldn't stay off of his face. "Hey, did we miss anything?" asked a new voice, and the gang turned to see Choji and Sakura coming up to see them. "Only the coolest thing ever," Kiba exclaimed. "Naruto totally beat his ass, and all by himself too. Of course, I helped slow him down some." "What, you fought him?" Sakura asked with shock. Once again, Naruto chuckled. "I was just protecting my family, that's all," he said. Sakura just shook her head and pulled him into a hug, which he gratefully returned. All right, everybody calm down," Irika chuckled, calling everyone's attention. There was currently a medical ninja treating his minor wounds as he sat up against the tree Sasuke had leaned him against. However, he motioned for her to take a break. Despite her reluctance, she eventually backed away. Irika then looked to Naruto. "Naruto, what you did out there today, you made me, and I think all of us, really proud. So come here, I'd like to give you something," he stated. Naruto nodded and approached his sensei, who managed to walk himself up the tree despite his pain. Then he looked around the group. "All right now, I want all of you to close your eyes and no peeking. Especially you, Naruto. So chakra sense off, please." The group exchanged glances, but did as instructed. A while passed, and Naruto, who'd turned off all his senses, was completely blind to the world. However, despite his earlier doubts and fears, he trusted Irika with his whole heart. Finally, he heard Irika pull away from him. "Okay, now you can all open your eyes and turn your senses back on," Irika said. Once everyone's eyes opened, their eyes at first lingered on their teacher, but then a gasp called their attention to Naruto, whose face looked absolutely shocked and surprised. It was easy to see why. On his forehead, fastened tight, was Irika's ninja headband. The others shared their surprise and excitement with one another. Kiba was first to break the silence. "Hoo-hoo. All right, you did it, Naruto," he shouted. "I'm so proud." Ino squealed, running in to hug him. Sakura did the same. "Me too," she said. "I may not have seen anything, but I know you did well." "Good job, Naruto," congratulated Choji. Shino bowed his head in acknowledgement, and Hinata clapped happily. Naruto continued staring straight at Irika. "But Irika chuckled. "You should be proud of yourself, Naruto," he said. "Today, despite all odds, You rose up against a traitor to your village like a true shinobi and showed skill and determination I haven't seen in quite some time. I know you have what it takes, and this time Mizuki can't influence my decision." There was a pause as it all finally sank into the shocked blonde. "So congratulations, Naruto. You graduate." A silence followed when they all realized the blonde wasn't celebrating. They began to wonder what was wrong while Sasuke just rolled his eyes. It looked to them like Naruto was about to cry, which he did as he jumped forward into a big hug with Irika. "Irika-sensei," he cried. Thank you. Thank you so much." Irika, who'd been surprised by the sudden show of affection, just smiled and hugged him back. Sasuke sighed and came over to join them. "Here," he said. Naruto accepted his brother's hug and the others that began to surround them. Soon Shikamaru was the only one left. Ino glanced up to glare at him. "You know, I'm still not much of a hugger." He tried, but was cut off as Ino yanked him over to join them. He groaned. "Damn it. You're all troublesome," he groaned, earning a round of laughter from everyone. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed contentedly, letting a cheerful tear slip down his cheek as he thought of his late adoptive parents. "Mother, father," he thought. "I did it, we did it. Sasuke and I, we're finally ninjas."